Yeah, that's true. That's that kind of stuff. The market's actually, you know what I'm saying. Okay, we're live, and it's Monday, and I've actually been back here for about 20 minutes, and I'm still on time. I said 5:30. Anytime I got time to kill, I definitely use it to my advantage. What's going on? We are live. John just walked by. Da, da, dun, 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 dun. Right here. Emmylou Harris, Al Stewart, Big Brother. Awesome. There's a few more autographs in there, you know. Over here. Over there. All that on the shelves. Yeah, there's a few. My other phone's up front, I guess, because I can't see chat right now. Let me go grab that. All right. How I wish Otis was here. Oh, he is here. All right, he's smelling out that turkey, aren't you? Let's go up front here. Let me grab this. Dollar sale? All right. What's that? Yeah, or this weekend. Yeah, but um, okay. I'll study on it some more tonight then. Yeah, I think it would be a good thing. All right. Let's go back here, everybody. So I was up front, and now I'm back here, and it's Kiss Night. And in case y'all didn't know, we sell records here and other stuff. Let's get all this shared. Dun, dun. Sounds like we definitely need to have a coin and off sale too. No, I think it's stickered. It should be on the back. Alrighty. Ding, 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 ding. Save by. Let me see what this rock and roll smoking tea. Where's that at? All right. Sharing links. The store music is on. I got to walk back up there anyway. Tonight's going to be a fun night. Saved by Zero. I think Saved by Zero just got done playing on the store music. Something. Okay. All right, so welcome everybody. When you're on and watching, be sure you've hit the like button, the share button, all that good stuff. And it's going to be a fantastic night to be watching Coletco. And we got Kiss, we got new arrivals, we've got Miscellaneous, and that's what we're going to be doing. I'm going to go ahead and plug up this phone. I'm going to step up front and pause that music. And a new week has begun. We've only just begun. Let's go up here and grab this. Grab a little bit of that. Music's on. Tanner's muting it right now. That's fantastic. Great job, Otis. Great job, Otis. I'll take this. These are very important, Tanner. Very important. I'll take this. I'll take this. He's brought all of his toys to one location. I'll definitely take this to my house. Now, that's going to be one of our first auctions tonight, the Hammer of the Gods. I need that rack of books back here at some point. But, actually, I might start showing some of them right now as everybody's getting on the chat. Okay, let's do this. Where's everybody watching from tonight? That's always a fun question. Where's everybody watching from? Anywhere in the world? All over the world, I mean. And anywhere in the world. All right. Saved by... Okay. There's number A. I need to sell that drumstick to somebody. That one's Tracy Guns. Oh, not the one from last night?
Yeah.
I hadn't looked at any of that stuff yet. So let's just take a chill pill, all right? Tanner's trying to get a little bit too excited. All right. We're going to try the signed Bruce again tonight. These are autographs. Yeah. I'm going to put these are ones that need further action at some point. Further action. Dun, 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 dun. We got viewers in all over the country coming in. Awesome. Laura, I'm assuming all KISS auctions are up here. What is this stack of stuff here? Charity Now. Buenas. What is all this? Frantic 5. Looks like stuff John accidentally left over here. I'll show it to him. I have no idea what this stuff is. I'll put it right there. This looks like sealed stuff he brought me. More sealed records. Golly. We got enough sealed records for a whole army. Not seal. You can put them right there. I'm going to move this cart. I'll tuck this cart in here. Yeah. Whoop. All right. I found what Laura has told me. Right here. Awesome. All righty. I don't want to talk about Thursday. Anymore. Yesterday's just a memory. Okay. First auction. VG Plus with Detroit Rock City as the B-side. Detroit Rock City and Beth. KISS, $7 start. That is now up for bid. Thanks everybody for starting early with us here. KISS is now up for bid. A $7 start on that. Detroit Rock City and Beth. That is now up for active bidding. Detroit Rock City and Beth. And here comes Ed with new vinyl. How many total crates? Oh no, that's not good. 5 total crates. Awesome. All right, that'll answer Jerry Stone's question here in a second. 1 crate of Japanese, good. I could use those too. All righty, that's all good news. That means we got plenty of stuff all of a sudden to sell tonight. Oh, my back's got a knot in it where I was twisting and turning racks. I was pushing and pulling on racks last night, this morning, whatever you want to call it, trying to get this stuff dug out. Rich Bernstein is in on KISS at $7. That's our first bid of the new week. I love it. All right, looks like I found some sealed blues. What about old Big Joe Williams here? Blues on Highway 49. Heading out, Jack?
I am.
Good deal. I'll be here. I just said hi and bye to Jack at the same time. This is Blues on Highway 49 by Big Joe Williams. It's sealed on Del Mar. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Okay? Michael, I'm glad you're watching, Michael, because I've got Miscellaneous, I've got VHS, I've got Laserdisc. I have it all for you, Michael. I've got the whole shebang here for you tonight, Michael. This is the only VHS I didn't sell last week. I was begging somebody to buy it so we could put up more. I was like, I'm not going anywhere till we sell that one. Jimi Hendrix is $10. $10. $10. Okay. Let's pull up this morning's video. And the first thing I have is the 6 a.m. video. No 9 a.m. video this morning. As y'all know, I forgot about it again. It's weird when I'm not in my normal routine. All right, this video, we've sold Alice Cooper, Guns N' Roses, Napalm Scum, Queens of the Stone Age, and Queens of the Stone Age. Oh, I thought we sold Celtic Frost too. I thought Rebecca bought Celtic Frost. They must have changed their mind. I also got to confirm the price because I may have said the wrong price when I was doing this video this morning. So I'm actually going to try to look it up right quick. And because I'm about to show it anyway, I need to put a fresh sticker on it in case somebody does want it. That's why I grabbed this one first. I was going to get this Celtic Frost box out of here. All right. Yeah, I think I said the wrong. I 100% said the wrong price. Let me look this back up. All right. Let me sign in over here. Yeah. It's 274. I think I said 374, 274. Okay. This is sold to Michael Rudolph for $10, Jimi Hendrix. First thing we have is Kiss, Detroit Rock City, Beth. The high bid right now is with Tim Graham at 10 bucks, 7-inch, 45 RPM. It has one bid for $10. Blues on Highway 49 is Big Joe Williams. That's sealed. We're looking for a $15 start. Going a once, going a twice. That is where we're at right now on that. I am going to put an empty crate here to get the show started. This is going to be a quick recap here because Chad's about to sneeze. And I sneezed. And now I want to get started with the new stuff right away. We have so much to get to tonight. So here's the Beatles Revolver. That's a stereo remaster, $36.99. Kiss is with you at $10, Tim Graham. That's our first Kiss single, and it's with you at $10, okay? I'm going to do a couple Kiss 45s before we start putting up some of the albums. Most of the albums start around 7, but I do have other stuff to get to. Prince, live in Germany, yellow vinyl, 1993. This is $29.99. That is a live unofficial. The Clash, a Sandinista. That's a triple LP. The Clash is $49.99 remastered, and Pearl Jam Vitology also remastered as a 2 LP. Gayfo Jacket, Pearl Jam, $38.99. Big Joe Williams also has a bid with Rod Bryan for $15, so there's that. We got 2 copies of Metallica Garage Inc. Metallica is $59.99. Triple LP. Guns N' Roses Live is sold to Christina Curtis. Thank you, Christina Curtis. That's sold to you. And then we have Napalm Scum. That's sold to Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Thank you on that, Alonzo. $38.99. That was our last copy of Guns N' Roses and Napalm Scum. If anybody else wants one of those. Wow, all the claims are right here right out of the chute. Colette Whitworth. Colette Whitworth. That goes under Gerald Whitworth. Gerald Whitworth wants the Alice Cooper Hey Stupid. That is $39.99. That was our last copy of that. Also, I got Nevermind the Bollocks. Here's the Sex Pistols. That's $39.99 for the Sex Pistols. And Kiss, it is Kiss night. Dynasty is $33.99. All right, one of our first Kiss singles is sold to Tim Graham for $10. And that was Detroit Rock City and Beth. Don't worry, I have more. What we probably need to do, I'm going to stack these over here. Let's try to put these in some new outer sleeves. Okay, because some of these aren't the original sleeve, and they need to be put in new sleeves anyway. So we'll do that unless John knows where a bunch of Casablanca sleeves are right quick. Here's one that's in a Casablanca sleeve. This is I Was Made for Loving You and Hard Times. It's probably about VG Plus. It's actually in the Casablanca sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And Big Joe Williams sealed is sold to Rod Bryan for $15. Thank you, Rod Bryan, on that. There's that. Boom. Ed's marking the rest of the new vinyl right now. We actually already have 2 or 3 crates up here. So there's Kiss with I Was Made for Loving You, Dynasty, and then there's the single. Next is Iron Maiden Live After Death. That's a double LP, $44.99. Our next auction, I got more sealed stuff over here. How about Bachelor Blues? This is a compilation. Lee Jackson, Slim Willis. Bachelor Blues is sealed. That's going to go up for a $15 start. There's Iron Maiden Live After Death. We got Alice Cooper Killer. That is cut from the original Analog Master. That is $34.99. Also over here, I have Ethel Cain, Willoughby Tucker, I'll Always Love You. Ethel Cain is $39.99. And Disney Ultimate Hits Volume 1 and Volume 2, green and blue vinyl, $29.99. And then Kiss Carnival of Souls, $36.99. $36.99, and that's the first time ever on vinyl, by the way, for that one. This Kiss single also has a bid with Tim Graham for $7, and that's a final call. I've got Kiss Carnival of Souls. I got Disney Ultimate Hits Volume 1 and 2. That's on green and blue vinyl, $29. Ethel Cain, Alice Cooper, Iron Maiden, Kiss, Sex Pistols, Metallica, Pearl Jam, Clash, Prince, and the Beatles. And then here is this, pending, I think, possibly to somebody, Celtic Frost, Dance Macabre, a deluxe set discography, all on colored vinyl. Celtic Frost is $274.99. $274.99. I actually said the wrong price in the video. That's why I hesitated. I just double checked. Here comes Ed with some more new vinyl. I'm going to write down that price on a sticky note so I'll have it for future reference and there's no confusion on such a expensive item. We'll say $274.99 on that one. There's that. I have several Beatles mono boxes. Yeah, they're brand new and they're $1,500. I have several of them. Yes, I have several of them. Okay, so Kiss is sold for $7 to Tim Graham. He gets I Was Made for Loving You. And the next one over here is She's So European and Shandy. Those are from Unmasked, right? Yeah, Shandy. That one's a little bit nicer, probably closer to EX. That's a great song. $7 start on that. If anybody wants the sealed Bachelor of Blues with Hound Dog Taylor, James Cotton, Homesick James, that is sealed for a $15 buy now if anybody wants that. That is the 2025. 2025 on that one. Yep, 2025. Let me kick some stuff around over here. We got some original sheet music here. I did a lot of digging in the Fred Goodwin collection. Got some cool stuff here like original sheet music here from 1952, Jambalaya. That's Hank Williams Sr. Original sheet music from MGM Records, 1952. Hank Williams Sr. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Bachelor for Blues is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $15. Thank you, Blaine. That's sold to you. Got some sealed blues over here. There's some sheet music. Very cool display item there. I see a lot of people take this kind of stuff. Fred would take this stuff and frame it with albums. So he would get like the original MGM 78. He would find that 78 and he would frame it like next to the sheet music. He made some really cool displays over the years. So that's from Fred's collection. So a lot of people do that, or, you know, because a lot of this is like these old sheet music from the 50s. A lot of it's just 78s and 45s. So he frame it. And he had a lot of it in case he met somebody to get it signed. Obviously, he wasn't going to be meeting Hank Williams Sr., but that was probably actually already made after he even passed away. So the other Kiss single, Shandy's, a $7 start, just FYI. I've got some more blues over here. This is sealed. Sonny Boy Williamson, Bummer Road. That is sealed for a $15 start. Sonny Boy Williamson, Bummer Road. And that's going to go up, whoops, that's going to go up for a $15 start. More sealed blues, Sonny Boy Williamson. Okay, crate number 2, to quickly recap, is coming at you right now. And this one is, everything in here is new and sealed. Some great titles still available from last week. And some of it got claimed earlier this morning. So the first thing I have for you is 3 Days Grace Outsider. 3 Days Grace is $29.99, and we have 2 copies still of that and 2 copies of Nirvana. This is live at the Castle Theater, November 1991. Rome, Nirvana, live in Rome, $29.99. So final call on Shandy for $8. If you want to get a bid in on the Hank Williams Sr. sheet music, that is $10. And then the sealed Sonny Boy Williamson, Bummer Road. It looks like it's, well, no barcode. Wow. No barcode. I mean, I just got handed these. I'm just putting them up sealed. But there is no barcode on that. Just a $15 start on Sonny Boy Williamson. Think about it, but think long and you'll be wrong. I got Laserdisc over here to start running as well. Got a lot of cool Fred stuff tonight. Stick with me all night. As soon as we get done to the conclusion of vinyl, and I think we're done, I'm going to start trying to go through some movie posters tonight. And if you hadn't heard about that already, then make sure you tune in later tonight. I've either got to go through them and sell them, or I'm putting them out up front in the store. And if you're local, I have untubbed 15 or 16 full crates of Fred Goodwin magazines, posters, prints. If you're local, when we open on Wednesday, there's probably 10,000 new items spread out over here on tables. I just got it where people can dig through them. They're all $9.99 each. It could be original movie posters. It could be original lobby cards. It could be magazines. And you might even find some autographs that got buried, just stuff I didn't want to have authenticated. Nirvana Incesticide, $54.99. It comes as a 2 LP, 45 RPM. Also, Cannibal Corpse Worm Infested, that's $38.99. And then here's that Pink Floyd set, live at the Fillmore, Volume 1, Volume 2. Pink Floyd is $44.99, and AC/DC Powerage is $29. We have Ozzy, Diary of a Madman. I still got 2 of these available, $29.99. Ozzy, Diary of a Madman, $29.99. I've got 2, 1, 2 there. Shandy, just 1 bid, another Kiss single gone. Sell that to Steve McGee for $8. If anybody wants the sealed, I repeat, sealed Sonny Boy Williamson, you can pick that up for $15. And the Hank Williams Sr. sheet music from 1952, that's a $10 buy now. Also, we have St. Vincent, All Born Screaming for $33. Olivia Rodrigo Guts is $36.99. Bjork Post is $39. And we have Shonen Knife at $49.99. Wolverine 156. Thank you, Jason. That sold to him for $15. Appreciate that. That is done. Let's put up another Kiss single, and the Hank Williams Senior sheet music is still available. Yeah, Alison Krauss is coming out. I seen that too. Here's a couple really cool singles I put together. I'm going to try to sell as a lot. We got Yakety Yak by the Coasters. Also got from the Coasters Searching, which the Beatles covered during their Decca auditions. This one's pretty clean. I'll have to grade this one here, probably VG+. The Everly Brothers, Bye Bye Love, some classics here. Chuck Berry, Give Me That Rock and Roll Music. And Ricky Nelson Sings, which is just a really cool picture sleeve. Look at that one. I don't see that one too often. So got some classics there. First, a pretty tough picture sleeve. Rock and Roll Music, Bye Bye Love, and then 2 big ones from the Coasters, Yakety Yak and Searching. All those are going to be sold together in a lot. That's a lot of 5 original singles, mostly late 50s stuff there, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. $15 start on that one, okay? There's that. Ed has, or John's dropped off his stack. Yeah, those were laying over here.
Yeah, I accidentally laid them down.
No problem. All righty, John's delivered his haul. Right there is fine. I'm probably going to move them around anyway. There's that. All right, Ed has got his hand out. This is from the new Japanese shipment. Great. I'll go ahead and put one of these up right now. Let's go ahead and just blow everybody's mind. Straight from the Japanese delivery. Straight from the Japanese delivery. Kiss Double Platinum. Kiss Double Platinum. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, just like you would normally expect. This one, unfortunately, doesn't have an Obi, but we're talking double platinum. Wow, very nice copy. That's going to go up for a $35 start. These singles are at $40 with Wolverine. Kelly Vlotter checks out. Next thing I have is Megan. That's $39.99. We have Bjork Debut. That's $39.99. Iron Maiden, Somewhere Back in Time, the best of Iron Maiden. Double picture disc, $69.99. And then Black Sabbath Volume 4, $33.99 for Sabbath. So that lot of, we'll just call it classic 50 stuff there, and maybe even into the early 60s, but that is with Wolverine at $40. That lot of 5 Kiss is a $35 start for double platinum. What a nice looking copy of that. Next thing I have over here is going to be, let's see, we're going to do a lot of 2 Dolly sheet music. These are pretty cool, actually. 2 Doors Down and Here You Come Again. Original Dolly sheet music. These look awesome, framed with an album. Look at that. Wow, those are going to be sold together. We're going to say Dolly a $10 start for both of those, okay? There's that. Also, I've got Yes, Close to the Edge, $59.99. And we have Nirvana Unplugged, of course, $39.99 for Nirvana Unplugged. Nirvana Unplugged, which is a 2 LP. Still looking for some Queens of the Stone Age, but right now I've got Nirvana, Yes, Close to the Edge. Wow. Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Bjork, Megan, Showing Knife, Bjork, Olivia Rodrigo, St. Vincent, Ozzy, AC/DC, Pink Floyd, Cannibal Corpse, Nirvana, and 3 Days Grace. Let me jump over here and make sure I didn't miss any comments, because when they started bidding, everything took off there. Shown a Knife title. Laura replied to you, right? Yeah, Laura to reply to you. Thank you, Laura. And now these are sold, and these are sold to Wolverine for $40. Thank you. Yeah, I do. I should have just left those over here next to me. I've got, man, I found all kinds of stuff. I was like, man, I just need to sell these in a lot. I need to sell these in a lot. There's so much stuff I dug out last night. I wish I could have just had a GoPro on, just documenting me digging through these tubs from Fred's collection. I've been talking about Fred Goodwin for 5 and 6 years now. I'm still unearthing tubs, and we hadn't even got to his books and all these other boxes over here. I mean, they're basically blocked. Man, but I put a lot of stuff out. Like I said, if you're local, most of it's been shown here, but it's just so much. I mean, it would, if somebody come in and just dug through all these tables of stuff I spread out, you'd spend all day in here just looking through all that. So, looks like Dolly has a bid, but you know what doesn't have a bid? What doesn't have a bid is the Kiss Double Platinum. We're looking for a $35. That's a beautiful can I bid? That's a beautiful Japanese pressing. I already thought that would have bids for $35.40, $45.50. And I'm looking for one more crate, and that's wherever the Queens of the Stone Age stuff is. So let me try to find that. Where are you, Queens of the Stone Age? It might be right here. It is. Last crate of warm-up. And new vinyl titles from this morning, the 6 a.m. Of course, I went home, went to Publix. I was standing in Publix, and I was like, dang it. It was like 9:02, and I was like, dang it. I didn't shoot a video before I left. Of course, from Publix to the store is like 10 minutes, maybe 15. And I was like, man, by the time I get there and get it together, it's going to be really late. And I had to go to sleep because I basically went home and went straight to bed. So Chad Anderson gets the Dolly sheet music for $10. Nice pickup there. I feel like those should be about $10 a piece, but he gets both of them for $10. And now somebody can pick up double platinum for $35. I'm assuming most of the Kiss fans are already watching, and they're like, Chad, I bought double platinum 50 years ago. I don't need one. So somebody can step on a great deal, and that's so to Buddy Cordova, $35. So, Tim, all this week I'm going to be doing miscellaneous. Starting during the show tonight and afterwards, I'm going to work on Fred stuff. And then this other corner over here has the rest of it. The rest of it is the sci-fi books and stuff like that. I don't know about how much comics, so, but I may be able to come up with some stuff. So hopefully you can stick around. That's so to Buddy Cordova at a smoking price of $35. Our next auction is Rufus Thomas. Here's another sealed blues-related record, $15 start on that. Rufus Thomas. Shonen Knife from the previous crate is sold to Travis Wade. You got it. That's an actual Japanese pressing, too. Brand new. Thank you on that. There's that. And Rufus Thomas is going to go up for a $15 start. We have Queens of the Stone Age rated R. I still got this one at $36.99, and I've got 2 copies of the best of REM. That's a double LP, $44.99. That's the best of REM. Next Kiss single going up for a $7 start. This is Kiss, Mr. Speed. And Hard Luck Woman. Hard Luck Woman, of course, the A-side from Rock and Roll Over, probably VG or VG Plus. and Kiss is going to go up for a $7 start. REM is $44.99. We have NWA straight out of Compton for $36. Queens of the Stone Age Like Clockwork is sold to Randy Klein. This is a double LP. It is $44.99. And I have 2 copies here of The Clash, London Calling. That is a remastered, $39.99. Also have 1 copy of Billy Joel, River of Dreams for $33. And both copies of Era Vulgaris got sold. One sold to Randy Klein, thank you, and the other one sold to Paul Peterson, thank you. That actually concludes all the claims from this morning's flip video. So Rufus Thomas, last warning on that. Next thing I'm going to do is put up 2 Willie Nelson. No, actually, let's do this one by itself. This is from Urban Cowboy. This is John Travolta, and this is Urban Cowboy, and of course Kenny Rogers there. So that's pretty cool. Sheet music original, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Also, we have Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire, $29.99. And we have Dochi, Alligator Bites Never Heal, $36. There's also a note up here from Gregory I didn't get a chance to read. Chad, it's been said many times, but Ed and his crew and billing and shipping are top notch. I get a box every week, and the order is always correct and packed perfectly. You've put together a great staff there. Thank you, Gregory. I remember you sent that earlier. I was like, I got to go back up and read that. Looked like a very positive review. Thank you as always. Kiss is at 7. Kiss is at 9. Chad, you guys invoiced me separately from last week. All my purchases should be invoiced under Melanie Jennings. What should I do about invoice 072555? Chad, can you get Queens of the Stone Age live at the Catacombs? Kiss 10, Kiss 10, Kiss 12. How much is River of Dreams? What Kiss are you selling? Okay, so one thing at a time here. First thing is River of Dreams is $33.99. Kiss is at 12. If anybody wants the seal, oh, John, you scared me. I thought something was like on fire or something. Okay, well, I was talking about 45s, but that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm doing singles. We might can use these tonight, though. No, I've got a whole stack of Kiss 45s over here. That's okay. I should have been specific. Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do, Ed's still here, I think. Melanie and David Jennings' invoice needs to be combined. I think he can take care of that. If he's still around the corner, he might can even hear me talk. John came around the corner waving some Casablanca inner sleeves, and I didn't even know who was still back here. I get in the zone sometimes. That's why anybody that gets around me, I pause and I talk to them, because I get so in the zone here. When I show up, there's like 8 to 10 people here. Here in about 30 minutes, there'll be nobody here. Maybe just Laura, and then so if I hear or see somebody, I'm like, who's that? Because I'm so in the zone here. Okay. But first thing we got to do is sell Thomas Baumhart, The River of Dreams. Okay, so this is the sheet music. It's actually Kenny Rogers, Love the World Away, and it's from Urban Cowboy. So it's Kenny Rogers, Love the World Away. It's original sheet music from 1980. And that's going to go up for $10. The back looks pretty cool because it's from Urban Cowboy. It's kind of got like a mini poster there on the back, but that's a $10 start. But as always, if you have any invoice corrections, you can always just message our page. If you're on YouTube and you don't have Facebook, you can send Ed an email through our website. And he's already been working on some stuff today. We usually try to get all the kinks out of invoices knocked out within the first 24 or 48 hours. And most of it's just because of human error, where they're keying stuff in by hand. And we have a couple new people keying stuff in. So I'm here every night. If you get somebody new, they may not know the situation. Bill him with him, bill hers with his, put his on mine, bill him and charge him, bill him and charge them, ship it to them. So they have to write all that down, and they have like a huge spreadsheet over here they look at. Like, okay, and plus the Twitch handles. Now we got people buying on Facebook, Twitch, X, and YouTube, all on different handles. So we have errors every now and then, but they'll do that. But yeah, I'll let Ed know right now. Also, we have Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? That's $24.99. Rush is Roll the Bones for $33. Def Leppard Hysteria, $44. We have It's a Beautiful Day for $29. We have Chain of Strength for $39. Also, We're the Meat Men and You Suck, that's $29. The Crow is $44. Vixen's $29, and then that Metallica concert, Volume 1, Volume 2, $44.99 each. All right, Kiss is sold to El Terrible Torrio for $21. Thank you on that one. And then if anybody wants the Urban Cowboy sheet music, it's $10, okay? Let's go back over here, and I think I hadn't missed anything. And which Kiss albums that we're selling? We've got dozens tonight. We got some of probably the most unique and unusual Kiss records that you'll see. We've already blasted through one, which was a Japanese pressing, no Obi, of double platinum. I can't believe it just got one bid. And now I'm going to go ahead and put this up. This is an OG pressing of Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley is a 78 Rainbow OG. It does not have poster or any other extras like it was originally released with. So just a regular, standard Ace Frehley played copy, VG minus a $10 start. VG minus $10 start on Ace Frehley. Next thing is Urban Cowboy is sold for $10 to John Smetzer, and Brian Call wants Jimmy H. And Jimmy H was for... That was maybe something in here. Jimi Hendrix. That's so to Brian Call. Thank you. Okay. There's Ace Frehley. $10 start on that. Next thing is a... Let me step over here and see what I've got actually. Okay, these are really cool. This is... I also found some stuff from a collection I call the Atlanta collection. I actually need to reach out to that guy because I know he has some more autographs. I bought from them a while back, but these are pretty cool. These are original books that came out. They're called the Beatles Illustrated Lyrics, and it is what it is. So a day in the life, and it's got lyrics. Benefit, there's Lady Madonna, there's She's Leaving Home, there's Dr. Robert, and this has got really cool illustrations. And then right behind it is the Beatles Illustrated Lyrics 2. So another edition, Beatles Lyrics 2. So both of those Beatles books together, a $15 start. Those are now up for bid. Okay? Ace Frehley has a bid for $10. Anybody else on anything in here, just let me know, okay? If anybody else wants anything in here, just let me know. All right, there's that. Let me back out of here. And I think we're good to go. Okay, there's that, there's this, and there's that, and we're good. All right, we're good to go. So there's this. Let me open up this. Okay. And let me open up this. Okay. We're ready. Let's start with some of the news. You heading out, John? Thank you. See you tomorrow, or, yeah, tomorrow. Ace Frehley has one bid for $10, final call. And the Beatles books, let me put this one on top. It might be a little bit more recognizable like that. Do you still have a Tool Living in the Past? I should, yeah. I definitely should. Yeah, there was a few new puzzles that showed up. One literally showed up bent in half, and which is unfortunate because I think somebody was on a waiting list for it. But they did send us an extra one, so yeah. Here's sometimes how we get stuff. Literally a puzzle that's broken in half, so I'm sure nobody really wants that. Let's get right into our new stuff because there is quite a bit of pre-orders, including the newest acid bath, which we hadn't got yet. So let's go ahead and start knocking that out, okay? And let's move this right here. And first thing I'm going to say is Ace Frehley is sold to Darren Chrisman for $10. And all of invoices should have been sent. And if anybody wants the Beatles books, $15 buy now on those. No bid on the Beatles books. And Paul, I'm glad you're watching because I know you're one of the bigger movie poster buyers. You might want to watch tonight if you can. I've got road posters. I've got a lot of stuff I had never gone through before. So we'll try to figure those out sooner than later tonight. And here's one more new LP I forgot about. I still got the newest Avenged Sevenfold 20th anniversary. That's on red and orange swirl. $36.99 on that. All right, the two Beatles books sold for $15 to Greg Herman. Rod Bryan was second. So right now, the only no bids, because I'm about to start putting up Kiss stuff, and, well, I still got some other stuff that's not the top tier I'm going to work in, like some singles. I'm about to put up some singles right here. Here's another one. This one's from Mr. Ace. Shock Me, and Christine McVie. Christine 16. Actually, this is just Kiss. My bad. This is from Love Gun. This one looks like it was in a jukebox. It not only is it pretty dirty, but it's got juke marks on it, so we might have to grade that one like VG. Most of these 45s tonight I have not cleaned yet. So Christine 16 and Shock Me, that's a $7 start. Todd Emick on Avenged Sevenfold. That's so to Todd Emick. And the first thing I have is Cynthia Herdron was on a wait list for Ghost Prequel. Of course, the puzzles are, make sure this goes in for $24.99. The other one I have is damaged, so if anybody else wants one, I can order one for you. I'll have to return that one anyway. $24.99. That's Ghost Prequel. And I have this really cool puzzle, which I think is one of the better ones they make just based on the artwork. Iron Maiden, Stranger in a Strange Land. That's a puzzle. I got a few puzzles in here to knock out. $24.99. And longtime customer Jerry Stone sent me a picture. He had just put this one together, and to give y'all an idea of how big they are and how much they look like and what they look like when they're completed, that's what it looks like. So there's the size of the box, which is about a 12 by 12. That's what the puzzle looks like when it's completed. Really cool. So you frame that up, it's going to be an 18 by 18 approximately. So that's really cool. Jerry's the in-house puzzle expert. He's probably bought one of every one of these. And Iron Maiden is $24.99. I've got 3 of those. The Avenged Sevenfold is $36.99. Kiss is a $7 start. Next auction is going to go up right now. And I have another book. This one's really cool. Led Zeppelin, The Hammer of the Gods by Stephen Davis. It's got the original dust jacket on it. Of course, it's kind of like the premiere and original biography of Led Zeppelin. This one's a 1985 edition, and this one is going to go up for a $15 start. Led Zeppelin, Hammer of the Gods, $15 start on that. Also have some Laserdisc over here. Let's see which one I want to try first. I hadn't really got to look at them, but there's some pretty cool ones over here like Terminator 2, Judgment Day. That's a Laserdisc, and we're going to put that up for a $10 start. Terminator 2. That's now for bid. All right, let's knock out this Acid Bath pre-order. This is Pagan Terrorism Tactics by Acid Bath. Pagan Terrorism Tactics. And let's pull up the pre-order for this one. This is Acid Bath. And then the other restock came in as well. So if you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order, I'm about to read off everybody right now that got this one. The post has 31 comments. And here we go. First thing I have is Heath Norman from 2 weeks ago. This is Acid Bath, $39.99. We also have one from Brandon Jones. There's one from Brandon Jones. Brandon Jones also wants the other one whenever I get to it. I'll remember that. So there's Brandon Jones. Also, we got Philip Holt and Scott Smith. There's Philip Holt and Scott Smith. Those two are sold. Jen Cast and Danny Thomason. Jen Cast and Danny Thomason. Jen Cast and Danny Thomason. There's 2 more sold. We have Patrick Malloy and Chris Gornsey. Patrick Malloy and Chris Gornsey. There's 2 more sold. All right, we got Cameron Porter and Jeff Dedman. Cameron Porter and Jeff Dedman. 2 more sold there. Thank y'all. And then I have 2 left. And before I got a whole nother crate, so don't worry. Jeremy Todd and Steve Weaver. Jeremy Todd and Steve Weaver. All right. So right over here, we had Led Zeppelin book, Hammer of the Gods at $15. Laserdisc 10. Laserdisc 10. John Howard wants to ask about. There's more coming. Any Neil Young? No Neil Young puzzles, unfortunately. So the Terminator Laserdisc is at $15. This VG, maybe even VG minus copy of Shock Me and Christine 16 is a $7 buy it now. And I still got those 3 Iron Maiden puzzles, Stranger in a Strange Land. Those are pretty sweet, $24.99. I've got a whole crate over here of Laserdisc. I've got piles and piles of books, lobby cards, inserts. I found Smokey and the Bandit posters. I found Caddyshack stuff. I'm going to try to get to as much of it as I can after the record sale tonight. We got to focus on Kiss, though, for a few hours and all of our other vinyl. We got to... Sometimes I get excited getting into something different, like all the miscellaneous I have for tonight. If you need an acid bath and you know you wasn't for sure on the pre-order, let me know. Let me break it up right quick and let me officially open my laptop for a waiting list over here. I'm about to start showing some books. I've auctioned all the books I wanted to auction. I got a few more over here, but I'm about to do some for buy it nows as well. And let me cancel this. I don't want to update right now. That would be very bad. Let me look up who's next on the Led Zeppelin list, because there's one more mothership that showed up, and that one goes to Chad Solar. Solarplex Studios gets this one. Solarplex Studios gets this one here. So this is sold to Chad Solar. Thank you on that one. Any James Bond books? None that I've been able to locate. I know Fred had some paperbacks. None of the originals. I'm still looking for those myself. Fred had some just like common paperbacks because of where he might have was going to get Shirley Eaton to sign them, but I haven't seen those in a while. They're in a tub around here somewhere. Okay, so we have Led Zeppelin at 16, 17, 18, 18, and 20, all right? So that's the Led Zeppelin Hammer of the Gods. The laser disc is officially sold to Jeff Brindley for $15, okay? That was the Terminator 2 laser disc, 15 on that. I got a few over here. I'm going to just, you know, put up individually key blockbuster titles, and then the rest we'll probably just sell in a big lot to somebody. Probably one of the two people that's been bidding on all the ones so far by that time. All right, we got Autumn Betts getting an acid bath, and Curtis Nielsen, who is King Fluffy on YouTube and Twitch. So Autumn Betts and Curtis Nielsen, and then Dean Tefford and John Oliver. Dean Tefford and John Oliver also gets 2 here. All right, and let's do this. Let's do this. Thank you. I'll take this right here, and let me put this here. And we got a whole crate all of a sudden full of acid baths. So let me swap out over here. And if anybody wants a Led Zeppelin mothership, you just seen me flash. That particular Led Zeppelin mothership, we have a waiting list for. So about the next 4 or 5 that come in are already spoken for. But if you want to be on that list whenever they pop up, just let me know. All right, there's Hammer of the Gods, and that is at 20 with Matt Barnhill. And that's at $20. It's up to Dustin Whitaker. He's out, and so is Courtney. Hammer of the Gods. And Courtney, I don't know if you saw that picture I sent to you, but a while back, Courtney, I sent you a picture of all the other Stephen King books that I found up there on that shelf, and I don't know if you want them. If so, I can go pull them off and go ahead and tag you for them. I think they're all $19.99 or $14, somewhere right in there. Here is Walt Disney's Fantasia Laserdisc. That's always a cool one. It's a movie that came out in 1940, revolutionary for 1940. It does have a little bit of a seam bust over here on the spine. Fantasia, that's a Laserdisc. That's a $10 star. We're not done with acid baths yet. I got one for Charles McDonald and Scott Dwallow. Charles McDonald and Scott Dwallow. I told you we sold a bunch of these. Joshua Cross and Joy Fino. Joshua Cross and Joy Fino. We also got one for Michael LeBlanc. We also got one for Michael LeBlanc and Sean Fairweather. Michael LeBlanc and Sean Fairweather. And Ed, are you leaving? Okay. Let me ask you one thing before you leave. And then Ronnie Ritchie. Thank you, Ronnie Ritchie and Mark Stanley. Okay, so there's Ronnie Ritchie and there's Mark Stanley. Let me mute my mic right quick. All right, thank you, Ed. We have Hammer of the Gods. This is sold then to Matt Barnhill for $20. By the way, it's in fantastic condition. Fantasia is sold to, well, actually, whoop, that's too quick. Fantasia is at just $15. That just happened. And let me make sure I didn't miss any of the pre-orders. So everybody right now that got an acid bath was Heath Norman, Brandon Jones, Philip Holt, Scott Smith, Jen Cass, Danny Thomason, Patrick Malloy, Chris Gornsey, Cameron Porter, Jeff Dedman, Jeremy Todd, Steve Weaver, Autumn Betts, Curtis Nielsen, Dean Tedford, John Oliver, Charles McDonald, Scott Dwallow, Joshua Cross, Joy Fino, Sean Fairweather, Ronnie Ritchie, and Mark Stanley, okay? And I think we have Metal Jerry Guy Guerrera. I have, let me pull up my laptop here, and then there's a couple people who's claimed one live, it looks like. So let's first look up Acid on my laptop, and that was Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. He needed one. Let's look that up. Yep, and Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. That's what his handle's under, okay? There's that. Now Fantasia is sold to Jeff Brindley for $15. Okay, let's go ahead and start putting up some of the advertised KISS auctions, and we'll start mixing in the rest of these 45s. It looks like there was at least 2 live claims for Acid Bath, one for Gerald Whitworth. There's one for Gerald Whitworth, and the other Acid Bath I saw was John Howard, okay? There's one for John Howard. So those are done. So there is Acid Bath, Pagan Terrorism Tactics. These are not available through distribution. I actually talked to one guy this morning about it that I order stuff from, and they have their catalog, but it's always back ordered. So I got these direct from Rotten Records, and that's why I was able to get those. I will definitely have up a pre-order post in our group for Megadeth whenever the details are available to me. There is the first big new arrival pre-order of the week, and I've sold 2 live. That's what's still available. Let's put up some auctions, okay? Let's step right over here and put this up. I see Vinnie Vincent on the cover. That's always big. Even weirder than we are, Vinnie Vincent on the cover. I get at that a lot. Is Vinnie Vincent on the cover? This is a 2013 green vinyl unofficial. It was recorded live in Rockford, Illinois on New Year's Eve, 1982. Really cool green looking vinyl, gatefold jacket. $55 start on that. $55 start. If anybody decides you want an Acid Bath, just let me know. I'm going to keep those right here behind me. I'm going to put them over here with the Iron Maiden puzzles. And I went ahead and ordered several because that's a restock. If I run out, it could be a few, you know, maybe even a couple weeks before they show up again. And I got some books over here that are straight priced. I'm going to start showing a few at a time. This is called England's Dreamin'. John Savage, Anarchy, Sex Pistols, Punk Rock, and Beyond. England's Dreamin' by John Savage. That's a hardback book. $19.99 on that. James Brown, The Godfather of Soul. $14.99. And Chuck Berry, The Autobiography. $9.99. I bet in the last 5 years, I have sold a complete archive of rock and roll history books, biographies, autobiographies. I wish I had them all back in just like one wall to snap a picture of them. It's been amazing, the amount of books that's come through here. I'm moving this crate of Japanese a little bit closer to me. Here is a short but sweet crate of Japanese, and I'm going to go ahead and start mixing some of those in. And why not go ahead and put up some jazz? Nope, let's do Night Ranger with Sister Christian. Here we go. This is a Japanese pressing. Shrink, Hop Sticker, Obi, Near Mint Minus and Pristine with the Night Ranger book. A $35 star. So this is Midnight Madness. There's the Night Ranger special issue book. There's the insert. Night Ranger's a $35 start. Here's some no bid so far tonight. Sealed Rufus Thomas, a Gusto compilation for $15. I have a pretty low grade copy of Christine 16 and Shock Me for $7. And some original sheet music of Hank Williams Sr., Jambalaya, 1952, $10 on that. There is this, which is Kiss, and that's now at $60. There's Night Ranger for a $35 start. And then there was the first few books. England's Dreamin', John Savage, Anarchy, Sex Pistols, Punk Rock, James Brown, and Chuck Berry. And I'm going to leave the ones that don't sell stacked right up here next to me, so I have plenty of space for more auctions back here, okay? No King Diamond cards. No. Went through about 20 tubs last night. No hit yet. Give me another 7 days or give me another 7 months. Or they might not even be in this building. That's also a chance too. What I thought I had may be a false memory. Could be one of those simulation things. That happens a lot. Somewhere, I know I remember seeing records at one point that I haven't seen in this building in a long time. That means they're really, really buried, or I sold them and didn't even realize them. Or it could be a night that, you know, Paul was here and sold stuff. But I know there's stuff in this building like those King Diamond cards, Danny. No idea, though. Could pop up any day or never. So Patrick Mathis, you were outbid on Kiss. I haven't heard back from you. J.D. Conklin, you were outbid on Kiss. I hadn't heard back from you. No bid on Night Ranger. And the Kiss single was sold for $5 to Darren Chrisman. Courtney Duncan wants the James Brown book. Let me also go grab those Stephen King books for you, and I'll make sure you want them all. I'm glad I'm getting those off the shelf, because probably over the next 5 days, I'm going to be marking hundreds of books. I probably went through 200 or 300 last night, and I got all these Stephen Kings together for her. Let me try to find them. So, well, there's some holes on the shelf, so it looks like a couple sold in the store. That happens. Yep, there's 2 or 3 holes, but let me show you what's left. And I think there's one here. Yeah, and then I had a whole cubby over here of World War II books, and it looks like somebody's come in and bought every one of those too at $14 and $19.99 each. People love their books. I don't know about y'all, but if you count them individually, I probably have just as many books as I do records myself. So Courtney, I had Stephen King, Everything's Eventual, 14 Dark Tales. That was $9.99. Stephen King, The Wind Through the Keyhole, that was $14.99. Stephen King, The Drawing of the Three, $14. Stephen King, Wizard and Glass was $14. The Dark Tower 7 was $14. And Stephen King's Gerald's Game is $14. And Courtney said she'll take all those. And now we have quite the stack here of sold miscellaneous stuff. Let me go ahead and get a good spot for the Operations Center. We're going to be busy this week with miscellaneous, it looks like. Off to a hot start already. Kind of took about a probably about a solid 2-week break on most of it. So we're about to sell a lot. Let me move some of this stuff. I'm going to set her books there. And there we have it. There's 1 stack and then 2 stacks. All right. Let's see where we're at on the Kiss auction now. And we have Kiss is at $70. Bill Samus, you're out. If anybody wants Night Ranger, you can pick that up for a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. Is English Dreaming a hardback? It is. And Tom Kelly, I just saw your question. This does have a Obi, yes. This does have an Obi. It's up here at the top. Yeah, it's a beautiful copy. Sorry, I just now seen your question. But if you want it, I'll give you first dibs, okay? And then if you pass, if somebody else, Tom, does take it. Okay, great. That's sold to Tom Kelly for $35. All right, so over here, Kiss was at $70 with J.D. Conklin, even weirder than we are. And Bill Samus is back in at $85. So, J.D., you're back out on that one. Let's go back to the top and make sure I didn't miss any other questions. We sold that. We sold the James Brown book, and we have down here. And John Minsmore wants the last one, or the next to last book, which was England's Dreaming. John Savage, thank you on that. And that just leaves Mr. Chuck Berry over here, the autobiography in his own words. All right, here's the other acid bath. This is pre-order number 2. Okay, restock number 2 for this one, the very popular When the Kite String Pops, okay? These are $39.99. The first one goes to Patrick Malloy. The other one goes to Charles McDonald and Brandon Jones. And then we got Michael LeBlanc and Kyle Lozier. Michael LeBlanc and Kyle Lozier. And then Paul Richards and Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. Paul Richards and Metal Guy Guerrera. And then Ed handed me a sticky note. Pagan Terrorism Tactics Acid Bath for Kyle Lozier as well. Let me make sure his name wasn't already on that post. I don't think it was, though. I don't remember saying Kyle Lozier. Is that like Robert Lozier, like that scene from Family Guy? Robert Lozier. Anybody seen that before? Kyle Lozier also wants a Pagan Terrorism Tactics. Okay, some heavy stuff there, some interesting stuff. Acid bath, and I have that many left of When the Kite String Pops, $39.99. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 copies of that, and then that other album as well. And that was everybody. I don't have any other list. We got Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera, that was from my memory. I just added Kyle Lozier. He got in on both of them. Anybody else? Let's put up another auction. More Japanese coming up. Miles Davis is going to go up right now. This is Bags Groove by Miles Davis in mono, a Japanese pressing with Obi, a $35 start. Super clean vinyl, $35 start on that. There's the Obi. There's the Japanese insert, $35 start. And I think I can condense almost. I'm going to keep the two acid baths together here. We'll keep these two together right there. So there's the two available right now, 39 and 39. I think I'll make one more post when everybody's like, oh, he actually has them all in stock this time. He actually has them. That way people know I'll definitely take one. All right, here's another opportunity for a laser disc. The Mini Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. That's a laser disc. $10 start on that. Kiss Info. This is at $100 of Bill Samus. It's Kiss live at Metro Center in Rockford, Illinois, 1982. Rockford, Illinois, 1982. It's had multiple bids and bidders. It's a final call. It's a final call. A final call for $100. All right, here we go. Let's bring these over and let's knock out some more pre-orders. Monday is the biggest night for new pre-orders. The main distributor I order most of our new vinyl from, they ship pre-orders that come out Friday, the Thursday before. And it's 2-day shipping, so we always get them on Monday. So anything that comes out Friday that I've pre-ordered, and then I usually sit down like I did this morning, and I go through all the new releases that I either forgot to pre-order or ran out of time, or I didn't even know that they were coming out. I was like, whoa, I didn't even know these are coming out. That kind of stuff will start showing up as soon as tomorrow and Wednesday. But tonight, the 4 or 5 crates I have is mostly all pre-sold pre-orders, like the new Rhino Reserve all analog Fleetwood Mac Tango in the Night, which is $38.99. Let's pull this up. Another all analog Fleetwood Mac, this time Tango in the Night from Rhino Reserve, $38.99. Kiss is sold to Bill Samus for $100. Final call on the Laserdisc for $10. Miles Davis doesn't have a bid for $35. Let's put up another Kiss auction. This is Kiss, Saints and Toronto, a unofficial pressing, purple vinyl, live at Maple Leafs Garden in Toronto, Canada, 1983. It has a poster and a book, a $65 start on that. $65 start on that. Overhead view right quick. Laserdisc, Miles Davis, Japanese of Obi, $35 start. And there's another Kiss auction. There'll be a Kiss auction back there right now for probably the next 5 hours. And anytime you're hopping on tonight, there will be a Kiss item up for auction. Most of them's going to be back there for a while, but if they don't get bids, I'll go ahead and move them pretty fast, okay? Several pre-orders on this, so let's go ahead and knock this out. Tango in the Night, and let's see who all got one. These are $38.99. Boy, that's going to sound amazing. I Want to Be With You Everywhere, Little Lies. That's going to be so sweet to listen to. First one goes to Alvo C. Dabney Jr. We got Julianne Roman, and we got Stacy Brown. There's 2 more sold. There's Julianne Roman and there's Stacy Brown. We have one for Patrick Lear and Scott Beebe. Patrick Lear and Scott Beebe. There's 2 more sold. And then we have Autumn Betts and Melanie Jennings. Autumn Betts and Melanie Jennings. 2 more sold there. Autumn Betts, Melanie Jennings. Ben Dygert and Thomas Baumhart wanted 2 of them. Ben Dygert and Thomas Baumhart got 2 of them. Also, Michael Nath and Mike Conway. Michael Nath and Mike Conway, and then last was Blaine Zapnick. Blaine Zapnick there last. So thank you, Blaine, and that's everybody on the pre-order. And this is Alvo Dabney, Julianne Roman, Stacy Brown, Patrick Lear, Scott Beebe, Autumn Betts, Melanie Jennings, Ben Dygert, Thomas Baumhart on 2, Michael Nath, Paul Conway, and Blaine Zapnick. Kiss has a bid for $65 and now $70. Let's go ahead and sell this laser disc to Michael Rudolph for $10. And if anybody wants Miles Davis, it's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. There's that. Oh, good knee pop just happened. All right, thank you, Michael. That's so to you. Just put it in a new sleeve for you, too. And here is a classic film. This is Forrest Gump. It's a double laser disc. Very nice gatefold jacket. Original item. There is no really original Forrest Gump OG soundtrack. A lot of these laser discs are cool. I know they're not necessarily vinyl, but I've told y'all before, there's a lot of laser discs where vinyl soundtracks don't exist. Those are pretty cool to have as like placeholders almost. All right, so Miles Davis is $35. Is that an offer? Blaine? And then Danny, I'll do 7 on Hank. I was expecting it to bring like $300. All right, a couple more books over here. Let's show these right quick. Next thing is, let's see what these are. I have Directory of Illustration, which I couldn't find a lot of information about. A couple other similar books were very expensive, but that's a hardback book, Directory of Illustration, $24.99. Take that for what it is. And then this is a cool one, Bernie Taupin, the one who writes the words for Elton John. This is $19.99. Elton John, Bernie Taupin book, the lyrics and illustrations. That is $19.99. Bernie Taupin, and this one's pretty pricey. This is Writings and Drawings by Bob Dylan. And some of these in really high grade had sold for close to $100. $49.99, Writings and Drawings by Bob Dylan. I think this is the one he keeps on his, I think there was somebody that was interviewed recently, and they talked about meeting Bob Dylan backstage, and he carries around one of these books with him, like a book somebody else published, because he's wrote so many lyrics, and somebody asked him, why do you carry this around? He's like, well, I don't ever forget lyrics, but I keep this with me just in case I do forget them. And he's probably talking about a book like this because it's like 300 pages here. It's amazing how much music he's wrote. But, I mean, that's all Bob Dylan. That's just through what? What year did this come out? This is a vintage book. This is just through 1973. If you put everything together, it's probably, what, about this thick now? He's probably wrote 3 times that much since 1973. $49.99. Okay, right now the Laser Kiss is at $75. I was going to make sure J.D. Conklin was out. He's now at $80. Okay, so that means that's still getting bids, and the Forrest Gump is at $15. Blaine, I will split the difference with you on Miles Davis and sell that to you for $30. And I'm going to sell this to Danny Thomason for $7. Hank Williams Jr. Jambalaya. That's sold. And Guy Shard wants the Bernie Taupin book. I still got illustrations, Bob Dylan, and we have Bernie Taupin there. Okay, Blaine, I'll do 30 on the Miles Davis. Kiss is at 80, now 85. So that is what's left. Nobody claimed a Fleetwood Mac Live. I've still got it, okay? I still have these in stock. Tango, all analog, $38.99. So that's really cool. And then here's another new release, which is from Motorhead. And this is No Sleep Till Hammersmith. I think I've got to swap out crates anyway. But let's pull up Motorhead and see what's going on with this one. Motorhead is a new release for Friday. It's called No Sleep Till Hammersmith. It's on yellow and black swirl, marbled kind of vinyl, as a half-speed master, and these are $36.99. And the pre-order for this was Justin Deckelman, David Howard, and Richard Davis. Justin Deckelman, David Howard, and Richard Davis. And let me put those in there. And then we got Kenny Cates Jr., Scott Markheim, and John Miller. Kenny Cates Jr., Scott Markheim, and John Miller. There's 3 more sold. And then the last 2 are Jamie McCord and Ken Crooker. Jamie McCord and Ken Crooker. There's 2 more sold. Jamie McCord and Ken Crooker, okay? And that comes out Friday. If you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, now's your time to shy. Let's go ahead and sell Forrest Gump, the Jeff Brinley, for $15. Thank you, Jeff Brinley. That's sold to you for $15. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve. And that has pretty much filled up our second crate here. So let me swap these out right quick. And I see some claims. I see some bids. I see some questions. And I see some suggestions. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Getting your week started off right. New week, new everything here at Coletco. Should be a very interesting night. You're going to be seeing a lot of stuff tonight I normally may not be showing. Gerald Whitworth got a Motorhead. Michael Nath on the Bob Dylan book. And then Blaine Zapnick did want Miles Davis for $30. J.D. Conklin has Kiss for $90. Brad, it's up to you. J.D. Conklin has Kiss at $90. Brad, it's all up to you. Blaine, thank you on the Miles Davis. That's sold to him. All right, there's that. And I don't think I've seen a Fleetwood Mac claim yet. I can't convince one person live who wasn't on the pre-order for Fleetwood Mac. That's surprising. Etta James, the second time around. Is this jackpot? It is. Let me see if there's a waiting list for this one. So guess what? More jackpots showed up. Didn't expect that. Some of these I thought were done and gone, but you just never know. That's why waiting lists are great. That's why I advocate for waiting list. All right, let me search Etta over here. And there's actually no waiting list for this jackpot. So here they are. You can get them right now. If somebody had of one on a waiting list, you could be getting one right now. Cut by Kevin Gray, all analog, $34.99. And now we're getting into some special orders that Ed did for some people. Here is Skid Row Subhuman Race. We can get this. It is $39.99. Mark Morris was on a special order for Skid Row. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Morbid Angel is for Darren Chrisman. That's Covenant. He gets that. That's so to Darren Chrisman. If anybody else wants that, let me know. Here's another Morbid Angel. Blessed Are the Sick. That's so to Darren Chrisman on special request. And I'm not going to do these right now because they're coming, more are coming this week. But that is Hailstorm Everest, which I missed originally. It came out, I think, last week or the week before. I went ahead and posted as a pre-order because they had hundreds in stock. If anybody wants this, there's a post up, or we can take down your name right now because there's going to be about 10 extras show up next week, or excuse me, tomorrow probably. So if anybody, and I'll just wait and do all those at once. That one's already got Bob Reiger's name on it. Bob, you will be getting one, but I'll do all those at the same time. Okay? Etta James is so to Michael Nath, and the Kiss is a final call. There was a new bid, and then JD went out. There's that. But Bob, that will be going to you. What I'll do is I'll just knock all those out at once, okay? Plus, I think it's even cheaper. Yeah, Bob, that one's marked 33. I think they're actually going to be 29. They're actually going to be $29.99. But if anybody wants a Morbid Angel, Skid Row, those are all special requests. And let me peel the price off this. They're actually going to be a little bit cheaper. Okay? Slave to the Grind. Sometimes it's in stock, sometimes it's not. That's a tough one. Sometimes it's in stock, sometimes it's not. But if you want to go down, we can check on it for you, all right? Here is another jazz opportunity. Miles Davis in Berlin. This is a Japanese pressing. Near Mint Minus and Shrink has a hype sticker on it. This is going to go up for a $35 star. There's that. There's this. And there's that, okay? I'm going to set this book right over here. And these other no bids, I can't leave these really on the table tonight. There's just not going to be enough room. I'm just going to start a little pile over here and then show them again later tonight. And let's knock this out right here. This Kiss auction is sold, and this one is sold to Brad Waits for $95. All right. One of the featured things that I caught my eye tonight is looks like we got a ton of Japanese Kiss. I mean, I'm looking at right now like a dozen of them. So let's go ahead and pull one out. Let's try Dynasty, which is a 79 Japanese pressing with the book, which doubles as the poster. The Obi, it's Near Mint Minus and pristine. It's a beautiful OG Japanese pressing, a $65 start, okay? Let's check on Amanda Darby for Skid Row Slave to the Grind. So this crate here was new stuff and restocks. The restock was Etta James, second time around, all analog on orange marble vinyl too. Orange marble vinyl, 34. New Motorhead for Friday, No Sleep Till Hammersmith. The classic live album from the greatest hard rock band of all time. Pressed on yellow and black vinyl, cut as half speed, with poster, $36.99. And Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, all analog. Rhino Reserve, $38.99. I want to be with you everywhere. All right, another laser disc coming. Alien, uh-oh. You heard me right. This is a laser disc, okay? I got to say this over and over because if somebody hops on the chat right now and they see this, they'll think they're probably bidding on a soundtrack. So you'll probably hear me say that a lot. Alien is a $10 start. It does have a little bit of a ding here on the cover, just FYI, but that is a laser disc, $10 start on Alien. Kiss is at $80, and Brad Waits also wants to try that Skid Row waiting list for Slave to the Grind. Miles Davis in Berlin's a $35 start. Chad's going to bring over another crate of pre-orders, and Chad's going to take a drink of water, and Chad is going to go find a cookie. And Laura has delivered a crate. We got Paul here today. He went out on a buy, though, I think. I think Paul went out on a buy today. And he's out doing that right now, I think. Let me see. One second. All right. All right. Let's see here. I think the other crate are the Stevie Nicks. Yeah. Nice. Got the Stevies in. This one is huge. Here we go. We got, before I show them, well, let's go ahead and do, all right, so Kiss Open is 65, then 70, then 80, Laserdisc 10, 10, 15, 15, 16, 20, 21, 22. All right, so right now, Aliens at $21 with Jeff Brindley. That is the high bid. Miles Davis is a buy it now for $35. That's Miles Davis in Berlin. In Shrink and Hype, Obi's at the top. 35 on Miles Davis. Oh, trust me, we're always looking for the Alien soundtrack. That's tough to get. Yeah, we're always looking for those. That's just one of those things that can't get enough of those. Aliens at $21. That means the last bid that came in on Kiss Dynasty. The last bid that came in on Kiss Dynasty was Kaysen at $80. Blaine's offered $30 for Miles. We'll go ahead and sell it to him, okay? Nice pickup there. So let's shift these down. I think I'm going to bring a few more things off my cart over here that I've priced, a few more books. Let's do 3, 4 more here. 4 more books. This is first The Lives of John Lennon. That's a hardback book, $14.99 on The Lives of John Lennon. Norm N. Knight, Rock On, the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Rock and Roll, with special introductions by MTV Music Television Video Jocks, 78 to present. That's $14.99. The biography of Janis Joplin, Buried Alive. Janis Joplin's $14.99 with Dust Jacket. And Little Richard is $14.99. The Life and Times of Little Richard. Okay, so over here, we have Miles Davis at $30. We sold that. The Alien Laserdisc is at $25. John Robb wants to see the inserts on the Kiss poster, or the Kiss album. Let me pull up the pre-order for Stevie Nicks so I can start reading these off. Hopefully everybody's done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Here is Kiss Dynasty. It's a 1979 Japanese OG pressing. It is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the original Japanese, like, inner sleeve. And then here is the book, okay? And, of course, the book doubles as the gatefold poster that came with the U.S. press. There's that. Just that book there. And there's the Obi, and the cover is also pretty dang nice. And the high bid on Kiss right now is a final call, and that's been with Kaysen for 4 minutes now at $80. So here's what I'm going to do. If John Robb says pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Kaysen unless another bid pops up or John Robb can bid. Here is another Rhino High Fidelity Series, Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. I have them right here. $39.99, 180 gram, cut from the original analog master tapes by Kevin Gray, pressed at Optimal. Insert, gatefold, Stevie Nicks, $39.99. This is also new for Friday. And the first person on a pre-order was George Jones. So we'll go ahead and tag one for George Jones. Kaysen, you get Kiss for $80. Kaysen Kiss, $80 for that. And now the last bid that came in on Alien is $25 with Jeff Brindley. $25 with Jeff Brindley, which is now going once and going twice, okay? Let's put that over here for him. And let's introduce another Kiss auction. Next thing is this. We've got Kiss, and this is called Wicked Kisses. Wicked Kisses is an unofficial And this Gogs actually has very little information about this. This is probably Wicked Lester stuff. Laura says there's actually very little information on this. $50 start, Wicked Kisses. Probably is, I have to bet, something to do with Wicked Lester. But that's a $50 start on that one. Chip Franklin, your bid on Dynasty just came in late. Sorry about that. Kaysen had that for almost 9 minutes. Okay. And first thing we have is Todd Coe and Scott Corcoran. Those are the next people on Stevie Nicks. Also, Autumn Betts and Scott Beebe. Autumn Betts and Scott Beebe. We have Chris Pedzwar and Rob Fordham. Chris Pedzwar and Rob Fordham. Brandon Lack and Tim Floyd. Brandon Lack and Tim Floyd. Thank you and thank you. Also, Kara Bauer and Brad Waits. Kara Bauer and Brad Waits. Thank you and thank you. Paul Brothers and Jamie Butler. Paul Brothers and Jamie Butler. And then over here, we got Sandy Villa, last one. This is why I tell y'all it's very important that I post pre-orders in the group, because we've already sold a lot of vinyl tonight, and that's all mostly just from pre-orders in our group. That's why I tell y'all I got to be very careful how much I approve on there the days that I'm posting pre-orders, so the algorithm hits better and more people see our pre-orders, because very little of this has sold during the live sale tonight. Most people that have claimed these already aren't even watching right now. They're probably still on their way back from work. They're at a football game. They're at a t-ball game. I don't know, but that's why pre-orders is so important. We've already sold 3 full crates of vinyl tonight, and a lot of this hasn't been claimed live. I've still got all the Stevie Nicks. I don't have any live claim for those yet. I still got all the Fleetwood Macs. I still got the Etta James. I still got the Motorhead, and I still got most of the Acid Baths. So if you need a Stevie Nicks, I have that many left. I would love to sell out of all this stuff tonight. But first, we're going to sell this Alien picture disc, and this Alien picture disc is sold to Jeff Brinley for $25. $25. So make sure you join our group. Always good to get it on pre-orders early. Whenever they come in, you get tagged, and then you get billed the following Monday. Okay, so if you pre-order something, you don't pay for it then. It don't show up on your invoice until now. So if you pre-order something, it comes in on Monday, you're not billed until, these people aren't going to get a bill till the next Monday. Kiss is at $80 of Brad Waits. That's going once, going twice. Let's flip through some more Laserdisc over here. Ooh, this is a cool one. The Addams Family. The Addams Family, that's going to go up for a $10 star. That is a Laserdisc, okay? And then over here, we have, there's some more Hailstorms. Like I said, if anybody wants on that list, they'll be back in. There should be enough to tag to make it efficient probably by tomorrow. I'll go ahead and just knock those out tomorrow, okay? All right. And Kevin Voitage says he'll take a Stevie Nicks. That's what I'm talking about. I was like, surely I'll sell one live. I've been ordering more stock than normal. Usually I'll do a pre-order and then add 2 or 3. Here lately I've been adding 5 and 7. And now everybody's letting me down. Nobody's buying them. What a great album, too. This is going to sound amazing. Stop Dragging My Heart Around. Are you kidding me? Stevie Nicks, $39.99. Let's make sure everybody knows that they was on the pre-order. George Jones, Todd Coe, Scott Corcoran, Autumn Betts, Scott Beebe, Chris Pedzwar, Rob Fordham, Brandon Lack, Tim Floyd, Kara Bauer, Brad Waits, Paul Brothers, Jamie Butler, Sandy Villa. Okay? Kiss is at 85 of J.D. Conklin. The Laserdisc is at 10 with Jeff Brinley. Courtney, your bid came in second. So there's Stevie Nicks. We're going to recap all the new pre-orders right now. Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray, $39.99. And then from the last crate, Etta James. This is a jackpot, which that label for this pressing does all analog as well. Orange marble vinyl, $34.99. New Motorhead for Friday, a new Half-Speed Master Anniversary Edition on colored vinyl. That is $34, $36.99. $36.99. Mark White on Stevie. Mark, are you a first-time buyer? If you are, just say, yes, first-time buyer, and I will get you some information. Or you can say, no, Chad, I'm on here every night, or are you crazy? Just let me know. And then over here, we have Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, another all-analog. That's from Rhino Reserve, which has always been kind of a tougher OG to get because it came out in '87, $38.99. Addams Family's at $15. He's out on Kiss. That means when I come back, I'm selling that to J.D. Conklin for $85. okay? Let's bring this crate over here, and let me show you a few more books I've got. Here are three more, it looks like. I have Elvis and Me by Priscilla Presley. Elvis and Me, that is $14.99, original dust jacket. Hellfire, the Jerry Lee Lewis story, that's $9.99. And a sci-fi book here, The Number of the Beast by Robert Heinlein, that is $14.99, The Number of the Beast. That's a vintage paperback, $14.99. There's some books for your liking. Kiss is at 90, Addams Family's at 20, final call. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. And the next Japanese pressing is going to be another Miles Davis. This time, Obi-less, I guess. Let me make sure. Sometimes it's tucked behind the jacket. And this is Miles Davis at Carnegie Hall. This is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful vinyl. Has a Japanese insert. And cover, no Obi. The cover is probably VG just because of discoloration. $35 star. Mark says, you are crazy. He just got his first order today. Welcome back. Sorry, I forgot your name there. You got to hand to me, though. That is kind of a common name. So, Mark White, welcome back. All right. And then J.D. Conklin's back in on Kiss at 95. And the only other new stuff I can show you is, let me condense these puzzles in here. Don't forget, these are puzzles. Iron Maiden, Stranger in a Strange Land. I went ahead and got 3 of those. They're $24.99. Is Motorhead the 40th anniversary of 3 LPs? No, Motorhead is a single LP, yellow and black marble vinyl. The street date for it is today. All right, let me take this crate off. We already have a lower crate. Probably the next thing I'm going to do is show you the discount leftovers from the 2 crates from last week. And I've got the acid baths, okay? I got both acid baths in stock if anybody wants to see those. I'll show you some of the other puzzles in just a second, okay? I'll do that in just a second. Here we go. Let's see what John's got for us over here with new vintage. But that was the conclusion of all the new vinyl. Knocked that out in about an hour and a half, I guess. Still got about a crate left, including the acid baths. So there's that. The Addams Family Laserdisc is sold to Courtney Duncan for $20. That is sold. Da-da-da-da. And then Miles Davis, a Japanese pressing. No Obi, $35 on that. JD has Kiss at 105. Jeff's out. Probably go ahead and wrap that one up pretty quick then. What is the next one here? How about, ooh, here's some big movies. And we even have a concert film. We got a couple concert films. Nice. Let's do this one first. Big film here with Mel Gibson, Braveheart. Another laser disc. Braveheart's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? Where did I do with John stuff? Lower crate. We'll do check condition. Actually, let's do these 2 discount crates. I've got 2 discount crates made up here. 2 discount crates made up here from, this was the stuff that Tanner would have tagged Saturday. This were the videos that were made Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, and this is what didn't get claimed. Whoops, this is what didn't get claimed. Let's go through these. Okay, so tonight for the auctions, it's going to be Japanese till I run out. Miscellaneous stuff, which we're almost probably done with Laserdisc, honestly. I'm going to pick out a few more select titles, sell the rest. And then I'm about to, as soon as I empty this cart, I'm going to go up front, and I got little stacks of stuff everywhere. I'm going to try to sell some posters during the sale and just get some stuff moved from Fred's collection that I unearthed. And then after we're done with all of our vinyl later tonight, pretty much nothing but showing all that nonstop until probably about 1:30 whenever this stream dies. So let's condense the leftovers here. Let's see, those were $6.99, I think. Hold the phone. Yeah, and then these were $6.99. All right, so that's all 6. And then we had some 9. Are these 9? Wow, these didn't get claimed for 9? Crazy. All right, they'll probably get claimed now that I can really show them to you and hype them up. Wow, some great stuff for 9 still left. All right, so those are 6, 9, 14, and 119. Okay, let's start with the $19.99 stuff first. So these are already discounted, prices as marked, and more Kiss coming up right now. Is Kiss Army watching? I know JD and Jeff is, and Brad and several others. There's a couple other guys that tune in exclusively on Monday nights to bid on this stuff. This is the 10th week straight. 10 Mondays in a row we've done KISS stuff. And I kind of flipped through the crates last night. We're still going to be doing this for a while, it looks like. This is sold to JD for $105. Michael Rudolph, the only bidder on Braveheart. Let's sell that to Michael for $10. And now you can pick up Miles Davis for a $35 buy it now. Miles Davis is a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on that. Let me go ahead and slip that in a new sleeve. That is a Japanese pressing. Guys, see with the Laserdisc bundle. I'm going to pull out a few more, like I said, and then we'll do that. Pat's here from the KISS Army. He's a card-carrying member, literally. I think there's literally some card-carrying members. Die Hard, Bruce Willis. That's a laser disc. Should be a gatefold. Yeah. 2 laser discs, $10 start. Blaine gets Miles Davis for $30. He's racking up on the Japanese over here. And Diego was second for $35. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. There went 2 cans of Monsters down the drain. Here's our next one. Diamonds in the Rust. Diamonds in the Dust. KISS. This is a compilation of live tracks. Sources are on the back cover. This is going to go up for a $55 start. It's on that colored vinyl. Pretty cool, actually. It's got an inner sleeve, and it's KISS random compilation, mostly 75 through 78. That's our next KISS bootleg, $55 start on that. Okay. I think I've got some Peanuts books over here, like the very popular Charlie Brown, which I know y'all like just based on the demand for Laura Crate stickers. And I think I'm going to bundle a few vintage Charlie Brown picture paperbacks together and sell them as a lot here. So we got Hey Peanuts, You're a Brave Man Charlie Brown, and Very Funny Charlie Brown. These are vintage 60s era paperbacks. Those are, I found those in a box for Fred Goodwin stuff, and those are going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Those are now up for bid. KISS has a bid for $55. Let's see what's in this discount crate. There's only one 1999 record that was $35, and that's this nice copy of Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, the Allman Brothers Band with Wasted Words. $19.99 for the Allman Brothers Band, Brothers and Sisters, $19.99 on that. That's the only one. Then there's a couple $14.99ers. Stranger in Town, a clean, nice Bob Seger, original inner sleeve with insert. It does have a punch hole, but nice. Bob Seger, $14.99. The Peanuts books already has bids for $10, $10, $10, $10. Michael's out. Darren has it. Karen, you're out. Vicky, you're out. Also $14.99 is the live Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That is, and Young as well. Four-Way Street. That's a double LP. $14.99. KISS is a final call for $55. That's called Diamonds in the Dust. I'm about to put up another KISS Japanese pressing next. If you're here and you need a request, I'll start doing that right now since it's 7 o'clock. Brad's in on KISS at 60, so that one's still getting bids. Between the Buttons, this is an early 80s remaster of the Rolling Stones. $14.99 on that. And we have Van Morrison, his band and the Street Choir, VG Plus, $14.99. Green Warner Brothers label, $14.99 on Van Morrison. Creedence Clearwater Revival. This is the first $9.99 record. That's on the original blue label. It does have some cover chipping up here, but CCR, not bad for $9.99. So a quick recap. These are 14. Van Morrison, Rolling Stones, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Seeger, and then Allman Brothers was 19. Those are still available. Let's go ahead and sell the Die Hard Laserdisc to Jeff Brindley for $15. That's sold to Jeff Brindley for $15. There's that. Let me put this in here. I might read some of these titles out loud in case somebody's like, yeah, I definitely want that one before you bundle it in a lot, Chad. Right now, KISS is at 65. The Peanuts books are at 14 with Darren Chrisman, just FYI. Scott Markheim, first claim out of this crate. He gets CCR. That was the first $9.99er. That was the first $9.99er there. That's sold to him, $9.99. Also, we have Paul McCartney, Tug of War. Paul McCartney is $9.99. And we have Foghat, self-titled. Foghat's $9.99. And Genesis, 3 Sides Live. That's a double LP. It has a promo stamp, gold stamp promo, and promo timing strip. $9.99 on that one. Let me see something here. Okay, next auction. So Karen Robbins on Genesis for $9.99. The Peanuts books are at $16 with Vicki Allison. The Kiss bootlegs at $95. JD $85, Brad $95. There's that. Here is a, what do we have here? Some interesting stuff. All right, here's a classic. Hoosiers. Gene Hackman and Hoosiers. Big basketball movie here. Is this thing sealed? Might be sealed. Hold on a second. I think it is. It's not in a resealable baggie. Yeah, I think this is sealed. It is. It's sealed. It has the original Tower Records price tag. Hoosiers, that's going to go up for a $10 star. Back to the $9.99. Procol Harum is a German press of Shine On Brightly. Fantastic German quality vinyl, laminate cover, $9.99 on that one. Juvenile Delinquents. This is from that newest New Orleans collection. That's a rockabilly album. $9.99 on that. The Safaris Live, that's $9.99. And the Bartleby's. The Bartleby's is a 93 German. That's classified as lo-fi, $9.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, welcome back, my friends. I think that's a triple LP too, $9.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Peanuts books. Thank you, Vicki. Those are sold to you for $16. The Kiss, JD's out. That's what Brad waits at 95, final call. Jeff came in first on Hoosier at 10. Michael says he's done, so that's a final call to him. Here's some more paperbacks. This is Dennis the Menace. Dennis the Menace here. There's several of these. Dennis the Menace. There's another one. There's 3. There's 4. There's 5, 6, and 7, I believe. Yeah, vintage Dennis the Menace paperbacks. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. Hoosiers is a laser disc on that one. Blaine Zapnick on Procol Harum, $9.99. Thank you. Also $9.99 is If, which was originally marked $24.99, so more than half off on this one. 1970 Winchester, and I was looking at the vinyl after I did the flip crate earlier. So nice, $9.99. So 7 Dennis the Menace books. We'll say around 3 each, so $20 start to get those started. And we also have for $9.99 Asia. There's your nightly dose. Go ahead and get it out of your system. It was the heat of the moment. $9.99 there for Asia. Okay, let's go ahead and sell this Kiss bootleg. And Kiss is sold to Brad Waits for $95. And I've seen a couple Kiss requests, so let me go ahead and try to dig some of those out. Hoosiers is sold for $10 to Jeff Brindley. And let's put that in a new sleeve and pop this right in here. And let's see what the next Kiss one is. Somebody asked for, I think, for Love Gun, Japanese Love Gun. Let's go ahead and find that one right over here. So Love Gun is right here, and Love Gun is complete. Nice. Well, hold on a second. It's a 1977 OG with insert and Obi. It has the Love Gun, but no bang. So it does have the, it's almost punched out, but it's still hanging on. As you can see, that's always tough to get, as y'all know. That's the first thing a kid would punch out. That's the first thing y'all did. Y'all punched that out, or I guess in the Japanese. I don't think they're in a, they might look like that in the U.S. I don't see them too often, but either way, this is in VG Plus condition for Japanese standards. Love Gun, just a $35 start, okay? Let's move that right over there. And now the $6.99 record. So a quick recap. Here's what's left for $9.99. I also need to pull Blaine, the Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Thank you, Blaine, on that one. So for $9.99, we had Asia, If, the Bartleby, Safaris, Juvenile Delinquents, Foghat, Paul McCartney. Now the $6.99 records. Michael Martin Murphy, Blue Sky Night Thunder with Wildfire, $6.99. Nice copy. Marshall Tucker Band, $6.99. Long Hard Ride. Poco Legend is $6.99. Dennis and Vicki both bid on Dennis the Menace at the same time. Michael's in at $20, and so is Vicki. Michael's came in first on the board there. Next auction, let's do a Japanese pressing right quick, and that is going to be for Loudness, Delusions, or Delusion, Loudness. And this is a Japanese pressing, a Japanese artist, and this is going to go up for a $35 star. Super nice vinyl. Love Gun, a Japanese pressing with gun, no bang, insert book, Obi, VG Plus, $35 start, and we'll start Loudness at $25. Delusion. Everything in here is $6.99. Joe Walsh, So What? That was no condition notes. We also had Marshall Tucker, Michael Martin Murphy. We got Elton John Friends, Elton John the Fox. These are all just $6.99. Jafria Silk and Steel, VG Plus condition on Jafria. Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen. John Lennon, Just Like Starting Over. Gary Puckett and Union Gap Greatest Hits, 10 Years After, A Space and Time, Rycooter Into the Purple Valley, and Spyro Gyra Carnival. Those are all $6.99. He's out. Vicky, you get the Dennis the Menace books for $21. Sell those to Vicky. Let me put sticky notes around those so they know those were a bundle. Thank you, Vicky, on that one. And everything you just saw me read off there was all $6.99 in the front of that crate. Edwin Riviera on Jafria. That sold Edwin Riviera for $6.99. Love Guns at $40. And Loudness, well, the last bid on it was a $25 start. I just heard somebody walk in. I bet it was Paul. Nobody said anything. Somebody just walked in, went to the bathroom. I don't know who it was, Laura. The jingling of Paul. Okay, I bet it was Paul then. All right, Love Gun still getting bids, and it's Disillusion. What did I say? Disillusion. Okay. Troy Robinson on Spyro Gyra. That sold to him for $6.99. Thank you. Now, Laserdisc. Here's some titles that still remain before I start putting these things into a massive bundle. I'm going to do Juice next, so that's on deck. Lean on Me, Thelma and Louise, Cadence, The Net, Murder on the Bayou, Beyond Rangoon, Escape from Sabor, Legends of the Fall, The Chase, White Palace, The Wedding Gift, The Bride with White Hair, Wild Orchid, Virtuosity with Denzel, Defenselessness, Van Damme is Lionheart, Mobsters, Blown Away, The Fisher King, Madonna, I think I'm going to run that one, and Mad Max, definitely going to run that one, Black Beauty, Clear and Pleasant Danger, Ordinary People, Jungle Fever, and then Elton John, definitely going to do that one, a Reba concert or video, a Comic Relief, Father's Day, and Money Train. That's some of the Laserdisc I have, just FYI, okay? There's that. Now, we have the following. We have Kiss. We have Kiss at the following bid, $48. Now Ray on YouTube has it for $50. Ray on YouTube has it for $50. And Loudness has just hit a high bid of $30. Okay. Give me 1 second here. Let me close out of these. Okay, and then there was a couple more claims. The first claim we have is this. Jeff Miller wants 10 Years After in Traffic, okay, for $6.99 each. Thank you on that. Is Loudness in Japanese or English version? I'm going to say English. I have no idea. Do you have a way to let me know how to find out? Otherwise, I have no clue. Okay, so here's what's left because I'm going to offer these as a bundle. I still got Allman Brothers for $19.99. And then the $14.99ers was Bob Seger, Cross Stills, Nash & Young, Stones, and Van Morrison. $9.99 was McCartney, Foghat, Juvenile Delinquent, Safaris, Bottle Bees, Asia, and If. And then $6.99 was Michael Murphy, Marshall Tucker, Poco, Joe Walsh, Elton John, John Lennon, Gary Puckett, and Rycooter. Somebody still walked by, I didn't catch a glance of him. Paul's moving around like a wizard. I still didn't get a glance of him. We got Mad Max Laserdisc. He's moving around like the guy Ozzy's singing about in The Wizard. Da-dun-dun-dun. We have Mad Max and Thunderdome. Mel Gibson is Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. That's a $10 start. $10 start on that one, okay? Loudness right now is at 38 with J.D. Conklin, okay? Going once, going twice. Now, I'm going to make sure nobody wants any other thing out of here before I count these up and we do a little bit of a discount bundle. A discount on top of a discount on top of a discount. Laserdisc 10, 12, 15. Love Gun 51. There's Paul again. He scared me. He's moving around like I'm trying to think of the lyrics. Never talking, just keeps walking. What a groove. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3. Let me do some math here in my head. This could get dangerous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'll say 27. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 735. Let's just say $65 then. 65, 75, 85, 95. Let's just do the whole crate for $95. The whole crate for $95. That's everything that's left bundle deal. And you see what I just did. I took another half off on these, another half off on those, another half off on those, and I didn't even add in the last two. I was at $95 and I hadn't put in Bob Seger or Allman Brothers. So that was half off, probably already half off. So just trying to get these sold. No records left behind. And Thomas Baumhart says he'll take them. Great. All right, so all those are sold to Thomas Baumhart. Let me first right now see if I have any extra space in this crate. We'll start the bundle there. I'm going to put a sticky note where they start for Thomas. It's going to fill up a little bit of this crate. And then we're going to put the sticky note where the rest of them end, okay? For whoever's watching. And we have a full crate. And now it's time to get into new pre-owned stuff. For the first time tonight, we are starting new pre-owned stuff. We are starting new pre-owned stuff. Paul's been out on a buy, so he just walked by with a dolly. That tells me he's unloading his car, and that tells me he has a car full of records because he went somewhere locally today and bought a collection. So you know what that means. Even more stuff is getting unloaded right now inside of this building as I speak. Right now, Loudness is at $50. Love Gun, if I can pick these up, Love Gun's at $55, so that's still getting bids. And what about Mad Max? It sold for $15 to Jeff Brindley, okay? And then I got to scroll back through and read for some of those comments again, some of those requests before I bundle the rest of them, which is probably going to fill up almost an entire crate. Sandy Villa, you were next on the bundle. Already sold to Mr. Thomas Baumhart on that. The other collection over here, the other request was Mad Max. Let's see here. We had Mad Max. We had a request for Thelma and Legends and Jungle. And then another request for Mad Max. Okay, I'll try to pick those out right quick. And was it blues or psychedelic? I have no idea. Probably metal. I think we're on deck for probably a blues or psych because we have bought so much metal. I think about 3 months ago, I was like, man, we don't get any leads on metal. There's no metal. Nobody's selling their metal. Now there's so much in this building. We're blasting through it, doing it sometimes 2.5 nights, and now we still are getting leads. It comes in waves. Right now we're hitting a tsunami of metal wave and Kiss stuff too. Thelma and Louise, $10 start on that one. Okay? So we got Thelma and Louise, $10 start. And we have Love Gun is VG Plus. And the high bid is Mark McCready at $55. Loudness is a final call to J.D. Conklin for $50. All right, that's where we're at. Getting lots of activity. And I've got some more books over here. Not before I say Thelma Louise has a bid for 10. 60 sold. Oh man, I wish. I feel like if somebody's hoarding top copies of 60 sold, they're probably still an active collector right now. So they're probably somebody who has been actively collecting in the last 10, 15 years, and they're probably just getting started. So that's about the only time that happens. All right. Let's go through John's first check condition bin. And these are all priced as marked. New arrivals check condition. So let's get started. Let's see what's in here. What's in here, I don't know. What's in here, we're about to find out. And then Chad's going to need a monster pretty soon. Here we go. I already did final calls, and now we're done. Courtney Duncan gets Thelma and Louise for $10. That's sold to her for $10. All right. Here comes Paul. He's got a whole crate of Engelbert Humperdinks. Wow, what's in those? Is it vinyl?
Yeah, it's the story of Paramount, Volume 1 and 2.
Oh.
Birdman put out.
Yeah. Wow.
Both of them. Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool. But Paul's so excited he can't stop smiling. Paul's so excited he can't stop smiling. That's always a good. I'm smiling. Hopefully y'all are smiling. J.D. Conklin, Loudness at $50. He just rode by with some gigantic box sets. I mean, they look like about the size of a microwave box, or let's say a refrigerator box. That'd be a better description. All right, there's that. I do have the MTV book from earlier, yes, and now Love Gun is sold to Mr. McCready. Mark McCready, I almost said Mike, that's the guitarist for Pearl Jam. Mark, thank you, and I know you've bought from us before. This is sold to you. We're ready for all fresh new auctions, okay? Here we go. Let's do this right here, and I'm going to move this right in here, and before it gets even more perforated, there we go. All right, thank you, and now we're ready for all new stuff. All right, busy night tonight. Holy moly, 3 crates already. I've got 4 gigantic stacks of Miscellaneous. And here is Madonna and Elton John. This is going to go up. These are Laserdisc, Truth or Dare, and the Nighttime Concert, Elton John. This is going to go up for $15 start. We'll put those two together. Elton and Madonna, $15 start. Next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. Let's go ahead and knock out one back here from the high-end tab. It's time. It's time for one from the high-end tab. This is Kiss Hot in the Shade, the 35th anniversary web store picture disc. 2024, 35th anniversary, limited to 500 numbered picture disc on sand textured jacket with poster. It's $150 start. I've got a tab of Kiss stuff like $50 and up, $95 and up. There's just a few in the $95 and up start. That's one of them tonight. That's a $95 start on the anniversary picture disc there. These are new vintage arrivals, check condition, priced as marked. Crosby, Stills & Nash, CSN, VG condition, $14.99. Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. This is Dance with Arthur Brown. VG Plus has a promo sticker on the front. VG Plus, Arthur Brown, $14.99. The 2 concert laser discs are at $20, or I should say music laser disc. Kiss is $125 start. And then our next auction is going to be a Japanese pressing, and that is going to be a Japanese pressing of the Runaways. This is actually pretty sweet here. Queens of the Noise is a $45 start. The vinyl is superb, near mint minus and pristine. It has a 2-flip insert here, or I should say a kind of just a single folded insert. They're standing in front of that sweet Elton John Captain Fantastic pinball machine. It's a gatefold jacket, and it's a $45 start, okay? Next is Imagine, John Lennon, VG condition, $12.99. I always say this, imagine you buying that record. Karen Robbins on Crosby, Stills & Nash, thank you. Final call on Kiss. Let's look at that one more time if you want to lock in a bid. 2024, 35th anniversary, limited edition picture disc, near mint. I'm looking for a $150 start on that one. Jeff Brindley gets both of these laser discs for $20. Those are both sold to him for $20. Done. Already showed several handfuls of books tonight. I'm going to get into some more later. Let's put these in brand new sleeves. He gets both the Elton and the Madonna here. Elton and Madonna. Thank you and thank you. There's that and there's that. Next thing in here was Red Rose Speedway. There's John Lennon. Well, here's his best friend, Paul McCartney. VG condition, $12.99. Grand Funk, self-titled. VG condition, $12.99. Grand Funk, self-titled. And Queen, Sheer Heart Attack, VG Plus, $29.99. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. And Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain. VG, $12.99. That's on the Karma Sutra label. All right, not going to let this linger around long. You can pick up Kiss for a $150 buy it now. Should be a great price on that. John Kaiser's in on the Runaways at $45. Thank you, Steve McGee, right off the bat. He's in on Kiss at $150 buy it now. Sold that fast. No bid, but it did sell. And then Japanese Ace Frehley. Here we go. Nice. A 78 OG Japanese pressing with insert, OB, and poster. Ace Frehley is going to go up for a $65 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. We have the poster here with, you know, the puzzle piece design. Awesome. There's Ace. Great marketing there from Kiss. Somebody bought one. They're like, well, dang, I got to get the other ones now so I can complete the poster trilogy or the quadrilogy or whatever that's called. There's the original inner sleeve. Everything's really nice on this one. $65 start. Back to the check condition stuff. Roscoe Shelton. Soul in his music. Music in his soul. Roscoe Shelton. EX condition. $32.99. Final call on the Runaways. Final call on the Runaways. All right. Next one I have is the Juice. The Juice here. This is the one with Tupac Shakur. Wow, man, boy, this is dusty. Let me try to... Looks like this was... Wherever these were laying, this one was on top because it has a huge amount of dust on the top of it. Let me try to get this cleaned off right quick. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. Let me knock off all this. Juice. $10 start. Laser disc. All right, there's that. Okay, now, OB on the Ace. Yes. It is good to go. That has a bid for 65, 70, 70, and Laserdisc has bids for 10 and 10. Up tight. This is the soundtrack, Booker T and the MGs. VG condition on that one, $19.99 in shrink wrap. Also, we have Alpha, VG $9.99. Alpha is VG condition, $9.99. And Aerosmith, their self-titled album with Dream On. Nice VG condition, $14.99. John Kaiser gets the Runaways for $45. Thank you on that one. Ace is at $85, complete with Obi. The Laserdisc Juice is at $15 with Jeff Brinley. Michael Rudolph's out. That's going once, going twice. I guess since Jeff and Michael's watching after the Laserdisc, it'll be time to bring out the VHS collection. Holy moly. They just went, oh my goodness, Chad. Here we go. Buckle up. Time to put on your coffee. Your start mixing your coffee and Monster together. John Lennon Shaved Fish, EX $19.99. Edwin Riviera on Aerosmith. That one sold to Edwin. We got the return of Corner, Ray, and Glover. VG Plus $16.99. And we have David Lindley and El Rayo X, Very Greasy. VG Plus, $14.99. No order forms with Japanese pressings. To my knowledge, there was no order forms in Japanese pressings, so it is complete. We have Aerosmith, or excuse me, we got Ace at 83. And then over here, we have Canned Heat. That's VG Plus, $14.99. And Queen 2. Does have quite a bit of cover wear. Vinyl's VG Plus, $29.99. Juice Laser Disc is sold to Jeff Brinley for $15. Let's get that in a new sleeve. And we have a lot, very quickly, of... This is a big Seinfeld reference here. You collect TV Guide? Who comes in my house stealing my collectibles? I have a lot of TV guides from Fred Goodwin's collection. The special fall preview. There's one with Johnny Carson on the cover, another fall preview, another fall preview, another fall preview, another fall preview. There is Tom Selleck. There's fall preview with a few different shows on it, another one, and there's one with Archie Bunker. That is a lot of TV guides for a $10 start. How many's in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 for a $10 start. 10 for a $10 start on that one. Okay? And then over here, I have Grateful Dead. This is their 1967 OG pressing in stereo. That's the OG first pressing of this album. $49.99 on that one. Leon Russell VG Plus $14.99. Are we done on Ace Frehley? Stanley Richmond had it for $83. Steve McGee $85. Stanley Richmond, you're actually out. Steve McGee on Twitch already bid $85. Did we pull Aerosmith for Edwin Riviera? We did. And then Diego Sanchez on Lindley. Have I pulled that yet? I haven't. That's so to Diego Sanchez. And then over here, TV Guides are at 10. And then we got Waylon and Willie, VG Plus $14.99, and Gary Morris Hits, VG Plus $12.99. Okay. Roscoe Details and Condition. Was there another question? Charlie Info. Charlie Info, all caps. Charlie. I'm not for sure what you're referring to there. And then let's go back up to the top. So Charlie Info. Next is TV Guides have a bid for 10. What years are the TV Guides? And then I actually have one with, I think the whole cast on the cover. A Seinfeld TV Guide, yeah. The Roscoe Shelton is right back here. This is EX Condition, Soundstage 7 label, $32.99. Probably a VG cover because of wear, $32.99. Dustin Honing on the OG Grateful Dead. And the Charlie Daniels, that was Fire on the Mountain, VG cover, just because a little bit of shelf wear, VG vinyl, $12.99 on that. So most of these look like they're probably from the early 70s. It's got to be. That one's 83. That one's 83. That one's 66, 67. I don't know. That's got to be 70s, right, with Johnny Carson. Could even be earlier than that, maybe even into the early 80s, maybe even late 80s. He was on for what, the 70s, the 80s? He was on there for a long, and then another one. So, yeah, they've all got to be, there's nothing in here probably pre-85. So, those are at $10. We're about to sell them. Wolverine gets the Roscoe Shelton. Rod Bryan was second. Brad Waits wants Charlie Daniels. And we have Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley here. Ace Frehley is sold for $85 to Steve McGee. Nice copy and complete. Yeah, I don't think any of them have barcodes, but, well, that one from 83 might. We're about to find out here. If not, I got to sell them quickly because they only have one bid for $10, which is $1 a piece. That one has a barcode. That one does. That one does. So those are definitely the 80s ones. No barcode, no barcode, nope. It's got ads for cigarettes on the back, if that tells you anything. All the back, every one of them have cigarette ads on the back of them almost. Yeah, every one of them. Yep, cigarettes, 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 and cigarettes. Okay, there's that. And you're selling Japanese Kiss. So we've already sold a couple, but there's a lot more to get to. I wouldn't go anywhere the rest of the night. Here's another bootleg, though. Fried Alive. This is Long Beach, California, 1974. Kiss. This is actually a vintage bootleg. This one's from 1976. This is actually from, the record was made in 1976. It's from a concert in Long Beach, California, 1974. $40 start on that. All 10 TV Guides are sold to Michael Rudolph for $10. Those are all sold to Michael Rudolph got those for $10. A $1 a piece. Okay? So if you ever find a box of TV Guides, don't think you've hit the lottery. Some of them can be pretty expensive. There are some good ones out there. There's some good ones. There's some that sell for hundreds. Most of them are like $1, right, Paul?
That's right.
Is this some stuff you want me to flash to our customers? Okay, we'll have to do it then.
Very small sample.
A very small sample of what Paul bought today?
Very small.
Okay, here's a small sample of what Paul bought today. Here's where everybody starts getting dizzy-eyed, and let me do it this way. We have, I'm assuming what looks like an OG copy of Eazy-E. Easy Does It. It's got to be. Feels like one. This is an OG Notorious B.I.G. Biggie Smalls. This looks like an OG Caius on purple vinyl. This is an OG Metallica 598 EP. This is an OG Injustice for All. Wow. Is this OG? It is. It's a U.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah.
Wow. A UK original black album.
On the Vertigo label.
On Vertigo. Creepin' Death, OG. Ride the Lightning, OG. I was looking for signatures on the back. Ride the Lightning. Master of Puppets. Whiplash. Kill 'Em All. Wow. Take a look at this one. Megadeth. Mo-Fi. The Mo-Fi pressing of Countdown to Extinction. Wow. Marilyn Manson.
That's real too.
And it's real, finally. Official pressing of Portrait of American Family. OG Helmet. OG Faith No More. Wow. Faith No More, Mo-Fi. Didn't even know that existed. Angel Dust, Mo-Fi. Death, Leprosy. That looks and feels like an OG.
It is. So is that.
So is Spiritual Healing. And this is Danzig?
Yeah.
That's Danzig.
Real. Yeah.
Wow. Danzig. Danzig again.
Real.
Real and official and OG. Corrosion Conformity.
That's original. So is that.
And an OG Corrosion Conformity. This is a sample.
Very small sample.
This is a sample. This is a sample. Some may make an appearance on Thursday.
Yep.
You got them?
Yeah.
Please don't drop them. I trust you. Next thing we have is the following. Brad Waite's got that. We have Which David Lindley. I think it's already sold. David Lindley's long gone. Kiss is at 40. Kiss is at 42. Kiss is at 45. And here it is. Okay? Price on Easy. Probably $300 to $500. It will be sold on Thursday night. That's usually what that thing brings. All right, here's an autograph I tried late the other night, but I'm going to try it again right now. This is signed by Max Weinstein. I always forget his name. The drummer, Bruce Springsteen's drummer, and signed by Niels Lofgren. Obviously not signed by Bruce. That's why it's just a $35 start. It is addressed to Dale from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. $35 start on that. That was an insane stack of vinyl. What was that, like 30 albums? That's probably like a bundle deal. That would be like $10,000 there worth of vinyl y'all just seen. That was an insane stack of vinyl. Those are all, what we just showed was vinyl. That was all OG pressings of extremely rare and highly desirable titles. That's going to be crazy when all those hit the auction block. That was an insane lot of vinyl there. Those are, so some of those that come through here, I tell everybody, think about how many hundreds of thousands of records come through here over the last couple years. And there are several in there we've never had before. That's how rare they are. So, or we've only ever had one or two. So everything in there is like, those are all $300+ records, every one of them probably. That's pretty insane. A lot of them are air horn and more. Okay, let's go back up to the top, and that's just a sample. See what we're constantly buying? This is why you got to be watching every night. None of those are going to be sold tonight. As early as Thursday, though. As early as Thursday. Maybe some tomorrow that's not really metal. All right, so Kiss 40, Kiss 42, Kiss 45, Kiss 47, Kiss 48, Kiss 50, Bruce 35, Kiss 50, Kiss 55, Max Weinberg. It already has a bid for 35. It's signed by Max Weinberg and Niles Lofgren. It's addressed to Dale. It's a 3-track UK single. Those are all OG Metallicas, even the Black Album. Everything you just seen there was real and original, except maybe like the Mo-Fi stuff. Everybody start calling your lawyers right now. And your bankers. You might even have to call your lawyers. All right, did I read through these a second time? If not, I'm going to do it right now. Arthur Brown, VG Plus $14.99. John Lennon Imagine, VG $12.99. Red Rose Speedway, VG $12.99. Grand Funk, VG $12.99. VG Plus $29.99 on Queen. Booker T and the MGs, VG $19.99. Asia Alpha, VG $9.99. John Lennon Shea Fish, EX $19.99. Corner Ray and Glover, VG Plus $16.99. VG Plus $14.99 for Canned Heat. Queen 2, VG Plus $29.99. Here comes Paul with another cart full of stuff. I see posters and other miscellaneous. Leon Russell, VG plus $14.99. Waylon Willie, VG plus $14.99. And Gary Morris, VG plus $12.99. All right, so Jerry Stone, 40 on Max. Carol, I think you actually bid against yourself. You did. So actually, Jerry has it for 40. Carol, you bid 35. Jerry bid 40, then you bid 40. So technically, Jerry has it for 40 right now. Third time, Jennings wants Jennings. Oh, that's probably why. You were confusing me there. David Jennings wants Waylon Jennings. And make sure that goes under Melanie Jennings, okay? Sorry. You want Jennings wants Jennings. There's that, all right? What about the Kiss record? The last bid was Brian Connors. This is a vintage original Kiss bootleg. This was actually made in 1976. Brian Connors has it for $70. Brian Connors has it for $70. Now Carol bid 45 on Bruce. Now Jerry bid 45 on Bruce. Now they're tied again. This time Carol has it for 45. Now Carol has it for 45. Y'all tied again. Okay, the next auction is going to be a huge lot of Laserdisc. I hope I pulled everything out that everybody wanted to bid on individually. I think I got to everybody's request. So I'm going to set the crate up here and show you the rest of the Laserdisc, and we're going to sell them in a huge bundle, okay? Here they are. Paul's bringing me another relic. Autographs to be checked, okay? Awesome. CLC and down. So that's signed by Phil and Selmo, possibly. Okay, we have over here, we have the following Laserdisc going to be sold as a bundle. Lean on Me, Cadence, The Net, Murder in the Bayou, Beyond the Rangoon, Escape from Sobibor, maybe, Legends of the Fall, The Chase, White Palace, The Wedding Gift. We also have The Bride with White Hair, Wild Orchid 2, Virtuosity, Defenselessness. Is that what that says? Defenseless. How about that? Van Damme, Lionheart, Mobsters, Blown Away, The Fisher King, Black Beauty, Clear and Present Danger, Ordinary People, Jungle Fever, Reba, and then Comic Relief 3 with Billy Crystal, Whoopi, Robin Williams and Father's Day, and Money Train, okay? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. There's 26 laser discs there, okay? 26 laser discs there, $105 start. $105 start on 26 laser discs. Wow. There's a large bundle lot there, okay? There's this, and there's disc. 105 bundle deal. Okay? Those are now all up for bid. Okay? Next thing is this. We have the final call on Bruce. Carol Puckett has it for $55. The high bid on Kiss is $75 with J.D. Conklin. $75 with J.D. Conklin. $75 with J.D. Conklin. Those are all up for bid. Can I have Jungle Fever? I will say that. We'll see what the final bid is, and then we can make some adjustments with whoever wins them. If Jeff gets them, we can adjust whatever we need to if you want one individually out of there. Okay? And it's time for Kiss to be shown one more time. So now Brian has it for 76. This is Fried Alive, Long Beach, 1974. A vintage bootleg. It was made in 1976. The new high bid, $76. All right. All right. We've went through John's check condition. Let's go ahead and knock out this lower crate, okay? Let's go ahead and knock out this lower crate. Let me figure out where I want to hide this. What a sweet sticker. That is a sweet sticker. Let's figure out where to put that one. I'm going to lay it over here on the table. I'm going to make my selection after flipping through here. I think I will be mysterious with this one, or I might make it obvious. Now you're going to be confused. Did Chad put it on something mysterious like he did the other night, and it took us 10 read-throughs? The other night, it took somebody literally buying the whole crate before we did a deal on it, so I know which one to put it on. All right, let me write that down. Let me set this over here. Kiss is still getting bids. All right. And here's what we're going to do. So make sure Michael or Paul Brothers did. There's a couple of people I thought might have been on the bundle. I don't guess they're passing, it looks like. So final call 105 on that one. Paul's still bringing in stuff. Paul's still bringing in stuff. Looks like we got some cool signed posters over here. We get one big autograph lot knocked out, and then we have another one. So I'm going to write down over here where I'm hiding the lure stickers so it's fair and square. Okay. I'm going to fold it up, and I'm going to hide it over here in the corner just like normal. And so that way y'all know that it's untouched. And if at the end, I'll let you know if somebody got her sticker or not. First thing we're going to do is we're going to sell the signed Springsteen record. This is sold to Carol Puckett for $55. That's pretty sweet. The Kiss is now at $83. And now all the what I'll do, Jeff Brindley, how about I sell them to you for $95 and we pull out Jungle Fever and we sell that to Courtney for $10, okay? So I'll sell all these to Jeff for $95. We'll pull that one out and we'll sell Courtney just Jungle Fever for $10, if that works for you. Let's do another small teaser sample that Paul's just brought me. As soon as I sleeve up this Jungle Fever laser disc for Courtney for $10. And Paul's brought me another little stack here. Let's take a look at these. He says, I'll pay $105 if you give Courtney Jungle Fever. Okay. So let's charge Courtney $0. We'll charge Courtney $0. And Jeff says he'll pay $105 still for his bundle deal. Wow. Courtney, you just got a free laser disc. Nice gesture there from Jeff. Here's some more samples from this collection that just came in today. OG Sepultura Roots, that's not easy to get. OG Pantera Great Southern Tranquil, that's not easy to get. Pantera Far Beyond Driven, OG and Shrink, that's not easy to get. Pantera Vulgar Display of Power, OG, that's not easy to get. Slayer, OG Seasons in the Abyss, that's not easy to get. Slayer, OG Rain and Blood, that's not easy to get. Sinister, is that right? Yeah, Sinister, Cross the Sticks. I think we've had that one time before. I know it's not easy to get. Sepultura, KSIG, that's OG, not easy to get. And Slayer, South of Heaven, in Shrink and Hop stickers, original price tag. That is not easy to get. Wow. Whoa. And these are still just samples, okay? This is like when you walk in Publix and they got those little things with little samples. And you get your little roasted, you get your little cup and you get your little roasted pecan. Nice little roasted pecan. And they say, sir, that's a sample. Over here is the whole bag. And that's coming, the whole bag is coming Thursday night. Holy moly. I've got to lay it on y'all because I'm not going to be here Friday and Saturday night. Paul's going to be filling in. I'm going to the Tennessee game in Atlanta, opening weekend with Syracuse. So I got to lay it on y'all these next few nights. That's why I'm throwing so much. I'm throwing a lot at you tonight. There's going to be a lot thrown at you all week. I've got a lot and Thursday night will probably be insane then. Everybody's already getting all googly-eyed and cross-eyed. Some people's legs are shaking. They're doing this right here. Oh, my gosh. Did you just see what Chad showed? We have Kiss at $110 of Brian Connors. Wow, that's still getting bids. $110. Brian Connors, he outbid Carol Lucero. Carol Lucero, it's up to you. Carol Lucero. And we're going to have one Kiss auction after another all night tonight. Let's get started with this lure crate. And here we go. Let's go ahead and do this right here. If y'all just hopped on, you heard me naming off stuff. I just bought a new collection today. Paul went out and bought a new collection today. We've been showing teasers. None of it's for sale tonight. None of those are for sale tonight. None of those are for sale tonight. Elvis, the illustrated record book. Elvis is $19.99. And the Beatles Forever is $14.99. 400 illustrations and pictures, words about the Beatles. That is $14.99. I've got a stack of books over here that had not shown. We'll try to show them again. Carol Lucero, It's All Up to You on Kiss. Brian Connors has it for $110. Final call. Let's get started with the lower crate. Not before I put up what? This right here. This is Billy Joel's Greatest Hits, Volume 1 and Volume 2, a Japanese pressing. And Billy Joel is going to go up for a $35 start. There's one LP. There's two LPs. Going once, going twice. Book and inserts. Gatefold. No Obi. Billy Joel, $35 start. The Elvis book is sold to Tim Graham. And with that, before I start this crate, let me take this stack of sold stuff in here. I'm going to make that the bottom platform. Actually, no, I'll put it on top, even though it's not going to balance too well. But I need to because I am out of space already over here. OOP. That is out of print. I am OOS, out of space. There's that. I tore apart the one of our booths over here last night. That's where I dug out of all this stuff. All right, I better start showing some vinyl. Here we go. First in the lower crate is, I have no idea. This is Automatic. This is Automatic. It's math rock. It's on colored vinyl, $14.99. We have Neil Young Hitchhiker. Neil Young Hitchhiker is $22.99. Scott Markheim wants the Beatles book. All those records I just showed, that entire stack I just showed, and then the other stack that had all the other crazy stuff, those will be sold at auction to the highest bidder on Thursday night. Most likely. Not all of them may be shown up Thursday, but they will be sold. None of those can be bought right now. None of them can be priced right now. There will be no price given. Why? Because it's going to be an auction. They're going to sell anywhere between $1 and $1 million. Either between $1 and $1 million. That's my auction estimate on everything I just showed. You got to tune in Thursday. You got to tune in tomorrow. You got to be ready to buy. Automatic sold to Natasha Pickett. We have Neil Young Hitchhiker. This is $22.99 with lyric poster. I have Green Carnation, Leaves of Yesterday. That's prog metal from Norway. That looks pretty interesting. $24.99. And this is Sock from Sweden, $27.99. Les Bigberg. All right. Brian, let me go ahead and say the Kiss. I should have done that before I got started. This is so I could go ahead and put up something else. That's sold to Brian Connors for $110. Next auction is going up right now. Japanese pressing of Kiss, Dress to Kill. Dress to Kill is a 1980 Japanese reissue with insert Obi, EX++, near mint minus. This is a 1980 Japanese pressing of Dress to Kill. It is a $50 start. There's the LP. There's the booklet. Nice jacket cover. A beautiful Japanese pressing. Dress to Kill, $50 start on that one. Let's go back down to the bottom. Billy Joel has one bid with Brian Colsar for $35. Next is the Marked Men on the other side. Garage Punk on that colored vinyl, $17.99 on that. And this is Eliza Day Hardcore Punk, $9.99. All right, let me catch my breath. Next thing I have over here is a stack of random Beatles cards. And these are vintage original from the 60s. I found them down in a box. I think somewhere or another, I have binders full of these, probably a couple complete sets. I hadn't seen them, though, in years. They're somewhere in this building. But these are Beatles trading cards that came out in the 60s. How cool are these? They're really cool. They're probably, I think they are from exactly 64. There's different shots of the Beatles, mostly taken from, there's one they was down in Miami. There they are in New York. There's John. There's Ringo. There's a cool shot. They're all in, we'll call played condition. They're probably 3s and 2s and 3s if you were to have them graded. All the Beatles cards, a $10 start, okay? Next over here is this. We got Blake Baby Sunburn. That is on green vinyl, $17.99. And A.A. Bondi, American Hearts. That's a folk rock album, $24.99. Beatles Cards has a bid for 10 with unbought. This is the Decemberist, $32.99. This is the Crane Wife, the Decemberist, $32.99. Billy Joel just got one bid with Brian Colsar, and that's a Japanese pressing sold to him for $35. Thank you, Brian. Let's get that in a brand spanking new sleeve for him. Thank you. That's going in a sleeve righty here. Appreciate that. Beatles Cards are now up for bid. Cool set there, or I should say lot. Next thing over here was, Brian, you did get the last auction. Yes, you did. We got Dustin Hodges on Blake. That's so to Dustin Hodges. Thank you. Kiss 55, Kiss 60, Beatles 12, Beatles 15. And then over here we have, what was the Math Rock? I think that was one of the first ones that didn't sell. I think that was Prague. That was Prague. Was it Marked Men? Nope. Was it this one? Nope. Was it this one? Nope. Was it this one? Maybe it already sold. I think it already sold. Yeah, I think that's what just got claimed. I think that was the... No, I'm not for sure. Automatic's gone, and I think the Math Rock is gone. Next thing is John Holbert and Yorma Calcoen, The River Flows. A record store day sealed on red splatter for $19.99. This is Dress to Kill. This is Dress to Kill. It's a 1980 Japanese pressing with insert and obi, EX++ near mint minus. 1980, beautiful Japanese pressing. It's at $95 of John Mincemoyer. Yeah, the first record already sold. I think Natasha already bought that. This is Lonely Deer Hall Music Folk Indie Album, $12.99. Final call on the Beatles Cards. These are with unbought at $15. Scott Markheim, it's up to you, okay? Let me grab this crate over here. VHS tapes. Let's start knocking out some of these. I think some of these, like horror-looking ones, may be pretty dang good, just FYI. Okay, so the first thing we have over here is, let's do this one. It looks pretty interesting, honestly. Deathstalker 4, Match of Titans. It's in a protective case, too. Does it come out of this thing? How do you get it out of that? Maybe lift to release. I'll just leave it in there. I don't want to damage anything. Deathstalker 4, Match of Titans. Some of these could be pretty dang good as far as value. I'm going to start them all at $10. $10 start on that. Okay, next thing we have is Crystal City, 3-Dimensionality. That is $9.99. Alternate Rock, Crystal City. And Utopia, the complete Bearsville singles from Utopia, as in Todd Rundgren, 1977 to 1982. That is sealed, a 2019 reissue. That is sealed for $19.99. Also, we have the Indigos. The Ingos, I-N-G-O-E-S, Before We Were Blossom Toes, the Ingos, a Beat Garage album, $19.99. All right, the Beatles Cards are sold to unbought for $15. Thank you on that. And then nobody else has bid on Kiss since John Mincemoyer bid $95, but there was a question. Is it a white label? It's on this Casablanca tan label. It's at $95. We're about to sell it, okay? There's the VHS, one bid for $10 on that. And now let's put up another Japanese pressing. It is obi-less, but it is Led Zeppelin's House of the Holy. Let's take a quick look at this. It is obi-less, but it is Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. More autographs. Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. Oh, that's cool. $35 start on Led Zeppelin House of the Holy. There is this insert. There's the gatefold jacket. No obi, but a nice Japanese pressing. $35 star. Dolly Parton, Run, Rose, Run. Dolly is sealed at $24.99. Play Royale, Boom, 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 Side B, alternate rock on that colored vinyl, $24.99. And we have AM, Future Sons and Daughters, Indie Pop. It's signed by the artist, and that is $19.99 on that. All right, this VHS tape is sold for $10 to Michael Rudolph. Philip Holt gets Dolly. That's sold to Philip Holt. And John Mincemoyer gets Dressed to Kill for $95. There was no other bids on that. That is sold for $95. Led Zeppelin's now up for a $35 start. It is obi-less, but a nice, high-quality Japanese pressing, and Stephen Lawson's in. Next VHS is Michael Jackson, History of Film, Volume 2. Michael Jackson, $10 start on that. I remember I was kind of just doing eBay stuff. I was probably, when did Michael Jackson? I think I was in high school, maybe even junior high, and I had a Michael Jackson VHS tape, and of course that stuff skyrocketed after he died. And man, that sold for a lot. I forgot what it, but it was like hundreds of dollars when I sold that. Next thing over here is another Kiss record. Of course, if you're here for Kiss, there'll be one and sometimes even two up, especially when we get later and I'm like, holy crap, it's 10 o'clock and we still got 30 more to sell. I'll start putting two up at a time, okay? But right now, we have this. I've never had this one. The best of the solo albums, an Australian edition. This is a 79 Australian OG with insert. It's supposed to have a sticker sheet. It does not have a sticker sheet. A 79 Australian OG with insert. It is EX, a $30 start, but it does have this insert. $30 start. Right there it is, okay? Natasha on PB, which is this and this, right, Natasha? Both of these here. Those are both sold to Natasha, and my crate is getting pretty dang full. Let me make those the last two records in there, and let me start a new crate. I actually think we have a boxed working VHS player up front, if anybody's interested. I think it's up front underneath the albums. If I get a second, I might ask Paul to go check it out. I think so. It's like up front, and I think John got it out one day and tested it, or Ed, and I think it's good to go. So over here, we have Michael Jackson, a no bid. That's a $10 buy it now. And then Led Zeppelin is sold to Stephen. No, there was a new bid. Stephen Lawson bid 35. Paul Catrich bid 35. Paul Catrich bid 38. Stephen Lawson, you're outbid. Kiss has bids for 30, 30, and 35. And Michael got the Michael Jackson. Michael got the Michael Jackson for $10. All right, next thing I have over here is I'm going to sell all three of these together for a $15 start. It looks like they might go together or part of a set. Doctor Who, and Doctor Who. Horror of Fang Rock, The Stones of Blood, and The Talons of Wing Chang. 3 Doctor Who. We'll say a $15 start on those. Okay? Those are up for bid. Next here is God Forbid Determination. The band is called God Forbid. Thank you. It's a thrash mathcore. $17.99 on that. We have Band of Horses. $17.99. Kelly, I would just buy these now and then figure out the VHS player later. You can just figure that out later. I sold somebody hundreds of Laserdisc and then finally sold them a Laserdisc player. That's your best bet. That's your best bet. Buy them now and then figure out how to play them later. Okay, over here, we got Kiss at 55, Kiss at 50, Bradley Smith 79 on God Forbid. Bradley Smith over on Twitch got that one. Jason Fortner on Band of Horses. Kiss has a new bid for 36. And then Kiss over here is at 60. That's Michael. I sold Michael like 3 years worth of Laserdisc, and then he finally bought a player from us, okay? Rob says I don't need them. Come on, Robert. What in the world? Oh, my gosh. I'm going to have a talk with Robert. We have Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy. This is a Japanese pressing, no year given. It's near mint. It is very nice. And the last bid that came in on Led Zeppelin is a final call to Paul Catrich for $38. I had to make sure Stephen Lawson was done bidding. He says he's out. We're about to sell that. Kiss already is at $76 of Brian Connors. The 3 Doctor Who's are at $15, and we're about to sell them. Okay? Over here, God Forbid was $17.99. Yes. It was $17.99. Yes. Okay. Now, Macy Gray. This is Ruby. $19.99. Macy Gray, Ruby. Little Boots, Rexibio, I think. It's electronic house music, $9.99. What Band of Horses? It is long gone. It sold almost instantaneously as soon as I flashed it. Heading out, Paul? Okay, I'll see you sometime. Okay. Next thing is Dustin Hodges on Little. That's so to Dustin. Dustin, thank you. That's so to you. All right. Kiss is an Australian original. These 3 Doctor Who's are so to Michael Rudolph for $15. Okay. Let's show Kiss again. Our featured auctions tonight are all Kiss albums. You're going to be seeing a lot of stuff you've never seen before. You think of Kiss having X amount of studio albums, Dressed to Kill, Hotter Than Hell. You're about to see dozens and dozens of Kiss albums, unless you're a super hardcore fan, like most of the people bidding, you probably have never seen before, okay? This is the best of the solo albums as a Australian edition. No sticker sheet, but it does have an insert. No sticker sheet, but it does have an insert. J.D. Conklin has this for $90, okay? $90. Over here, Led Zeppelin. This has been laying in the back. It's been a final call for about 7 different times now. But when you have a Led Zeppelin laying out in the back, you know what gets asked? What the heck is going on, Chad? I need to know what that Led Zeppelin is. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm putting it on about a 30-second timer. It's a Japanese pressing, no obi, no year given. It's definitely from the 70s. It's a final call of Paul Catrich, who's had it for about 10 minutes at $38. The reason it's still back there is because people are joining the feed. I'm over here on the view counter. I think since Led Zeppelin's been up, we went from like 253. Now we have 301 people watching. So everybody's like, holy heck, what is going on? Now McEwen's in at $39. Now Kiss is at $95. Avenged Sevenfold is $36.99. And I saw a claim for Little Boots. Dustin Hodges, right? Yeah. Dustin Hodges on Little Boots. Have I pulled that already? Did I pull that already? I did. And then Ray Red, you were second. Okay. We're back in business. Let me show a couple more records here. Nectar Time Machine. Nectar is Prague, $17.99. Gentle Giant 3-piece suite, $22.99. And one more here, Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, $24.99. STP Unplugged. Kiss is at $96. Paul Catrich, do you want back in on Led Zeppelin for more than $39? Avenged Sevenfold is sold to Bob Riger. That was my last copy. Unfortunately, that was my last copy. What can be our window over here now? Let's see here. How much can you see of Chris Cornell if I put him over there? You can see enough to recognize that face. Holy moly. Chris Cornell, $44.99. Glenn on STP. Let's keep the VHS running. We're going to sell hundreds of VHS tonight. How about Stephen King, The Langoliers? A double VHS Stephen King movie. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That is now up for bid, okay? Very interesting crate here from Laura. We have Dave Davies, Bug. That's Dave Davies from the Kinks. Double LP green vinyl, $17.99. Kiss is at $100. JD, you're out. Brian Connors, you're out. Paul Catrich, do you want back in on Led Zeppelin for more than $39? Just so you know, you were outbid on that. Also over here, we have, I don't know, it is Casualties of Cool. It's an ambient folk abstract, $34.99. Brian has bid $101K, $101,000. Golly. No, that's $101 on Kiss. McEwen, you're back out on Led Zeppelin. Stephen King is, or we'll say the Langoliers, $10 start on that. And Morphous Eclipse, $24.99. Never set out. When I say you're out, I'm saying that you've been outbid. That doesn't mean you're done. You're not out till you say out. I was just letting you know you've been outbid. Because some people are trying to watch. Right now, some people are trying to bid on an auction. They've got their phone open with the volume turned up, and they're halfway across their kitchen cutting up some green peppers to put in with their shish kebabs tonight. Okay, that happens every night. There's always somebody cooking shish kebabs on Kiss night, and they're halfway across their kitchen, and they're cutting up the steak and the onions, and they're trying to put everything on the skewers, and they're also trying to win this rare Australian Best of Kiss, but they're also trying to put their shish kebabs on the grill. So you've got to make an important decision. Do you want to finish your shish kebabs, or do you want to work on your Kiss auction? That's a tough decision. People are making it all across America right now. Kiss or shish kebabs? Kiss or shish kebabs? Unbought said the same thing. There's one guy right now up in Wisconsin. He said he was fixing up some soup. He was cutting up the peppers and the beans and all kinds of stuff, trying to cook soup and bid on Kiss auctions. That's going on too. Somewhere right now, somebody's got their phone and they've got the volume turned up. You know what they're doing? They're walking their dog and they're bidding on Kiss. They're walking their dog and they're bidding on Kiss. Over here, we have Baron von Belinsky Orchestra. I don't know what I just said. This is, Discog just says rock. Baron von, this is some good old-fashioned rock here. Jason Byler and the Baron von Belinsky Orchestra, Song for the Apocalypse, $22.99. And we have Neil Young Chrome Dreams. Neil Young Chrome Dreams, $27.99. There's that. All right, let's go back to the top to where I left off. I left off with Paul Catrich bid $40 on Led Zeppelin. Now that's back up to McEwen Photo. Now it's at $40 with Paul Catrich. Kiss got a bid for $101. The next thing, Hiram got Amorphous. Michael bid $10 on this VHS. We're about to sell it. Over here, we have Kiss at $105. Another $105 bid. JD bid $105 first. Over here, Kiss got a new bid for $106. Over here, we have Kiss at $107. Michael Snared is on a plane right now. He's somewhere 30,000 feet above our heads bidding on Kiss auctions. Kiss is at $110. And over here, we got Zeppelin at $41. Kiss is at $115. And this VHS is sold to Michael for $10. Chad needs a monster. He's about to die over here. We got Modern Life is War, Tribulation Work Songs. That's a hardcore punk album, $29.99. And Elbow, that is Leaders of the Free World, an indie album, $19.99. And The Doors, Paris Blues. The Doors is a record store day exclusive, blue vinyl, $44.99. And Jackie McLean, this is Capuchin Swing. I feel like I mispronounced that. Sealed, $19.99. Sealed, $19.99. Kiss is at $116. Kiss is at $116. Paul, you're still trying to claim STP. STP is long gone. Darren Johnson's on his riding mower right now. See, everybody's doing all walks of life across America while trying to watch. This is why it's always crazy the first part of the night. Everybody's trying to cook shish kebabs, make their soup. They're on airplanes, riding lawn mowers, walking their dogs, and even some people right now are making lemonade. There's somebody watching right now making lemonade. Unbought gets Jackie McLean. That is sold. Doors is sold to George Jones. Doors is sold. And what about Led Zeppelin over here? Led Zeppelin. Now it's back to Paul Catrich again. Him and McEwen have been battling over Led Zeppelin for about the last 20 minutes. It's went 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and now Paul Catrich, it's back to you. Now Kiss is at 120. Now Kiss is at 120. Next thing I have is, Star Trek Arena, Episode 19, the original and uncut television series. Is just this like one episode here? I've never seen it broke up like that. Star Trek, $10 start. That's now up for bid. Over here, we have Lou Reed. This is on clear vinyl, $29.99. See, McEwen's feeding their parrots. John Oliver's painting a handrail. There's stuff going across all over America right now. Paul Catrich, it's up to you on Led Zeppelin. McEwen has it over here for the high bid of $41. Next is Arcane. Arcane is unopened, $24.99. And we have, this is Blackberry Smoke, Holding All the Roses. This is Blackberry Smoke, $19.99. And we have Mondo Drag, New Rituals. That's Garage Stoner Rock, $24.99. And The Garden, you want the scoop? The Garden is sealed. Don't forget, Laura loves The Garden, $19.99. I even noticed the other day pulling in, she had a The Garden sticker on the back of her car. I noticed that the other day, Laura. I was like, she's even got a garden sticker on the back of her car. All right, let's see what happened over here. Led Zeppelin, Paul Catridge has bid $42. McEwen right back in at $43. Paul, you have been right back outbid. That was so quick. You bid $42. He immediately bid $43. He immediately bid $43. Boy, Kiss is still getting bids, but I think we're done. Chad Sauls has it for $120. Now, the next claim, Todd Saw, you need to check your Facebook Messenger. I sent you a message about Chevy Chase, and it's to your Facebook Messenger, okay? Next thing over here, Star Trek, $10 Star Trek. Glenn over here, Blackberry Smoke. Natasha, we did not have that elbows the other night, so if you want it, you don't have that one yet. Okay, over here, we got Glenn next on Blackberry Smoke. No, Glenn was first. He was first. Led Zeppelin 43, Chasing Hard on BS. BS. That was probably for Blackberry Smoke. Jeremy Bryant on The Garden. Joshua wants the Stoner Rock. For the Stoner, Joshua. Thank you. Zeppelin 44. Now we have a new bidder. And now Star Trek is a $10 buy it now. That's a buy it now for $10. Holy moly. Next is Deep Purple, Heavy Metal Pioneers. As in Deep Purple the band. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Now up for bid. Zeppelin's at $45. Kiss is sold. And this is done. It's time for a new one. This is sold to Chad Sauls for $120. Folks, here we go. We're ready for all new Kiss auctions. I am absolutely just craving a Monster Energy drink right now. My palms are sweaty. My knees are shaky. First thing we have right now is another Kiss auction. If you expected anything different, you're watching the wrong channel. This is their debut self-titled album. A 1976 Japanese. This is the OG pressing for this in Japan. The album was released in 74, so evidently there's not an OG Japanese pressing from 74 of this album. 1976 Japanese, which was evidently the first release for Japan. Of course, it has the blue Bogart labels. It has the insert. It has the Obi, and it's phenomenal. $95 start. The Led Zeppelin is up to Joe Ives. Joe, you've been outbid. McEwen has it for $45. Now, I've got to read through this crate again. And let me tell you why. Because there was a lot going on the first time I read through this. There was confusion. There was questions. There was shish kebabs. There was VHS. So let's read through these again. I'll try my best to remain focused on the subject at hand, which is reading these titles. We have, I'm going to touch my toes. Oh, yes. Great hamstring extension going on right now. Oh. Whew. And Hiram wants the Baron von Beliski. Okay. Got it. Hiram, that's so do you. Let's read through these again. I'll let you know about the stick. Always announce it the second read-through. Okay? So here we go. Neil Young, Hitchhiker. Best of my memory, don't have the hop sticker because it's not sealed anymore, but I think this is one of those unreleased albums of his from the 70s. It has the lyric poster with it, $22.99. Joe Ives, I'm assuming you're done on Led Zeppelin. I have not heard back from you. Over here, Green Carnation, Leaves of Yesteryear. That is a prog album. It's prog metal from Norway, $24.99. Next thing I have is Natasha on Elbow, sold to Natasha. Chad, does the Japanese release have the song Kissin' Time on it? We're about to find out for you. This has, I'm going to say yes, because technically that's on just the, yeah, it does. It does. Okay. Jason Fornerat on Casualties of Cool. That was right here. Yep, that's sold to Jason Fornerat. James Goggin on Neil. Prog metal piques my interest. Here lately, just about anything prog metal that somebody's recommended to me, I've enjoyed. Deep Purple's a $10 buy it now. $10 buy it now on Deep Purple. Okay, now we have Less Big Bird, spelled B-Y-R-D, Iran, Iraq, and IKEA. Iran, Iraq, and IKEA. This is Psyche from Sweden, $27.99. Kiss is at $108. After a long, long battle with many, many bidders, much confusion, and a lot of questions, this is sold to McEwen Photo for $45. That was all-out war for that. Holy moly. Goodness. I've got something unusual to sell you. Something that typically I probably wouldn't show, but like on a, I don't know, like a Thursday night. But it needs to be shown tonight. These are $50. They're brand new. It's a new release from the Royal Mint. They're Iron Maiden 1-ounce silver coins. Very cool. It looks like it has the artwork for 80 from around, actually there's all kinds of stuff going on. I see all the different album covers, Live After Death, kind of the first album. Some pyramids back there. It's really cool. And it's limited edition. Does it have a mintage on here? And this is $50. Very cool. The Royal Mint. Tanner handed those to me before he left. Okay, now we have the following. We have Kiss at what? $108 to J.D. Conklin. $108. That's the last bid that came in on that. The next thing I have is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles. I mean Led Zeppelin 4. This is Led Zeppelin 4. This is another Japanese pressing, no obi. It does have insert in the inner sleeve. No year given. I hadn't ran the matrix. It's a $35 start. Now up for bid, okay? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 Iron Maidens sold. And that was to Chris Gardner, Michael Hamburger, Steve McGee, Oso Adventure. I think I have one left. I have one left. No. Yeah, I have one left. I have one left. Okay? Those are all sold. Those are gone. There's one left. Next thing is Chris Frazier has Kiss at $130. Led Zeppelin. And Scott Oman gets the last one. Led Zeppelin's a $35 start. Okay? We're out of those. Scott Oman gets the last one. They're gone. But I do have something else Iron Maiden related over here I'm going to auction, I think. Very much a coin related. If I don't know if we can get more of those, but we can try to go on a waiting list if anybody wants to, which would be Paul Brothers and Gerald Whitworth. Okay, the marked men on the other side. I'm going to finish up this crate in a hurry now. Garage Punk, the marked men on the other side, $17.99. This was Eliza Day, Hardcore Punk, Eliza Day, $9.99. A.A. Bondi, American Hearts, a folk rock album, $24.99. The Decemberist, and this one's called The Crane Wife, $32.99 on that. John Herbert and Yorma Cohen, The River Flows, sealed, $19.99. Led Zeppelin's at $35. Kiss is at $150. Hatchet Ed is just on Friday nights. That's only one night a week for that, and it's all gone, actually. We've sold every Hatchet Ed thing from last Friday. Guns N' Roses, The Making of Stranged, Part 4 of the trilogy. Guns N' Roses VHS, $10 start. No guarantee on the coin wait list, but we'll try. Also, we have Loney Deer Hall music. Looney. Loney? This is, I think the name of the artist is Hall Music. Or maybe it's Loney Deer or Looney. Loney? And that is $12.89. I'm learning about a lot of this just like y'all are. Crystal City, 3-dimensionality. Alternative Rock, $9.99. Utopia, familiar with them, that's Todd Rundgren. The Complete Bearsful Singles, which was a record store day double LP, $19.99. And we have the Ingos, Before We Were Blossom Toes. Beat Garage, looks like a band originally from the 60s, $19.99. Macy Gray Ruby is $19.99. Chasing Hard on JK, and that was for Yorma Calcoen back here. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. Led Zeppelin is sold for $35, the James Goggin, and the Guns N' Roses can be bought for $10. That's for that VHS cassette, just FYI. That's $10 if anybody wants it. Next is M.M. Price, Bill Samus on Utopia, and then Natasha on CC, and CC was Crystal City. Oso wants to know M.M. Price, and M.M. Price was Marked Men, $17.99. Let's look at Kiss again. The high bid is Brent Robley at $155. This is Japanese Kiss debut, the original release for Japan, 1976. It is got this 4-page booklet with it. It has this 2-page flip with it. That is what comes with it. What I'm showing you and holding right now, that is what comes with this album. Okay, let's go ahead and finish up this crate. Next thing I have is Nectar Time Machine, magenta colored vinyl. Nectar, big band from the 70s, Prague. Marked Men is sold to Oso. Kiss has a new bid for $160. And then I have Gentle Giant 3-piece suit. Gentle Giant, that is Steven Wilson remixes, $22.99 for Gentle Giant. Dave Davies from the Kinks, this album's called Bug, $17.99. Kiss 160, 160, 165. Another Neil Young, this is Chrome Dreams, which I'm pretty sure was another unreleased album, $27.99, includes lyric poster. Natasha on LD, and LD was this one right here. Thank you, because I never could figure out exactly how to pronounce that. I got 3 unsold VHS over here. Star Trek, Deep Purple, Guns N' Roses, and I'm going to try this right here. I'm going to put The Day of the Triffids. This is a VHS. That is a movie from the 60s. Yeah, 1963. That's a $10 start, The Day of the Triffids. Also, Modern Life is War, Hardcore Punk, $29.99. Lou Reed, New York, Clear, $29.99. And Arcane, Americana. Arcane is left field electronic, unopened at $24.99. James Goggin on the Neil Young Chrome Hearts. Okay, now it's up to Chris Frazier on the Kiss. Brent has it. The other bidders went out. The winner of the Laura Crate sticker was whoever bought The Doors, Paris, which I'm pretty sure was George Jones. So let me find that and put his sticker on the cover. That was The Doors album, Paris Blues. And I figured, just because I like the album that was The Doors, that was just my initial, but also we kind of got a French-looking Snoopy here painting. Snoopy wanted to try making his own Laura Crate sticker. See, there's Snoopy. He's painting his own Laura Crate sticker. And I figured Paris, Blues, Doors. What a sweet sticker there. This is quite incredible. Congratulations to George Jones. There's old Snoopy there. He's tried his best to make his Laura Crate sticker. That's a true work of art going right in there. Wow. Good luck finding those down at your local Walgreens. Though they do not have those in stock at Walgreens right now. They will escort you out and say, do not come back. The Day of the Triffids is a $10 buy it now if anybody wants it. No bid on that. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to bring over a whole new crate of brand new stuff. This Kiss has went into some extended bidding. I figured it would. Chris is right back in. Now we have a new bidder, Nashville Tiger. But after all that, Brent is still the top bidder at $170. He's still the top bidder at $170. I don't know if George Jones even know he got the sticker. We'll find out soon enough. Okay. Let's see what else has happened over here. Michael Ruttman gets the VHS here. Thank you on that. All right, let me find that other Iron Maiden coin I have over here, which probably is auction worthy because it's limited edition. Yeah, this is a 1 ounce silver proof, and this is going to go up for a $200 start. This is pretty pricey, but man, what a cool coin here. Iron Maiden comes with a book, and I think this is a colorized proof. Yeah, so that's the same thing. Now a colorized proof. That is pretty dang sweet. That's a $200 start. It's going up for auction. Let me rotate it around here. And this is a 2025 UK 1 ounce silver proof, number 2105. There's the COA. They've made 3,500 of these, okay? Very cool. Also comes with a book. Wow, it even comes with an informational book about Iron Maiden. That's pretty cool. And it's in the box, okay? That is a pretty sweet item there. Whoops. Let's put that up for a $200 start. We'll lay that right there. All right. And then over here is the 999 Punk album still in there. Let's find out. Yes. Sold to Pam Murray. Kiss is still getting bids. I was waiting to hear back from Chris Frazier or Nashville Tiger. Nashville Tiger has bid $173. That Iron Maiden coin is a $200 start, just FYI. Okay? All right, let's take these right off the table. And let's go through some new stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Holy moly. We've already filled up 5 crates tonight in a jiff. Probably about time for me to show you the new stuff that came in tonight that's still left over, because I went through it like right off the bat. There is so many more people watching right now. I think it's time to do, unless John's got another check condition crate. He doesn't. Let's do this crate, buy it now or best offer, okay? Everything in here is going to be buy it now or best offer. So let's get started and let's see what we have in here. Which one do I want to do first, though? That one's about half full. This one, let's see what's in here. Let me take a quick peek. Some interesting looking stuff in here. This one has interesting stuff. The last one had interesting stuff. Let's go through this one right here. This is going to be a buy it now or best offer crate, okay? A BIN or BO crate. That means buy it now or best offer. Kiss is still getting bids, okay? So this is a Japanese pressing. The whole Kissin' Time, no Kissin' Time, to my knowledge, is just with US, okay? This is a Japanese pressing from 1976. So by this time, Kissin' Time was on all the releases, okay? They added that later on US. This is the OG Japanese, but this came out 2 years later than what was going on in the States. So I think that really has, it's on here, but that's not really a variant for this album. That variant does not really exist. Kissin' Time, no Kissin' Time. That is not a variant for that release. Brent has it at $175. If you want to bid on the Iron Maiden coin, final call for $200. $200 going once, going twice. I'm going to go ahead and take this next stack of miscellaneous I've sold, including coins and whatnot, and VHS and books and Beatle cards, all around the corner over here on this table. There's that. And now it's time. A buy it now best offer crate, all new arrivals. I'm going to finish this water. About time for a monster. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Kiss is still getting bid. And here we go. First thing is the following. King Curtis, everybody's talking. $29.99. Yellow Atco label, King Curtis, clean copy with the big song Groove Me on it. Wow, that's such a great song. That's on one of the Austin Powers movies, I think. $29.99 for King Curtis, Groove Me. I will keep that if nobody buys it, okay? No discount. I'll keep that if nobody wants it. That's such a nice copy. The Best of Brother Jack McDuff. This is a 1969 on the Prestige label, $19.99. And we have Broken Homes, $9.99. Broken Homes is a gold stamp promo. I was about to say, if Oso doesn't bid or buy this Iron Maiden coin, I'll be shocked. He has bid 200. Brent is still bidding on Kiss at 185. I better just go ahead and put up another Kiss auction. If you want to bid on this one, please comment crazy. Okay, because we're now going to try two. Crazy, as in Crazy Nights, is an 87 Canadian OG. I think that's why I've never seen that hype sticker before. I think that's unique to Canada. An 87 Canadian OG. And Shrink with Hype, a top copy, near mint minus. If you want to bid, put crazy, okay? $50 start. If you were going to wait and try to snag the Iron Maiden for a buy now, you can't anymore. Oso has it for $200, going once, going twice. Next is Carrera. What? Yeah, Carrera. Something like that. I think I feel like I'm putting a W sound in there. This is $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. The chiffons. Everything you always wanted to know. Buy the chiffons but couldn't get. $9.99. We have Jerry Butler, Ice on Ice, $14.99. Kiss 185, Kiss 190. Crazy already has bids for 50 and 60. And next is Bad Luck is all I have, Eddie Harris. Eddie Harris is $29.99. I think we're about to get into some soul, some jazz, some rock, and all these are EX Plus or better. That one has a promo sticker on it. These are all buy it now or best offer, except for King Curtis, because I might keep it at the end of the crate if no one buys it. I might entertain an offer, but that's pretty sweet. I don't think I have that one yet. Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker, the dudes doing business. I've never seen that before. $19.99 on that one. And Van Morrison, Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Van Morrison is $34.99. And Ray Charles, Love Country Style, in Shrink, $19.99. Thank you, Oso. You get the Iron Maiden coin for $200. I appreciate that. First thing I'm going to do is put this back all nicely in its package. And I think King Curtis was marked 29. It was $29.99. Groove me. Nice. Thank you, Oso. That's so do you. I saw when Tanner said, hey, we got a coin delivery today from our mint distributor. And I was like, oh boy. I was like, next Sunday is going to be crazy. He's like, well, actually, there's some Iron Maiden stuff here. He said, you probably can sell it tonight or probably go ahead and sell it Thursday night. I was like, let's do it tonight. I still got 1 ounce gold coins. I still got 10th ounce gold coins. I don't know if I want to bring them out because people always want to know the price. And then I bring them out and they're like, oh, it's $4,000. And then we end up just having to put them right back. But if you are serious, I can go get them. Crazy's at 85. And then over here, we have 80 at 22 with Grog. Eddie Harris is sold to Grog for $22. Next is Daniel Amos, horrendous one. Daniel Amos is $19.99. And the Best of Jerry Lee Lewis, Volume 2, $9.99. Jerry Lee Lewis. And we have John Hammond, Big City Blues. That's a cool cover. 64 mono, $34.99. Kiss, we're up to one person. Nashville Tiger. If you're out there, Brent's had it for $195 for a couple minutes now. It's all up to you. Crazy. Crazy's at 85 with John Mincemoyer. Our next Japanese pressing is Wham! Wake Me Up Before You Go. This is right here. It's a Japanese pressing and Shrink with Obi. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Kiss has a new bid for $198. We have Wham! Make It Big for a $35 start. It has an Obi, and this is a $35 start. That is now up for bid. One second, please. Let me do one thing over here. One second, please. Okay. Over here, Kiss is 198. Brent Robley, it's back to you. I am going to sell the King Curtis for $25 to Patrick Lear. And Kiss Crazy Nights is a US OG. This is in Shrink with Obi, or excuse me, Shrink and Hop. It's a Canadian original. I think that hop sticker is unique to Canada. I've never seen it on a US. That's really cool. I love hop stickers myself. A top copy. And this high bid is a final call to John Mincemoyer for $85. Kiss had got down to a couple people. The last person was Nashville Tiger at $198. And then over here is Wham, a $35 start. Romelu, if you could, I sent you a message on Facebook, Romelu, if you don't mind to check that and please reply to me. I would greatly appreciate it, okay? I have Howlin' Wolf, Chess Masters, 2LP. This is $44.99. Howlin' Wolf, Chess Blues Masters, Volume 2, $44.99. It's a double LP. It is $44.99. That's a compilation over 2 LPs. Howlin' Wolf. Live at Newport, B.B. King, Muddy Waters, and Big Mama Thornton. No condition notes on that, $24.99. And Sonny Boy Williamson, A Portrait in Blues, 1980, $39.99. Hammers up on Kiss. It's up to one person, Brent Robley. Nashville Tiger has it for $198. I've already done a final call on Kiss. The timer's ticking. No bid on Wham. I'm about to make that a bot now. Unbought on Newport. That's sold to unbought. Next thing is Wham does have a bid for $35. That's about to sell. Fleetwood Mac, live in concert, 1988, a double LP, $34.99. The best of British rock. This is Fleetwood Mac. It's a 2 LP, no condition notes, 1988, $34.99. Fred Carnell gets Howlin' Wolf for $39. Sold to Fred Carnell. Seeds turn into flowers, turn into dust. Things change. A collection of totally unreleased garage and psych records from the late 60s, 1999. Rare tracks. Kiss is sold for $198 to Nashville Tiger. Sold $198. That is the self-titled Japanese album here, okay? Next thing is Kiss Crazy Nights, sold for $95 to John Mincemoyer, $85. $85 to John Mincemoyer, and Wham is sold to Sandy Villa for $35. Sandy Villa gets Wham for $35. I have another one if anybody wants it for the same price. I have identical Japanese pressing of Wham right here if anybody else wants one. First thing we're going to do is put up another auction, and that is Kiss, the Paul Stanley solo album, a Japanese pressing. This is a 1978 Japanese OG. It has the insert, the OB, and the poster. EX condition. It's complete. A $55 start. Nice. A Japanese Paul Stanley solo album. There's the poster. It's also crisp and nice. No discoloration. None of this. None of that. It is very clean, very crisp, and that's now up for bid, okay? And actually, here in a minute, I might put up something else, so we might start calling this one PS for Paul Stanley, okay? PS for Paul Stanley, that would be great. Seeds, Fred, let's do that for $17. Those comps are always so good. Those comps are so good. All right. Next thing is Paul Stanley 55 and Paul Stanley 60. Over here is Pandemonium. This is $29.99. I have no idea. John didn't give me any notes, years, or genres. $29.99 on Pandemonium. 17 Fred on Seeds if you want it. If not, Slicker says he'll take it. This is Space Rock, a 1993 UK, $26.99. I don't even know what it says. I can't read anything. I can't read that. I can't read the label. I might as well just scan it and see what happens. Let me scan it over here on Discogs. Somebody might just buy it based on the cover and genre. Let's see what happens over here. Magic Mushroom Band, Are You Spaced Out? Magic Mushroom Band, Are You Spaced Out? $26.99. $26.99. This was the 1993 is the first release of this. $26.99. Seed sold to Fred Cardinale for $17. Paul Stanley's at $85. Now I'm going to put up another one, this time just a Kiss auction. And this one is going to be this right here. This is a big one. This is Kiss, the Originals 2. Kiss, the Originals 2. Wow, look at this thing. This is a 1978 Japanese OG. This compilation was only released in Japan. It has Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, and Love Gun. It has the insert, the obi, the book, all 4 masks, all original under sleeves, and everything's near mint. $195 star. Folks, it's real, it's complete, and it's all near mint minus. Yeah, let's take a look at it. $195. Make sure you put Kiss if you're bidding on this one. There's all 3 discs. They're near mint minus. There's all 3 discs. They're near mint minus. There's the inner sleeve for Destroyer. Very cool. I love the purple outline. There is Rock and Roll Over. I love the orange outline. Here is Love Gun. That's the 3 albums. Those 3 full albums are in here. It has the book. I guess all the inserts are down in here. Yeah. Let's be careful with this. Every little item in here is very important and delicate. All right. First thing is there's the Originals book. Okay. There is the Japanese book. And then here are the face masks. These are so cool. There's Ace, Peter, Gene, and Paul. How cool are those? That is really cool. That is a complete and very, very nice Originals 2. I think I've only ever had this a couple times complete and beautiful like this. $195. Okay? That's going to be the starting bid. It'll take me 10 minutes to put all that back in there, but there it is. Good luck bidding. Paul Stanley had got up to $85. Fred offered $19 for Pandemonium. Fred, I will split that with you and say $25. Okay? $25 on Pandemonium. But I will go ahead and take your offer on Magic Mushroom for $20. So I'll reason with you. I'll go ahead and take that for $20 if you'll do $25 on Pandemonium. All right? Kiss is at $195. Paul Stanley, $90. And Kiss is at $195, $200. Okay? Moving right along. Yes, this is a buy it now best offer. John's marked some excellent stuff tonight. Here's the next one. Howlin' Wolf, Going Back Home. UK, $24.99. Howlin' Wolf, $24.99. Bobby Bland, Blues You Can Use. Bobby Bland, $19.99. Paul Stanley's at $90 now. Steve McGee had already bid $90. Now Kiss is at $230 with David Tate. We have Pug Wash. Is that what that says? 2015, $24.99. Pug Wash, Play This Intimately as If Among Friends, $24.99. Fred Cardinale gets Pandemonium for $25. Kiss is already at $275 with Kevin Walker. Sweet Vibrations, Bobby Blue Bland. That is $24.99. Jimmy Witherspoon and Ben Webster, $19.99 on that. Previously unreleased recordings, Verve Black Label, $19.99. And we have ZZ Hill, Down Home. ZZ Hill's $14.99. Don't forget, I got some VHS to run. Here is 4 Doctor Who VHS, all going up for a $20 start. A lot of 4. Revenge of the Cybermen, The Brains of Morbius, The Power of Noel, and The Terror of Zygons. 4 Doctor Who VHS tapes. Those are going to go up for a $20 start. I'm going to lay them right back there, okay? So back here, Kiss is $300 and Paul Stanley's at $100. Kiss is complete and in beautiful condition. Kiss is in complete and beautiful condition. Right over here on the spine, it looks like there's a crackle going on, okay? That just caught my attention. Right here on the spine, that's about the only flaw I've noticed in this entire endeavor. You could actually do some restoration for that. Do a color touch-up on that. I've been watching that company on Instagram restore those posters. Man, I could watch that all day. It's called Fourth Cone. They do an amazing job on that. Amazing job. Fourth Cone, if y'all ever have followed them. Man, they get in there with those colored pencils, and they can touch up all that stuff. It's amazing. All right, so Kiss is at $325. It's got all the mask. It's got the book. It's got the insert. It's there. Okay, Paul Stanley's at $101. Paul Stanley's at $110. It took me looking at this thing 3 times to find one cosmetic flaw, which is just that little bit of a crackle on the spine. Grog on Witherspoon for $15. Grog, that's sold to you for $15. Thank you. Moving right along, what a sweet crate here. Muddy Waters Live, a 71 pressing on chess in shrink wrap, $39.99 for Muddy Waters. Don't forget about Paul Stanley over here. Paul Stanley is also complete. Another one also complete, and this is complete. And I got 4 Doctor Who VHS over here. I'm trying to sell as a lot. Essentially 5 a peach. 5 a peach. I love peaches. How about 5 a piece for a piece of chocolate pie? Unbought on Muddy Waters. That's sold to Unbought. And we got United States of Horror. HO9909. 2017 yellow vinyl. I have no idea, but it's $29.99. Kiss is at $330. Paul Stanley's at $110 with Steve McGee. Mike Torres is out. We may have found our winning bidder. Al Stewart, the early years. Al Stewart's a double LP, $19.99 on Al Stewart. How about Blues from the Montreux Jazz Festival? Bobby Blue Bland, Dina Salsell, Johnny Taylor, Mosley and Johnson, $34.99 on that. And Pink Floyd, Obscured by Clouds. A Winchester pressing, Black Capel label, $39.99. That's Pink Floyd, Obscured by Clouds. Music from the film Valley. Music from the film Valley, $39.99, excuse me. Beyond the Blue Horizon, George Benson, $24.99. Paul Stanley's at $111, and Kiss is at $340. If anybody wants these Doctor Who VHS, a lot of 4 for $20. I'm going to put those right over there. A lot of 4 for $20. Matt Barnhill scooping up the Pink Floyd. Fred said he would do 23 on the horror. Sell that to Fred Cardinale for 23. Paul Stanley, 115. Kiss is at 340. I'm not surprised by the results of either one of those. Not at all. Here's a pretty popular one. How about The Exorcist? The Exorcist VHS. Put that up for a $10 start. I'm going to put that right there. That's a good place for it. $10 start on The Exorcist. We have Neil Young, Tonight's the Night. Neil Young gets $34.99. Beautiful vinyl. Neil Young, $34.99. Whoa, with promo markings. A white label promo of Grateful Dead, $119.99. That's pretty insane just to see that in a crate. White label promo, and the vinyl's fantastic too. I don't know if y'all can see the details of the shine there, but wow, a white label promo with a promo radio station, a classic, huge album there as a white label promo. Grateful Dead, $119.99. Chris Frazier on EX for 10. EX for 10 was for, oh, that's a bid on The Exorcist VHS. That's at 10 with Chris Frazier. Paul Stanley's at 116, and Kiss is at $350. Next is an Ace album. This is the great one that has How Long Has This Been Going On? $14.99. An Ace album. 5 aside, $14.99. How long has this been going on? We have Ron Wood, Give Me Some Neck. Ron Wood is $19.99. And Steely Dan, Pretzel Logic, a 74 quad pressing. Pretzel Logic. That is $49.99. ABC quad, $49.99. Oh my gosh. I'm going to touch my toes right quick. Holy moly. Let me open up this email. I got to take care of one piece of business over here right quick. It's trying to buy some more autographed and records for us. I got some pretty insane stuff. I've had some people message me, and I'm almost done closing 5 different deals. Signed movie posters, signed vinyl, some sealed stuff, but mostly just really amazing signed stuff. Okay, so first thing I have is the following. The last bid on Kiss was $350. We have Brian Reynolds put ace $10, sold to Brian. The Exorcist got a new bid for 11, then 12. The George Benson back here beyond the Blue Horizon is $24.99. CTI, super clean. This is a best offer crate, and we're about to go through it again. Okay, Paul Stanley, the last bid was Scott Fellows at 116, and he outbid Steve McGee. Steve McGee, you're out on the Paul Stanley, just FYI. The Kiss is between two people, Pickle and Kevin Walker. Kevin Walker's out. Pickle has it for $350, okay? First thing is this. John Kaiser gets the white label promo Grateful Dead for $100. Nice pickup. Brian Colsar, are you the one who asked about George Benson? Who asked about George Benson? Brian, I'll sell that to you for $18. Okay? The Exorcist, I'm going to make sure Vicky's out. He has that for $12. And I think we're done on Paul Stanley. The big one's Kiss and the hammer's up. We got to keep them rolling one after another. Pickle has it for $350. And Brian says he'll take George Benson for $18. Okay, and then Paul Stanley, Steve McGee's, I think we're done on these auctions. All right, so first let's put away Paul Stanley. And Paul Stanley, PS, is sold then to Scott Fellows for $116. We have a new bid that just came in on Kiss. Nashville Tiger has bid $353. Nashville Tiger bid $353. Pickle, we're not done. Just when I thought we were done, we're not. That's at $353. The Xers is at $13. Chris Frazier, you're out. Next, let's try another Kiss. And this is a Japanese, actually, we already have Kiss up. Let's do Gene Simmons. We've already sold Ace. There was Paul. Here's Gene. It's a Japanese pressing, complete and beautiful. Same as the last one, $55 start, 78 Japanese, beautiful, near mint minus. It comes with the poster, also beautiful, near mint minus. Superb. It's amazing how well kept all this Japanese stuff is 30, 40, 50 years later sometimes. There's the Japanese booklet. There's the inner sleeve. As you can see, there's a tear on the back of this obi. Kind of got dog-eared there. There is that. That's about the only cosmetic flaw I have seen so far. That is going to go up. If you want to bid, put GS for Gene Simmons, okay? This right here, The Exorcist, is sold to Chris Frazier for $14. And right now, we're going to read through these quickly. Buy it now, best offer. We have the best of Brother Jack McDuff, $19.99. Broken Homes was $9.99. Carrera, $19.99. The Chiffons is $9.99. Jerry Butler on Ice, $14.99. Jimmy McGriffin Jr. Parker, $19. Van Morrison was $34. Inarticulate Speech of the Heart. Ray Charles, $19. Daniel Amos Horrendous One was $19. The Best of Jerry Lee Lewis Volume 2 is $9.99. John Hammond was a 64 mono, $34. Sonny Boy Williamson is $39.99. That's still available. Fleetwood Mac, that was the original Roots live in concert, early Fleetwood Mac there, $34.99. Nashville Tiger, it's all up to you on Kiss. The high bid is $355. Now Gene Simmons is at $60 with Steve McGee. We have Howlin' Wolf going back home, $24.99. Bobby Bland is $19.99. Pug Wash was $24.99. Joe Ives gets Ray Charles for $15, sold. Also Sweet Vibrations, Bobby Blue Bland, $24. ZZ Hill was $14. Al Stewart was 19. Gene Simmons is at 65. Blues from Montreux, 34. Neil Young is 34. Ron Wood was 19. And Steely Dan Pretzel Logic in quad, no condition notes, $34.99. A new bid has been placed on Kiss, $358. A new bid on Gene Simmons has been placed, $80. We have Sweet Vibrations, Bobby Bland, that is sold for $19. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Psycho 4, The Beginning, a VHS, a $10 start, Psycho 4, The Beginning, $10 start. Fred Cardinale on this Fleetwood Mac back here for $24. Fred, I'll sell that to you for $24. Sell it to Fred. Done. Sold. Gone. Moving on. ST Ron Wood, $15. Sold. Gone. Gene Simmons, 95. Pickle, it's up to you on Kiss, $300. Now Pickle's back in at $365. $1 for 1 day of the year each. $365. Gene Simmons, 99. And now I am swapping out crates. I actually want to turn back the clock just about, well, it's been almost 3 hours now. One of the first things we did early in the show was knock out all the new vinyl pre-orders. So if you were on a pre-order, you probably already got most of this. There's really just one crate and then the acid baths. I want to let everybody know I do have Stevie Nicks Belladonna. That's the new Rhino Hi-Fi series. All analog, Stevie Nicks, $39.99. Etta James, the second time around. Jackpot, orange vinyl, all analog, $34.99. Motorhead, new for Friday, No Sleep Till Hammersmith, yellow and black marble, $36.99. Another all analog, Fleetwood Mac Tango in the Night, $38.99, $38.99. And Iron Maiden puzzle. This is a puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle, a 500-piece puzzle. Iron Maiden's $24.99. That's some of the new vinyl that came in today. I'm just showing that so I can actually move it out of my way over here. But I wanted to make sure y'all were aware there's some big new releases in. Stevie Nicks, Etta James, Motorhead, Fleetwood Mac, and Iron Maiden. Etta James was just a restock. Those are actually the new releases there. Motorhead, Fleetwood Mac, and of course everybody's loving these hi-fi Rhino hi-fi series, and evidently everybody's loving these Rhino Reserve series too. When you hear all analog, that's always a good. And we got Nashville Tigers out of there, so it looks like he's done, so we're not going to delay that anymore. First thing, Psycho is sold to Vicky for $10, and Kiss is sold, no more bids, $365. That's done. That's sold. Let me try to put all that back very nicely into its packaging. And then all the acid baths came in. I want everybody to be aware of that too. This acid bath came in, Pagan Terrorism Tactics, and we got a restock of When the Kite String Pops. Those are both $39.99, okay? All right, so thank you to Pickle, Nashville Tiger, and everybody else that was bidding. I'm going to very carefully, actually, you know what? To save some time, I'm just going to lay this in here on the table, on our miscellaneous table. I'm just going to lay it flat and have them nicely put all that back in there. I don't want to bend any corners or rush anything, so I'm just going to lay this right in here on the table. It probably needs to be put separate anyway. We probably could almost put all the inserts behind the jacket or something. That's probably the best thing to do there for something like that. All right, so that's Paul Stanley, or excuse me, that's Gene Simmons. So let's put up something, quote, Kiss. Let's get back to some of the bootlegs. And we got mostly official stuff tonight. I think that's why we've seen so much bidding. I'm going to go ahead and throw up a bootleg, though, and we're going to do San Francisco 1975 Winterland. Here we go. This is live in Winterland Arena, San Francisco, 1975, VG Plus, a $35 start. Gene Simmons is at $120. Stevie Nicks was $39.99. So you just seen all the new vinyl for tonight that quickly. That's it. Those two crates there. That was pretty much the bulk of all the new vinyl from tonight. That was it. All right, we're going to do another one. We're going to do another one over here, and the other one is another John Botnell Best Offer crate, okay? We're going to be doing that, and I'm about to throw up another VHS. And this is Metallica, the 1998 home vid, Cliff 'Em All. Metallica is going to go up for a $10 start. Cosmo Kramer wants a Stevie Nicks. Great stuff there. Thank you. Stop dragging around my heart. There's that. And let's do another John Crate Buy It Now Best Offer. I have a whole stack over here of books that I showed early that didn't sell. Most of them sold that I showed. They were shown and sold. And with that being said, on my cart over here, I still got, yeah, let me go up front. The other stack of books are to be shown later. And I'm about to go up front and try to grab some posters and stuff and try to start slipping some of those in both for auction and buy it now. What am I looking for right now? Chad, what are you doing? Chad is looking for a buy it now best offer crate, and I have located one. So let me grab this right here and see what's going on. Oh, wow. All right. Nice. Okay, I like this one again. In a nice lime green crate. New stuff here. Buy it now or best offer. Here we go. All the acid bath pre-orders. Yes, you should have got a like from me. If you haven't got a like, then you need to let me know. You need to let me know. I actually need about an hour to reply to all these people over here that are wearing me out about selling some stuff. But maybe they won't. People that don't know my situation every night, I'll get messages or emails when I'm communicating with somebody. They're like, hey, I haven't heard back from you. I don't know if you're too serious about this stuff or not. And then I'll be like, I'm sorry. I basically work 8 to 10 hours in the middle of the night. During the day, probably when you're waiting for me to reply, I'm asleep. And one guy was actually back awake about 3 a.m. this morning, and we were emailing, and he says, I finally found you. And he's got this insane signed album collection for sale. And it's one of these things, though, it's just like, we better just buy a few at a time, because I'm sure a lot of them are good. I'm sure some of them are bad, and so I'm having to, like, verify them, and it's a big, drawn-out process to buy a bunch of this stuff. So, but, man, he's even got, like, signed Stevie Ray Vaughan, so I'm like, wow, and it's all so far of checking out. So, okay, over here, the first thing we have is we sold Cosmo Kramer, Stevie Nicks. Kiss got a bid for $35. Gene Simmons, $125. Metallica, $13. Metallica, $15. Jeff Halsworth also wants a Stevie Nicks. Jeff Halsworth also on a Stevie Nicks. This is sold to Jeff Halsworth. Metallica, $15. Metallica, $15. Laura's working on another crate. And then over here, we got Metallica, $20. These are called super crates, okay? I never got a message about your Chevy Chase. That's because you're on... I don't have access to you on Facebook. Ed's going to email you. I gave a list of people for Ed to email tomorrow. Okay? Somebody else earlier, too. Glenn, or who's Michael? Michael Church asked. Some people asked. I'm not done with it yet. Of course, it's no big deal until next week, because we're not sending invoices for those till Monday. Okay, let's figure out who has all these high bids. Ed is going to reach out to anybody. I've reached out to everybody on Facebook. Ed's going to reach out to everybody who doesn't have a Facebook, because he has access to that email account. And I have never messaged anybody through YouTube, through Square. I've never sent a message to anybody that doesn't have a Facebook. Okay? Never. Never. Paul just got this. I found it in the back. I was like, Paul, you didn't even tell me about this. This is a gigantic, where Crosby, Stills, and Nash played at Red Rocks. And look how, it's a big sign, and look how big they signed it. Stephen Stills, David Crosby, and Graham Nash. It's where they played at Red Rocks, too. I was like, wow, that's incredible. It's going to be hard that's one of my favorite groups. I already have an album signed by them, but man, if somebody's got enough wall space, that's a killer thing. Red Rocks, signed by Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Huge signatures, too. Huge. All right, Gene Simmons, the last bid over here was Jeff Church at $125. Jeff Church, $125. He had tied Steve McGee. Steve McGee already had bid $125, okay? 125 already with Jeff Church. Okay? The next person, or excuse me, 125 was Steve McGee. Then Jeff Church, you bid 125, okay? Just so y'all know. And then over here, this Kiss, Alive in Winterland, the last bid that came in on this was J.D. Conklin, and he was the only bidder. That thing is sold for $35. That was the only bid. There was no other questions. I already said that twice. Now we're going to put up something real and official. Alive, a 1977 Japanese reissue, Filmworks label, with insert OB and book, Kiss Alive, a double LP, near mint minus and pristine, a 77 pressing. This is going to go up for a $65 start. It has the actual Kiss book, just like the US, and the Japanese, okay? The Gene Simmons is a Japanese original pressing. The Metallica VHS is at 27 with El Terrible Torio. Right now, we're embarking under a crate of new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. I hope y'all are ready. Live at Bill Graham's Fillmore West, $19.99. Michael Bloomfield, Taj Mahal, original label, $19.99. Kiss has a bid with casing for $75. Today is Monday. This starts a new invoicing cycle, unlimited shipping for $8. Everybody got an invoice today. More invoices will be sent out 1 week from today. That's when the Chevy Chases will be billed. I promise we will reach out to you and get it worked out. Sorry for the confusion on that. But good news is there's more stuff like that coming up in the chute this year. Both celebrity and musician signings that I think we can pre-sale. So we'll work on that. I have So You Want to Be a Rock and Roll Star, the Scream Years of Australian Rock compilation, 1999, 1964, 1966 Australian Rock, even though they've kind of got like a bootleg-looking photo of Paul McCartney on the cover. He was not Australian. Over here is Oregon, Elvin Jones Together. Oregon is $19.99. Elvin Jones Together, $19.99. What's the crate code? Let me ask Tanner right now. That's the best way I can do this. Let me ask Tanner right now. Gene Simmons, $131. Gene Simmons, $132. Gene Simmons, $135. Kiss is at $80. Metallica's at $28. El Terrible Torio, you've been outbid. Lightfoot, his debut, very cool. Gordon Lightfoot, super clean vinyl, $19.99. Jerry Lee Lewis, Keeps Rockin', $9.99, gold stamp promo. Junior Mance, live at the top, guest artist David Newman, $24.99. Atlantic Records, Two-Tone Atlantic, $24.99. Junior Wells, It's My Life Baby, 87 pressing, $19.99. They're terrible. It's up to you on the Metallica, okay? The high bid is with Danny at $28. The Kiss Alive Japanese pressings at $85 of Mike Torrey's. Gene Simmons is at $135. It's all up to Jeff Church. Scott has it at $135. I guess Steve McGee was in there bidding somewhere too. He's out though. Now Scott's in at $135. Now Kiss is at $90. Now Metallica's at $30. Now Kiss is at $95. New Arrivals crate. These are all buy it now or best offer. Junior Wells, Junior Mance, Jerry Lee Lewis, Gordon Lightfoot, Elvin Jones, Australian 60s compilation, Bill Graham's Fillmore. We have Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, $34.99. These are all best offer. Gene Simmons, $140. The Fifth Dimension, Living Together, Growing Together. The Fifth Dimension, $14.99. Danny Thomason, you've been outbid on Metallica. El Terrible has it for $30. Aretha Franklin, Queen of Soul. Aretha's in Shrink, Super Clean, $19.99. And we have Ambrosia, with that original die-cut looking cover, $19.99. Kiss is at $100. This is for a beautiful copy of a Kiss Live. Gene Simmons at $141. Jeff, it goes back to you. Danny, it's up to you on the Metallica. We have Wings Wildlife, $24.99. Wings Wildlife, $24.99. Metallica has a new bid for $31. Kiss has a new bid for $105. The Four Tops Yesterday's Dreams, $14.99. Through the Years, John Mayall, a double LP, a bonus pack, 2-record set with promo sticker, beautiful vinyl, $34.99. Kiss Alive has a new bid for $125. Scott Fellows, you have been outbid on Gene Simmons. He's right back in at $150. Metallica has a new bid for $33. Walt Disney Presents The Story of Robin Hood, $14.99. Yellow Disneyland label, Robin Hood, $14.99. Does Fifth Dimension have the Let the Sunshine In? That would be on Aquarius. That's not on this. John McPatriot on Disney. That is sold to John McPatriot. Next over here is Slicker on John Mayall, sold to Slicker Van Slyke. Thank you. We have Little Boots, Hands. That is a 2010, $34.99. Now Kiss is at $155. Now Metallica's at $34. Now Gene Simmons is at $150. Jeff Church is out. Final call on Gene Simmons for $150. Next is Exception. EXSEPTION, $14.99. The Fireballs, bottle of wine. The Fireballs, $9.99. And Aviator, what a cool cover. Prague from '79. Aviator, $24.99. Who plays on the Junior Wells album? Who plays on the Junior Wells album? It does not say. $19.99. Mark Price needs a pack of inner sleeves. Put down Mark Price for a pack of inner sleeves. RJ66 gets Lightfoot for $15. Metallica VHS has a new bid for $44. Kiss Alive has a new bid for $160. Hammers up on Gene Simmons. We're about to sell it for $150. American Flyer, $19.99. I have Stephen Ambrose Gypsy Moth, $19.99 with KDIC radio station markings on the cover. And we have Nick Gilder, City Nights, $9.99. Fred Carnell gets Aviator for $19. Right now, we are going through a buy it now or best offer crate. Also have the Wild Frantic Little Richard, $19.99 on Little Richard. And that is $19.99. Danny's out on Metallica. I'll go ahead and sell that to El Terrible for $44. And then Gene Simmons is sold to Scott Fellows for $150. Sell that to him for $150. All right. So that one, Kiss over there is still getting bids. Mike Torrey's at $160. Let's go ahead and put up next now. Next one we're gonna throw up, so we can run two at a time, is Peter Criss. We still got Kiss Alive 2, Japanese, Rock and Roll Over, Japanese, Destroyer, Japanese, Peter Criss, Japanese, Double Platinum, Japanese, Rock and Roll Over, Shrink, Complete with insert and stickers, Kiss Alive 2 US, Ace Frehley, 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 and then Japanese Hotter Than Hell. And then over here, I've got more Kiss Japanese. And then I have Bootleg, Animalize, Smashes Thrashes, Bootleg, 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 Bootleg. Peter Criss. Japanese pressing, just like the other three. This is the last one of the set. It's OG, it's complete, and near minus. The guy we bought these from, he did a great job. He curated 4 complete OG beautiful Japanese pressings. They're all super. We've already sold Ace. Ace is already gone. Here's Peter. Peter is now a $65 start, just like the other 3. This is the last one of the 4 for solo albums, Japanese. We still got Hotter Than Hell. This Alive is at $160 with Mike Torrey's. 160 of Mike Torres. The Ace solo album, Japanese, is gone. Over here, all those Ace I was reading off, those are all solo albums, not that solo album, you know, any of his other ones. He's got a bunch of. Ace Frehley has put out a lot of albums, actually, if you think about it. I guess he's put out more than any of them, I'd say. I mean, I hadn't seen nowhere near as many from anybody else. Okay, let's get back to the best offer. Stone Alone, Bill Wyman, $19.99. We have Jimi Hendrix Experience, Radio 1. This is typically on clear vinyl, 1988, Ryko, yeah. Ryko, clear, Coke bottle, clear vinyl. Hendrix is $49.99. Peter Criss already has bid $65, $70, $75, $80. And the Blues Brothers. There is some damage to the spine over here. The Blues Brothers is $24.99. All right, so this one, so now we can put up Kiss Alive 2. And then we'll probably get back to some of the bootlegs, and then I'll get to some of the Japanese. We might do a couple more Japanese. We got to knock out the bootlegs, but don't forget, it's only $9.19. And I told everybody we'd be selling Kiss auctions at 11, maybe even midnight tonight. But luckily, we have some solo albums tonight, so it's easy for me to run 2 at a time, okay? This one is sold to Mike Torres for $160. Thank you, Mike Torres. Hot in the Shade picture disc is already gone. Winterland's already gone. Any bootlegs with Vinnie Vincent on it. We've already sold 2 or 3 tonight. We did those earlier in the show. Peter Criss, 90. Jimi Hendrix. Brent, I will counter at 42. Also, Patrick has asked what it is. 1988, Jimi Hendrix Experience, Radio 1. I've counted at 42 on that one. Peter Criss is at $115. We had a request for Kiss Alive 2 as Japanese. A 77 Japanese OG with insert and obi and book, no tattoos. Disc 1 near mint minus, disc 2 EX. It has the insert and the obi and the book, a $45 start. Fred has offered 43. I've already told Brent 42. It's totally up to him. Next VHS. What have I done with them? I think I got some more rock and metal related stuff. And I also have just some big movies over here. And I have some classics too. Wow. I have Creatures from the Black Lagoon. Take a look at that. The box has some damage up here. The flip flap has a little bit of damage. But this is going to go up for just a $10 start. A classic, Creature from the Black Lagoon. $10 start on that. A lot of people like those for anything, just cool decorations. Put them on your shelf. $10 start, Creature from the Black Lagoon. All right, so Brent did get Jimmy for 42. He had first dibs on that. And Fred, he's already got it. Next is the original Blues Brothers, Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, $19.99 on that. And next was Little Sonny, Hard Going Up. Little Sonny, $34.99. No condition notes. All right, so Kiss is opened at $45. Peter Criss is at $160, and that VHS is $10. I'm going to ask everybody to do me a favor. Hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube while I step up front and get a Monster Rehab out of the fridge. I'm also, while I'm up here, going to grab a handful of some posters. Don't forget, tonight, Miscellaneous night, we're back into Fred Goodwin stuff. I found some stuff, one, I had lost for a long time. I think I have a whole set of Caddyshack lobby cards. I saw in the bottom of a tub, and I was in a panic trying to move stuff to get some stuff cleaned out. And I think, though, I located some really good stuff that people passed on. It's like one of those nights we hit like a pocket of really good movie posters and movie stuff. We had some passes, so what happened? They just got put back in a tub, and they've gotten buried. And I have some other stuff over here I'm about to grab. Let me grab this handful right here. Let me just try to see what kind of stuff I can filter through until it's time to really just do nothing. But we're going to do vinyl up until all the Kiss stuff is sold. When all the Kiss stuff is sold and I've completed enough discount crates, probably up until about 1:30 tonight, we're going to go through Miscellaneous. So I'm going to try to get to it sooner than later. Okay, I'm back. I had to go get a monster. I'm going to tear into that in just a second and some of these tackies. And here we go. First thing we have is this. Alrighty. Peter Criss was at 160. Kiss was at 45. Brent was first on Blues Brothers. That was sold to Brent. Kiss Alive 2, 45. Kiss 50. Kiss 50. Kiss 55. How much is the Tyler Childers poster? It is framed for $150 plus shipping. Okay? Now, if you want me to take it out of the frame, I can, and shipping will be zero. But if you want it in the frame, you got to pay postage. But it's an original poster advertising Country Squire. Blues Brothers is already sold. Kiss is at 70. Can I see Kiss again? So that means Peter Criss is at 160. Steve McGee, it's up to you. Alive 2's at 75. And if anybody wants Creature, it's a $10 buy it now. Okay? Over here, Kiss Alive 2 is a 77 OG pressing. I actually hadn't even got it out of its sleeve. Gatefold with Obi. Disc 1 is near mint-minus. Disc 2 ZX. It has the insert Obi and book. No tattoo sheet. No tattoo sheet. That's my third Tyler Childers poster. I had 4 originally. I kept 1. I had 4 framed at once. I kept 1. I've sold 1 out of the frame. I've sold 1 in the frame. And I have 1 left in the frame. Here we go. Next is Karen Finley. The Truth is Hard to Swallow. From 1987. $19.99 on that. Kiss Alive has a new bid for $80. The Chief, Eddie Clearwater. $14.99 on Eddie Clearwater. Nature's Secret by Michael Cassidy. $14.99. These are new arrivals. Best offer, too. Best offer. Something I've started doing recently. Going through some of the new, clean, near mint, EX Plus stuff and going ahead and taking offers. We have been able to expedite sales a lot more. Expedite? What did I just say earlier? Distant Thunder by Checkfield. $16.99. That looks pretty crazy. Karen Finley is sold to Travis Wade. Thank you on that. That's gone. Kiss has a new bid for $100. And John Kaiser gets Peter Criss for $160. Sweet. All right. That's gone. Another one. And now, since I can keep 2 up here at the same time, I'm going to be showing some other solo albums. That way we can keep 2 different auctions going at the same time, okay? There's that and there's that. Let me get this underneath this flap here. Gotta watch that little flap on the Obi. There we go. Don't want any dog ears. Don't want any dog ears. Thank you, Kaiser. Over here is this, 100, Thunder. He's one of the few people I ought to say his last name, because it's just like Kaiser. It's like Kramer almost. David Tate bought one of the Tyler Childers posters. Yep. He's one of the ones I sold to. The other one I sold a long time ago. Or maybe I might have even sold it in the store. I think I did. I think somebody bought one in the store. But, yeah. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second, please. Okay. Next, Ace Frehley. Let's do this one right here. which is unique to Record Store Day. Freely's Comment live. First time on vinyl. Record Store Day exclusive. Ace is a $25 start. Kiss Alive's at 102 of Oh So Adventure. They are currently battling that one out right now. We'll see where that one ends up. I'm grabbing a new empty crate right now to fill up another sold crate. We just filled up one. That's great. And let's keep going through this best offer crate. Eddie Harris, Instant Death. Eddie Harris from Atlantic. Catalog number 1611. Beautiful vinyl. $24.99. Ace has a bid for $27. Kiss is at 102. Brent bid on Creature. Somebody said Brent Robley bid on Creature. I don't think so. Nobody bid on the Creature VHS. It's still available. Next thing is, this is Friday the 13th, part 7. The New Blood. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? All right. We have Click Click, Wet Skin, and Curious Eye. 1987, Industrial. Wow, don't hear that genre too often on a random record. Industrial, Click Click, Wet Skin, and Curious Eye. Coliseum, Those Who Are About to Die Salute You. That sounds familiar. $29.99 for Coliseum. Cowboys International, The Original Sin. 1979 New Wave. $14.99 on that. Albert King, King of the Blues Guitar. Albert King is $39.99. Atlantic 8213. Nice, clean. Albert King, $39.99. Travis Wade on Click. Fred Carnell was second. I think we're done on Kiss. It was up to one person, Trent Peasley. I haven't heard back from him. Oso has had Kiss for $102. He just said he's out, okay? Trent's done. So that's a final call to Oso then. We're about to sell that one for $102. Ace is at 35 of Gerald Whitworth. We got who? We got Isaac Hayes, Funky Junkie. I don't know if I've had that one before. Isaac Hayes, Funky Junkie, and that is $24.99. Albert King is sold to Patrick Lear for $35. Nice pickup there. Friday the 13th has a bid for $10. We got Lonnie Mack, The Hills of Indiana. Lonnie Mack is $24.99. And we got Booker T and the MGs, Melting Pot, $34.99. Brent said C10 earlier. Really? Creatures 10 earlier. Well, Brent, are you watching? If you want the Creatures, I better go ahead and sell it to him. I don't think that came across on my screen. So, Brent, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you, and if hopefully he's still watching. Everybody's telling me you're trying to buy that or did try to buy that, and I missed it. So, that's now the third person who said he had 10 on that. So, there it is. Ace is now at 40. This is Steve Cropper, Albert King, and Pop Staples. This is pretty cool here. Jammed together. Steve Cropper, legendary session guitarist. We have Albert King, legendary blues guitarist, and then Pop Staples from the Staples Singers. 69 Terre Haute with a promo stamp on the back. $49.99. Saga. This is $24.99. Stag. What's that say? Saga City, maybe? Yeah, that's Saga City. Saga is $24.99. Friday has a new bid for $13. Let's go ahead and sell Kiss Alive 2. Man, we got a lot of cool stuff still to get to tonight. Amazing. Kiss is sold to Oh So Adventure for $102. Let's put this right in here. First thing I have is Alonzo on S, probably for Saga. And then Patrick Lear on this one here for $43. Nice. She's out. So Friday is sold for $13 to Jeff Brindley. And the last bid on Ace Frehley was Gerald Whitworth at $45. Going once, going twice. Okay, let's put up the Hotter Than Hell that was asked about earlier. Here it is. Hot, hot. And this is a 76 OG Japanese. OG for Japan. Of course, this came out in 74. And this was the first time it was released in Japan. Blue Casablanca labels. It does have the OB and the insert. a $95 start on Kiss. Okay, there's the Japanese sleeve and the Japanese insert. The vinyl is superb, $95 start. Cool stuff in the crates too. BT Express nonstop, $19.99 for BT Express. Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan, $44.99, 2010 pressing, $44.99. We used to have those in stock. The Fifth Dimension, Love Lines, Angles, and Rhymes, $14.99. Robin Lane and the Chartbusters, $12.99. And Junior Wells, Blues Hit Big Town with Muddy Waters, Elmore James, Delmar, Clean, $49.99. Do you have any more Friday 13th? I'm looking. I'll start reading off some titles. Here is another classic, The Day the Earth Stood Still. $10 start on that one. The Day the Earth Stood Still. Ace is now at $50. Kiss does have an opening bid of $95. Okay. Let me take care of something over here. All right. There's that. All right, let's read through these one more time. And the Junior Wells here, that was a 77. That was a 77. Hotter Than Hell, 103. Ace is at 55. So Monday night, 9:35 Central Time, that's here in Lebanon where I'm at. We're doing Kiss auctions and other stuff. I still got a handful of Japanese. And earlier I brought back here some miscellaneous stuff, which here's a really cool, this is actually an original lobby card. An original lobby card. This was manufactured to be hung in a lobby of a movie theater. You can actually see the tape residue where they had it literally. A lot of times they would have like a cork board or a wall, and they would put out movie posters and they would put out lobby cards. And this is an original lobby card from the movie The Caddy from Fred's collection. You can even tell how it's inked. How cool is that? It's an original from 1953, not a reissue. And this is a big film with Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Very cool. That's an original lobby card, a $15 start. $15 start on that. Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. That's an original lobby card from The Caddy. That is now up for bid. Laura just dropped off a crate. Excellent. What we're going to do is I'm going to read through these again. We're going to go through the Laura crate, and there's still one or two more John crates for best offer. There's still two more John crates just like this one to do. So let's recap these in a hurry. The Ace Frehley's at 61, Hotter Than Hell's at 113. I have Live at Bill Graham's Fillmore West, $19.99. I have So You Want to Be a Rock and Roll Star, Scream Years of Australian Rock, Oregon, Elvin Jones, Together. Jerry Lee Lewis, Keeps Rockin', Junior Mance, Live with David Newman, Van Morrison, Period Transition, Junior Wells. I'll have to pass, but thank you for the offer. We have Aretha Franklin, Queen of Soul, Ambrosia, still got Paul McCartney and Wings, Wildlife, Four Tops, Yesterday's Dream, Fifth Dimension, Little Boots Hands, Exception, all these are buy it now or best offer. The Fireballs, Junior Wells, It's My Life Baby, American Flyer, Stephen Ambrose, Gypsy Moth, Nick Gilder, City Nights, Little Richard, The Wild and Frantic, Bill Wyman, Buddy Guy and Junior Wells, the original Blues Brothers, Little Sonny, Hard Going Up, Eddie Clearwater, The Chief, Nature's Secret, Eddie Harris, Instant Death, Coliseum, Cowboys International, Isaac Hayes, Lonnie Mack, Booker T and the MGs, BT Express, Albert King, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Fifth Dimension, Robin Lane, and Junior Wells, Big Hit, Big Town. All right, Jeff Brindley gets The Day the Earth Stood Still for 10. And the Caddy lobby card is a $15 start. We have Ace at $65. That means El Terrible, You've Been Outbid. He's back in at 67. Fred, you've been outbid. Kiss Hotter Than Hell's at 115. El Terrible, you've been outbid. He might be about to bid again. He did. He's back in on both auctions. The Little Boots is called Hands. Hands, it's kind of just like one of those deals. They didn't do a cover, just colored vinyl. And it is a 2010 $34.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Albert King, $44.99 on that. Chuck's in on the lobby card at 15. Got cool Hollywood memorabilia tonight. Original stuff all night long, starting now. Starting now. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Josie, the caddy, in fact, was an auction, so it was minimum of 15. Unless it didn't sell, then I could have entertained an offer. But it actually, in fact, does have a bid. So if you want in, you got to outbid Chuck, or if you say out, I'll go ahead and sell it to him. No, there is stuff written on the label. No, there's definitely words written on the label. I think it just looks like that. All right, if anybody wants to make an offer, go ahead. Let's go through the lure crate. All right, that's always fun. John's marked some killer stuff tonight. Lots of blues. Sorry, I just got done eating some really hot chips. I stayed up really late, and I ate a sub before I went to bed, and so my food routine's off. Now it's not even 10 o'clock, and I'm back here starving, so I just knocked down some of these things. Thank you to whoever sent these. I think it was the Vlotter checks. I need somebody to finish eating these up front. Laura or Paul or Caden or Tanner or G or Ed or Jack or Jill. And these are all real people I'm naming off that work here, because I eat 2 or 3 bags of them a night, and my mouth is on fire right now. I mean, my mouth is absolutely on fire, but they're so delicious. I had never had those before until the Vlotter check sent them. I opened up a bag one time. I took a breath out of them. I took a smell out of them. And I took a whiff of them, and I went out of breath. I went, holy moly, and I fell down, and then I started eating them just on the floor. So over here, we got Hotter Than Hell. I'm going to put up a bootleg after this one. We got Mike and El Terrible Torio battling this out. Mike has it for 130. It goes back to El Terrible Torio, okay? Mike has it for 130. It goes back to El Terrible Torio. Over here is Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley's at 67. Fred Cardinal, you got outbid. Now it's up to Fred Cardinal. Oh no, Fred's got on the wrong feed. Fred, you're on the wrong feed. You're on the wrong feed, Fred. Oh no. Somehow he's got on the wrong feed. And then the original lobby card of the caddy, I figured this would bring a little bit more. That is sold for $15 to Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck, on that. I'll be digging out some more stuff in just a second. All right, Laura has actually instructed me where to put the sticker. Let's see what she's got here. Okay. Gotcha. I will write that down right now. Oh, sorry, I was standing back up. Fred is still watching the wrong feed. I don't know how that happened. He's probably scrolled up and he's on the wrong show. Okay, we'll give him, there we go. Fred, you got on the wrong feed a second ago. Now, he's back in on Ace at 70. What happened to my sticky notes and my markers so I can write down where we're putting the lure crate? Well, there's my, there's that. There's my Sharpie. Here we go. My mouth is starting to cool down. Oh, I was getting hungry. I got some meals planned out for tonight. I got me some shish kebabs. Some good old shish kebabs for tonight. Which, in my lifestyle, I have to bake them in the oven, but they're still pretty good. I got to get me a grill, but that would require a lot of extra work and going in and out and all that stuff. Okay, Kiss is still getting bids. Ace Frehley is still getting bids. And Chuck Haley got that. And let me start a new pile of miscellaneous back here in the back. I'm going to go ahead and move this. Let's bring over that lower crate. Monday. I had a great Sunday. I woke up I told y'all what I would do. I got it planned down to the minute. My normal routine, about the time I would wake up and come here and do a stream, which would be between 3 and 4 o'clock. On Sunday, when I woke up about that time, I rolled back over and I woke up at 8 o'clock. And that was the best extra 4 hours of sleep I've had in a long time. And my mom was texting me because sometimes we go out to eat and she's like, you must be sleeping, which is probably good. And I was like, yeah, I was actually unconscious almost. That was the most deepest sleep I've got in a long time. A long time. All right. Here is an original movie poster. Okay. Let's go to the overhead cam for a second. This is an original movie poster. I think Fred had marked it 1944. Bordertown Trail. It's called an insert. So it's kind of this elongated size. They call that an insert. Smiley Burnett, Sunset Carson. It's an original. It's been folded. Still has great colors for 1944. I'm going to fold it back up and put it right back here to Kiss. We're going to call that Bordertown Trail or movie poster, whatever you want to put in the chat. Just a $10 start. Bordertown Trail, $10 start. That is now going up for bid. Right there it is. An original 1944 movie poster. BT, Bordertown Trail, or movie poster, whatever you want to call it. And Fred had denoted Smiley Burnett and Sunset Carson on that one. Okay. Kiss is at $205. Ace is at $85. El Terrible, you have been outbid on Kiss by Mike. You have been outbid on Ace by Fred. Those are still going. They're still going. That's an original 1944 movie poster from Fred Goodwin's collection. I didn't even really look through Laura's crate because she told me the location of the sticker. So I'm going to be just as surprised as you are. And I think there is going to be a chance that this crate gets absolutely obliterated, okay? So let's get started here. Let's go back to our normal. El Terrible right back in on both. So Mike, you're out. Fred, you're out. And Brent Robley has that movie poster for just $10. I've got a lot of movie posters I'm going to start tonight for 10. A lot of 40s, 50s, 30s. Just stuff at this point. What's left, if I have anything in this building that's, quote, part of the Fred Goodwin collection, I'm here to sell it. It's going to be at great prices. And if you're local, if you didn't hear what I said from about 4 hours ago, last night I untubbed 15 black industrial-sized tubs full of magazines, prints, posters, some books, a lot of prints and movie posters, though. And they're all out here in tables in our store to dig through, $9.99 each. You could walk in on Wednesday and literally leave with a stack of movie posters probably for less than a few $100s. I'm talking about like this many. They're out there. Some I called out to put up for auction tonight. They still might sell for 10. They might sell for 300. The Police Greatest Hits, double LP sealed, $39.99. Laura crate. Where is that sticker? That's what everybody's standing by to find out. $39.99 for the Police. Fred's out on Ace. We got to sell this. El Terrible, $97. They battled over that for about a half hour. Guess what's going up? because we can't put up another Kiss. Ace Frehley is going up right now. Here's one I've never seen before. This is called Bronx Boy. New from the Space Ace, limited edition, white and black marble vinyl, limited to 4,000. Another one, $20 start, Ace Frehley. We have Hotter Than Hell at $227 of El Terrible. Mike, you're out. Next thing we have is Aerosmith 9 Lives, sealed for $29.99. Next is Smashing Pumpkins Greatest Hits, an official. This was bootlegged for years. They finally put it out on vinyl just last year. That's a 2 LP, $32.99. Hotter Than Hell, $227. Mike, it goes back to you. Brent, you get this poster for $10. What a great price. That is sold for $10. The Brent Robley, thank you. I'm going to lay that right there. Let's do another one. Not before, though, we tag Kelly Vlodarchik with Smashing Pumpkins. Kiss has a new bid for $230. Chad was next on Smashing Pumpkins, and Chuck just bid $15 on poster. Dang. Chuck, I would love to take in that bid because I was expecting 2 or 3, 4, 5 more 10 bids to come in. But Brent got it for $10. Ace 30, Ace 35. Next is Black Label Society Mafia. That's on red vinyl, a double LP, $24.99. Those new are about $10 more, so take advantage of that. Boy, let's take a look at this poster. Wyoming Roundup. I bet this looks killer. Some of these just look absolutely beautiful. Let me clear some stuff off the table here because I'm about to unfold a one sheet. And here's some books that didn't sell earlier. We'll go back through those later. And I've got about 3,000 more to show. And then here's some VHS that didn't sell. And let's take a look at this one. All right. Is this an insert? Oh, it's a half sheet. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Let's go to the top cam. Let's go from the God perspective. Wow, this appears to be in excellent condition. Wow. Wyoming Roundup. That's an original movie poster, 1952, Whip Wilson, from Fred Goodwin's collection. Look at the colors. It's amazing. This down here looks like maybe it's faded, but it's not. That's just a lot. I mean, it's really bright. The colors, from if I'm looking up here on my monitor, the colors are even bolder than, you might can see it better from this angle. Yeah. The color is even bolder, I think, than what the light. We got some really bright lights on it, as you can tell. So $10 start. Wyoming Roundup, original movie poster from 1952. $10 start. That's now up for bid. That will come shipped just the way you see, folded as a, that's called a half sheet. Eddie Brandt's Saturday Matinee, North Hollywood, California. $10 start. Okay? First thing we have is this. We had Smashing Pumpkins sold to Kelly, then Matt, then Chad Snyder. Okay? And then we have JD put BB20. That was Bronx Boy. Okay? I was about to say, these are sticker price. Fred next on Smashing. Ace Frehley 50. Glenn on Twitch on Black Label Society. Then Cosmo Kramer. Then Chad Schneider. Ace at 54. Ace at 55. Tim Vigari on the Police. Poster 10. Poster 10. Poster 10. Poster 11. Poster 15. Poster 12. Poster 15. All right. The lady was Lois Lane in TV Superman. Nice bit of information there. Thank you, Henry's Choice. Boy, what happened, though, on Kiss? We almost forgot about a biggie back here. We got to sell this one to move on to the other ones. He's out, sold. $230 to Mike Torres. Man, that was a battle on that one. Holy moly. That's my favorite of the Kiss albums, I think. And it always tends to bring the most money. Any kind of OG copy of that, I guess you could ask some hardcore collectors that's watching. For some reason, any kind of version of Hotter Than Hell has always, to me, seemed being like hardest to track down. All right. So right now, let's put up another Kiss auction. Ace is at 67. The movie poster is at 15 with Michael Jacob. Okay. We'll show it again before we end. But we have so many Kiss auctions to sell. It's already 10 o'clock. Some of these are taking a half hour. That's how much bidding activity it's getting. So let's take a break from the Japanese pressings. I still got 3 or 4 over here. Let's get back to some of the bootlegs right quick. And I've got other official stuff over here. Let's do this one right here. Let's just pull a random one. Boy, this looks interesting. This is actually demos from Dress to Kill. This is Kiss, Dress to Kill demos and lives. It's limited to 100 on clear vinyl. It's with poster and book, a compilation of demos and live tracks recorded during the Dress to Kill era. Really cool cover there. Kiss as Mobsters. $65 start on that. Okay, Ace is now at 67. The poster's at 16, Siege and Salvation. I don't think I've sold that one. The only thing left right now in this lower crate is Aerosmith 9 Lives, which, by the way, is just $29.99. If I got this new from distribution, if I order this new from my distributors, I would have it marked probably 44 or 46. It's not cheap whatsoever. Now that's just 29. Dress to Kill has a bid for 65. Wyoming is at 16. I'll show it one more time after I think everybody's done. Crowbar, 0 and below. Crowbar is sealed, $24.99. Godsmack 4. Godsmack is $34.99. Harry Chapin, Story of a Life, the complete hit singles. $14.99, really bright yellow vinyl, $14.99. Black Label Society's already sold. The poster's now at 20, now 25. Ace Frehley, over here, Ace Frehley, the last bid was El Terrible Torrio at $67. Just so everybody knows we're clear, the Bronx Boy is at $67. The Dress to Kill demos just hit 70. Jeff Brindley wants Aerosmith. That's sold to Jeff Brindley. Chad Schneider on Godsmack. Now Kiss has a new bid for 70 and 70. Ace Frehley, Bronx Boy. Bronx Boy is a 4-track record store day. New from the Space Ace, limited edition, white and black marble vinyl. The poster's at 30 with Chuck Haley. Michael says he's done. Still several people bidding. Next thing, we still got Harry Chapin and Crowbar. We got Mumford's Triple Trinities. This is a folk indie album, $9.99. Dave Alvin, West of the West, a folk album, $17.99. And Roy Gallagher, Against the Grain, $19.99. Chuck Haley's bid 30 on the Wyoming Roundup poster. Brent was at 25. Is that Marcus Mumford? Excuse me. I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. I'm assuming from the Mumford & Sons. Doesn't look like it. Dressed is at 75. The last bid on Ace Frehley was what? El Terrible, I think, is going to get it 67. He's had it for 4 minutes. I don't see anything higher than 67 on Ace. Okay? Michael, these are sticker price right now. So if you do want Roy, you were first, though, either way, but it will be sticker. These are new arrivals from Laura. These are all sticker price for sure. Sticker price for sure. Okay? And since Brent's out and we may have our high bidder, let's look at the poster one more time. This is an original movie poster, Wyoming Roundup. Very nice. No rips or tears. 1952. High bid, $20 with Chuck Haley. We're about to sell it. Somebody informed us this actress back here, Phyllis Coates, played Lois Lane in the TV serials. That's about to sell for $20. Original movie poster, 1952. Okay? He passes on the Roy Gallagher, so that does go to Brent Robley. Dress to Kill demos and lives is at 76. Ace Frehley has a bid for 70, and then right off the bat, 76. Fred, you've been outbid. Crowbar, 0 and below. Sludge Metal, sealed, black vinyl, limited edition, $24.99. Next, New Riders of the Purple Sage, Thanksgiving in New York City, $24.99. Available. Also available is Tom Waits, The Early Years, Volume 2. Sealed, a 2010, $24.99. Grateful Dead, Steal Your Face, a 2018, $34.99. These are both, of course, reissues. We're in a crate with a lot of modern pressings. Just FYI. I think people like that. Chuck Haley gets this movie poster for $20. Thank you. At one point, Fred Goodwin had it marked for $100, either for his personal inventory or maybe he was trying to sell it. I've put it back in its sleeve. That's so to Chuck Haley. Fred, it's up to you on Ace Frehley. They're still bidding on Dress to Kill. Let's try something else over here. This looks pretty interesting. I think this is actually a full-fledged one-sheet movie poster. Let's take a look at it. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Very colorful right off the bat. It's The Swinger with Anne Margaret. Let's go to the top cam. Sorry, these are pretty tough to show when they're full like this, but really cool. The bunniest picture of the year. Some really cool graphics on that, though. Motorcycles, women in lingerie. The Swinger with Anne Margaret. That's an original one sheet. Once again, you get a better idea of how nice the colors are from not the overhead camera. That's an original from 1966. $10 start on The Swinger. Now up for bid. $10 start. Okay? Original one sheet. That's called a one sheet. That's the way I just unfolded it. That's what they call a one sheet. Okay? Dressed is at $78. Who did he outbid? He outbid Chris Gardner. Fred has outbid El Terrible. Danny Thomason wants Crowbar. The poster's at $20. And let's keep going. Puddle of Mud, live on display. First time ever on vinyl. From Music on Vinyl, $29.99. These are new arrivals. The Swinger posters at $20, $20, $25. Kelly Vlodarchik on Miss. And that was autocorrect for Mud. Matt Parsons was next. The Grateful Dead 2018 press is $34.99. Fred Cardinal, You've Been Out on Ace Frehley, $79. The Kiss demos is at $78 with J.D. Conklin. Two $25 bids on the poster. The New Riders price was $24. It feels like a double or triple LP. Yeah, it's a triple LP. $24.99. Fred's Out on Ace. Sold to El Terrible for $79. Next auction is Ace Frehley. Next auction is Ace Frehley. Spaceman. Orange vinyl. Limited to 1970. Has this card with it. $35 start on Ace Frehley. J Beach 12078 on Grateful Dead. Sold. Tommy Flowers Chasing Heart on New Rider. Sold. Bear's Den. So That You Might Hear Me. $14.99. The poster is at $30. Michael Jacobs out. Chuck has the Swinger for $30. Final call. The Dress to Kill demos, the last bid I said feels like it was forever ago. J.D. Conklin at $78. I was making sure Chris Gardner said out. I haven't heard anything, though. Hammers up, I've got to sell it really soon. Rush, Roll the Bones. $27. That's the 2025 reissue. $27.99. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, live at Pocono International Raceway, July 8th, 1972. $34.99, a 2019 Record Store Day release. Matt Parsons on Rush. Since the poster's going to a final call, I'll show it again. This is The Swinger with Anne Margaret. It's an original one sheet. Let me open it this way this time. You might get a little bit more idea of the details. Let me just go to the top cam. And really no damage, just a couple pinholes where it looks like it was hung. Just a little bit of a tear. Very common to see tears there. And right in here during the seam folds. Very cool subject matter. The Swinger. And the colors are even better, as you can see from this angle. That's the true colors probably there. The overhead camera is going to distort it a lot. Okay? No major damage on that one. So right there is always the weakest point of the poster. It's where all the seams kind of interlock, and they very common on those. Okay, let's get back to top. We sold Rush. The poster's now at 35. We got to sell Kiss. Some of these get hung up, and I lose people, and they keep getting bids. J.D. Conklin, $78. It's all-out war for these Kiss albums. Holy moly. Ace Frehley just has one bid for 35. I'm about to sell that. Chuck, you've been outbid on the Swinger, and let's put up another Kiss. Let's see what's going over here with the bootleg. Somebody's been asking for a certain one. We still got some official stuff, too. I still got official stuff as well, so let me see if I can find some of these. Maybe that one somebody was asking about's already gone. Let's do this official release here. This is Animalize. This is Animalize, a 40th anniversary on black ice and white Cornetto vinyl with silver mirror foil jacket and poster, and that is sealed at $65. I was listening to Kiss Alive on the way over here. Man, that's just so, the way that album comes on, it's just so good. All right, lower crate, we have Deep Purple. Who do we think they are? Purple vinyl, $24.99. Chuck Haley, you've been outbid on the Swinger, by the way. The new high bid's $35 of Brent. Also, we have the Life Project. I remember showing these. They're signed and $19.99. It is signed on the front, Stone Sour related, $19.99. How much is Bear's Den? It is $14.99 for Bear's Den. Also, we have Tremonti, Marching in Time, Hard Rock, $22.99. Life Project is sold to Matt Parsons. Brent gets the Swinger poster for $35. Ace Frehley just got one bid. That is sold for $35 to Steve McGee. And Kiss is a $65 start, going once, going twice. Next over here is Ace Frehley. This is Origins Volume 1. Blue vinyl, 2016 OG, $55 start. Tommy Flowers wants Bear's Den. Sold to Tommy Flowers. Next is Pop Evil. Sealed Hard Rock. What is this actually called? I guess Pop Evil. $19.99 on that. And Aaron Jones, Child of the State, Blues Rock, $19.99. Kiss does have a bid. That's an official web store limited edition exclusive. Ace Frehley already has a bid for $58. Let's grab the next movie poster over here. I think this one's pretty cool. Yeah. Big movie here. All right, and I think this is one of those kind of posters where there's multiple different patterns. This is the bridge on the River Kwai, and I think this is like an 81 reissue of this. $10 start, because I remember at one time when we were really getting into the beef of this collection, we had what? I remember at one time we had like 20 original copies of those. We were just handing out to people for $35 and $45 a piece, but still pretty cool there. It mentions the winner of 34 major international awards, Bridge on the River Kwai. That's a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Still very cool, though. Excellent condition. Probably some of y'all watching bought some originals from me at one point. It's dated 81 on the bottom. I know that came out in the 60s for sure, so that's some kind of reissue. Over here at the top, we have Kiss at 67, Pop and Blues Rock for Lothel. Are you talking about the Life Project? Wait a minute. Did I put that in the... Did somebody already buy that? Yeah, Jeremy Rourke bought Life Project. I've already put that in the bin, right? Yeah, that sold quickly. Wait a minute. No, Matt was first, Lothel, right? I did sell this to Lothel. Matt got Life Project. That's Lothel, Matt Parsons. Jeremy was second. Tommy got Bear's Den. All right, then Kiss 65, Kiss 67, Ace Frehley 58, and then Pop and Blues Rock. That was the... is that a claim for the Aaron Jones, Matt? If not, Josh Brown wants it. And then Hiram has claimed Tremonti. This is sold to Hiram. Bridge has a bid for 10, and now 20, now 22. Michael Butler has it for 22. Kiss is at 70, 72, 75, 78. and Pop Evil on the current album. Okay, so Matt was first to both of these then. So he was first to both of those. All right, there's not going to be much left in this crate when we get done. Slipknot, the end so far. The spine says the end for now. This is actually a misprint. It's supposed to be called the end so far. This is Neon Yellow, $24.99. And Blink-182, Enema of the State, $29.99, which is about $7 or $8 below original retail if that was new and sealed. Michael's out on the poster, so this is going to be sold to Michael Ruttman's out. Michael Butler has it for $22. Lothel on Blink-182. And Scott Oman says Kiss sold. This Kiss over here is at $85 of Chad Saul's. The Ace Frehley, to my knowledge, just got that one bid with El Terrible for $58, and it sold to him for $58. Okay, let's put up another Ace. That's about the only second auction I can run because we can distinguish the bids. I've still got about 4 more over here. Here is this one, Origins Volume 2, which is the 2020 original on silver and black merge colored vinyl. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Bridge is sold, and that is sold for $22 to Michael Butler, okay? That is done. Next is The Cult, Beyond Good and Evil. The Cult is a 2025 reissue, first time it was ever on vinyl. That album from The Cult was never released on vinyl, so you can consider that an OG, $49.99. Heat, Welcome to the Future, that's a hard rock album, sealed, $24.99 on Heat. What's the next poster I have over here? I got one more, then I go get some more. Looks like a Western from 1944. Wow. A World War II Western. A World War II era Western. This says Pacific Poster Company, Portland, Oregon. This is Border Town, another Smiley Burnett and Sunset Carson film. This will look really good from the overhead cam. Border Town Trail, 1944, a Republic picture. That's going to go up for just a $10 start. 1944, that's a half sheet size. It has been folded, but man, not many color breaks for a folded poster. Not many, basically no color breaks right there during the main folds. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And as y'all can tell, I really love movie posters. My collection got out of hand there for a while. I take turns on what I collect, probably like a lot of y'all. I take turns on the kind of records I'm collecting. I'll be on like 60s TV shows. Next thing I'm like, okay, I better get some of these OG metal records that before they get even more expensive. And then the next thing I'll be trying to do my Japanese James Bond collection. And then I'll be back on soundtracks. And then I'll be trying to knock out obscure, weird stuff that for soul albums and high grade jazz and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden I'll be like, okay, I better get back on movie posters. And then I'll be bidding on movie posters and buying movie posters and framing movie posters and trying to get movie posters signed. And then I'll get on comic books, and then I'll be like, dang, I need to find those Munsters records because I don't have some of those yet. And then I'll start looking at foreign Munsters records. And then, yeah, collecting's fun, right? That's literally why I'm in the business of collectibles. It's like an endless pursuit. And my house is slowly, completely filling up. And I'm just going to keep piling it in there. Cosmo Kramer on H for Heat. All right, Ed Riviere was second. Jeff Brinley got The Cult. The poster opened at 20-20-23. And the Signed Harvest. Are you talking about Neil Young? Signed Neil Young Harvest? I don't have one anymore. We sold both Neil Young Harvest already. We have poster at 25. Okay, so that means Ace Frehley. Whoops. I didn't change the camera, did I? Ace Frehley over here we sold that. Heat is sold. Heat is sold over here to Cosmo Kramer. And then The Cult was sold to Jeff Brinley. Sorry, y'all. That was a bad perspective from y'all. This Ace Frehley, did this get a bid? AF, Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley. The last bid on Ace was nothing, right? This one didn't get a bid. That's a $35 buy now, okay? And then the sealed Kiss Animalize, 40th anniversary, Kiss Animalize, 40th anniversary. Chad Sauls, 95. Steve McGee out. Sold to Chad Sauls for $95. Poster 30, poster 31. Air Terrible grabs Ace for the $35 buy it now. When do you have time to listen to vinyl? Not at my house. I listen to records here at the store, especially when I'm working. Mostly when I'm working and I'm ordering even more new vinyl. I try to get caught up. But most of the stuff I collect is stuff like, you know, it's like stuff I already have that's not really listenable. I collect a lot of stuff, you know, you don't even like, I mean, you could listen to it, but it's like TV-related records, spoken word, you know, variants of Japanese pressings. So I'm kind of now to the point deep in the collectible stuff. If I'm listening to something, it's like the new Yes Analog Productions or a new album that's come out or another audiophile. I usually listen to all this audiophile stuff. I'm going to crack open one of these Stevie Nicks. I'm probably going to open up one of these Fleetwood Macs. That's the stuff I listen to. Most of the stuff I'm actively buying right now that's really hard to find, probably stuff I won't even play a lot. It's just more of a collectible. Jetsons records, Munsters records, TV cartoons from the 60s. Really tough to get stuff like that. Greta Van Fleet, 1999. Greta Van Fleet has the book. It's on clear vinyl, 1999. Scores, soundtracks. I love listening to soundtracks, though. I just don't play them a lot, you know. I'll play them, you know, a couple times and test them, make sure. Girl, Maren Morris. Maren Morris is on yellow vinyl, 1999. When we get to a final call on the poster, I'll show it again. But don't forget, we got plenty of Kiss stuff to put up. I have right now Kiss, a Japanese pressing of Rock and Roll Over to run. And this is a 76 Japanese OG with the inserts, and it's going to go up for a $65 start, or I should say it has the insert and the obi. Kiss, a nice Japanese pressing, $65 start. Greta Van Fleet is sold to Chad, then Michael, then Danny. Right now, the poster's at $35 with Chuck Haley on YouTube, and the next one is Brent Robley. Brent, if you want back in, Chuck has it for $35. Now, since we've got up Kiss, we can put up another Ace Frehley. And this one's called Spaceman. I don't know if I've seen that cover before. It's an OG from 2018. They only did 2,000 on blue vinyl. $35 start on that. All right, so he's out on the poster, so we'll make it one more look here. This is an original movie poster from 1944, Bordertown Trail. It's what we call a half-sheet size. It's a half-sheet size, and it is this right here. We'll go back to the top cam, 1944. And Chuck has it for $35, and we're about to sell it. It's held up pretty good for $35. Now, the backstory on these came from Fred Goodwin's collection. Y'all have been hearing me talk about him from years. He bought out a poster distribution place in Texas. I think it was near Dallas. He bought them out in like the 80s or 90s. He bought thousands of movie posters. The way I understand it from him and his daughter, he took trips down there just constantly moving stuff over here, back to Tennessee, thousands of posters, lobby cards, photos, autographs, stuff that was in storage from a movie distribution poster company out of Texas. So most of the stuff, can you imagine, like he got in there in the 80s. All right, so everything in there from the 80s was 80s and back. So it sounds like a holy grail situation, which it was. He kept most of them. Fred was into cowboys and westerns. Over the years, he did sell some, but he usually kept one of just about everything for an archive. And that's why when we were going through all those posters, we had all kinds of crazy stuff. Okay, so let's go back. I haven't even looked for that, David. Hadn't even looked for it yet, but it's in the back of my mind. Don't worry. Maren Morris is sold to Guy Shard. We got Kiss over here. Brent Robley has it 1B at 75, and Ace has 1B at 35. Next is Bad Vibrations. The band is A Day to Remember, a 2016 limited edition pop punk OG $59.99. Also, Roy Gallagher, Deuce. Roy Gallagher is $19.99. And we have this, Toxic Youth, Young Fresh Fellows. And this is a 2020 Record Store exclusive. Really bright vinyl there, $14.99. Matt Parsons on A Day to Remember, Lothel. Jeremy Rourke was second. Michael Butler on Roy Gallagher. Ace is at 37. And we have Nickelback, The Long Road, 1999. Nickelback, The Long Road. Now Ace is at 37. We're about to sell Kiss. One bid to Brent for 75. That way we can roll another one. Okay, I got to go grab another handful of stuff. I got one more lobby card here to run, though. Here's a pretty obscure movie. Chrome and Hot Leather. This is an original lobby card. 1971, one of those bicycle kind of sexploitation movie things going on. This is a $10 start. Don't muck around with a Green Beret's mama. That's Chrome and Hot Leather. That's an original lobby card from 1971. This definitely hung like in the lobby of a theater somewhere, probably in and around Texas. $10 start on that. And he got a bunch of stuff from a place in Gallatin, too, here in Tennessee. So that Texas warehouse wasn't the only buy Fred did. And, man, I think about stuff now, people finding hordes of stuff. But imagine like in the 80s, that's just in the 80s. And he's like, yeah, I've got a whole room full of old movie posters. And it's, let's say it's 1985. You're like, dang, old movie posters, and the year is 1985. That sounds like a, you know, like a Holy Grail type deal, which it was. We have Chad Smith on YFF. That was Young Fresh Fellows. That's so did Chad Smith. Danny Thomason on Nickelback. Leslie was second. Ace is at 40. Chrome is at 10, 10, 11, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12, 13. And Brent got Kiss for $75. Let's run another one. I'm going to show everything that's in here one more time. I'm going to let you know the status of the Lower Crate sticker. And we're going to put up another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Right now, these are sticker price. There's Chrome. And let me put up over here. Let's jump back over to bootlegs now. Let's do an official again. Here is Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. This one's always popular. It's never been really reissued, except, I don't know if it hasn't for like retail consumption, maybe through the Kiss web store. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits, an 88 USOG, and it's super clean. It is near mint minus. It is beautiful. That Kiss is a $75 start. Matt wants Deep Purple. Let's read through these one more time. Chrome is at 16 with B-sides, and Eighth Freely is at 44 of El Terrible. He is currently bidding against J.D. Conklin. There's only 5 records left in here. Harry Chapin, Story of Life, the complete hit singles, $14.99. Dave Alvin, West of the West, $17.99, a folk album. Munford's Triple Trinities, $9.99, folk indie. Tom Waits, The Early Years, Volume 2, sealed, $24.99. And Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, Live at Pocono International Raceway, 1972. I'd like to listen to that. And this would be something I would listen to. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer from 72, a concert I've never heard. Sign me up. Chuck has the lobby card at $20. Ace Frehley has a new bid for $45. And Kiss is a $75 start. Kiss is a $75 start. What do y'all think? Has the Lower Crate been claimed? It has. It has, in fact, been claimed. And I think it was whoever got Bad Vibrations, which I think is A Day to Remember, right? Yep. A Day to Remember, which I'm pretty sure was Matt Parsons. Bad Vibrations, A Day to Remember. And here is the unveiling of the Lower Crate sticker. It is very sweet. It's a good one. Amazing. Lower Crate. This time Garfield. Garfield wanted to try his hand at a Lower Crate sticker too. Earlier, Snoopy was making an attempt. Garfield did a little bit better. Snoopy's was a little crooked. Garfield did a little bit better there. That's also a gigantic coloring pencil. But I guess it's to scale. There we go. Matt's first score. All right. Welcome to the Lower Crate sticker. I don't even have one. Maybe one day I'll be lucky enough to have my own custom Lower Crate sticker that we can just hang up here. Hint, hint, Laura. I've never got one. I feel kind of out of touch, honestly. We have Kiss 75. Laura just laughed out loud from the back. Over here we have Ace Frehley, and J.D. Conklin has it for $45, and Tim Vigari on TW for Tom Waits. All right, not much left in there. I'll put that with the other, those 5 records with the other 4 over here that didn't sell earlier. So there's that. And let's do another buy it now best offer. The Mumford actually has nothing to do with Mumford & Sons. This chrome is sold to Chuck Haley for $20, okay? And then Smashes is beautiful. It's a top, super clean. We didn't put it top copy because there's no shrink, but man, yeah, it's nice all the way around. It does have a bid with Steve McGee for $75. Ace is still getting bids. It's at $48. And I will show you the Mumford, but it in fact, as it tricked a couple people earlier, you hear that and you think, uh-oh, Mumford & Sons. But it's actually Mumford's Triple Trinities. I think it's billed as Mumford's Triple Trinities. It's $9.99. Okay? All right, I've got another crate of best offer coming. What's the discount crate code? I was going to see if Tanner has snapped me back or text me. What did I do? I sent him a snap text. And let me see. He goes to bed pretty dang early. I don't think he's even opened my message. Okay? Yeah. I'll find out in the morning. Yeah. He's also the he told me, he's like, dude, I just want to let you know this is the week, okay? He told me this morning. He's been preparing. He's got everybody set up here already on autopilot. Tanner kind of takes care of staffing here. He sets everybody's schedules. He makes sure everybody's here on certain days. If not, it would be total chaos. That's one of the many things he does here. But he's already got everybody on autopilot. He says, today, this is the week, okay? This is the week. His child, Tanner's first child, could be born at any minute. They're expecting it Friday, but y'all know how that is. It could happen at any moment. So he's on standby for whenever that happens. So, and I just hopefully we can figure out and make sure everything's taken care of that he takes care of. He also handles all of our sales tax stuff, which is a nightmare. I used to have to do that, and that was just for local stuff here in the store. Oh my gosh, I used to do that. That was such a headache. Now we have to do it for 50 states. In the last 90 days, I think we've shipped to all 50 states and like 14 countries. And I'm like, how are we shipping to 14 countries? I only know of United States. I know we got a viewer regular in Mexico, Puerto Rico, Canada, the UK. But I was like, man, we got people on here buying, and I'm not even realizing they're international people. So, but all 50 states every month. So we have to keep up with sales tax, state to state. We get all these letters, emails. If you run a small business retail that's international, you know the headaches of sales tax. It is crazy. Sometimes Tanner spends a whole week on it. It is crazy. Kiss over here. This got one bid for $75 with Steve McGee. So these websites like Amazon, eBay, they have spent millions of dollars integrating software. That's why when you put in your zip code, you have to do all that and set up accounts. They've got all these formulas. They're constantly updating the code. It is crazy how much you got to keep up with. Ace is at $55 of J.D. Conklin. And it's probably about the last thing we hadn't outsourced to our accountant. I don't really want to because it would be very expensive just for them to keep up with it, but we probably need to. Whew, crazy. All right, Kiss Destroyer is going up for bid right now. This is an OG Japanese pressing. It's even got some markings up here. I've never seen that before. Anybody seen that before? This is $65 start. This is a 1976 OG Bogart label, insert an Obi, a $65 start. Another Kiss. Here we go. I got to go up front and grab another handful of posters. Let's keep going here. Tax what I do, it's insane. Yeah. Our accountant, about 4 years ago, our accountant said, hey, he said, y'all are growing at an exponential rate. Are y'all familiar with Nexus? And that word ever since has been a nightmare. Nexus is essentially federal coding for, hey, you got to charge sales tax everywhere because you sell at a certain threshold now. So it's just, I was like, oh my gosh. And now that directly has cost us thousands of dollars in labor and fees and trying to get it all set up and organized. So, all right, let me go grab another handful of posters up here and other stuff. A lot of people don't think about stuff like that when they want to start a business. A lot of people don't think about stuff like that. Oh my gosh. But it's actually a good problem. It's a good problem to have, though. So it's one of those kind of deals. It's a good problem to have. All right, let's see what else I got over here in our poster department. I got some cool lobby cards, and I got a few more posters to run, and some other cool stuff here. Aha. All right. So this one's pretty sweet. This one's pretty sweet. Okay? This is Tales of Terror. Take a look at this one. Y'all have seen this one before if you've been following my movie posters. This is a Edgar Allan Poe movie with Vincent Price, Basil Rathbone's in it. It's got one pretty noticeable flaw right off the bat. There's a hole down here. There is a hole down here. It's got kind of a wrinkle. Right there's the wrinkle. Very cool subject matter, though. It's got a really creepy castle up here. It's got these headshots. You got some ghouls down here. You got a half-naked woman, looks like stabbing somebody. So, Tales of Terror, it does have a big hole in it. 1962 original, $10 start. Really cool poster here. Really cool poster, $10 start on this one, okay? Tales of Terror. That is super sweet. Super sweet. I'll show it again when we're near the end. Okay. I thought Square Track. Well, it does through your website purchases. Okay. But if you just generate invoices like we do, invoice generation, you have to do it all individually because we have to keep up with their zip code. If we just sold through a website at checkout, it would automatically calculate it for us. But because we do invoices, we have to generate everything individually. So yeah, we have to keep up with everybody's zip code, that zip code's tax code, that zip code's percentage, and we have to keep up with it all manually. Yeah, so everybody's zip code, we literally have to look up that state because as y'all know, sales tax is different, zip code to zip code across the country. So, tough. Kiss is at 65, Ace over here. JD bid $55. El Terrible, you have been outbid. You have been outbid. So, JD, you're at $55. I'll tell you something even crazier. Like in Florida and other states, because like local city council can sometimes affect sales, we get letters from states all the time with sales tax adjustment. Hey, zip code 3 whatever 47440 has went from 7.75 to 7.79. And we have to make sure we're on top of that. If in case one of our customers live in that zip code. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. All right, everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Luckily, I haven't touched any of that in years. I just know what he does. Thank goodness he does it. Yeah, it never goes down. It's always going up. We have Lou Reed live in Italy. Lou Reed's an 84 German press, $39.99. Live in Italy. That's a German press. No condition notes, $39.99. The poster's at $20 right now of Michael Ruttman. El Terrible, I'm going to wait for your word on Ace or give you a reasonable amount of time. JD has it for $55. And then Kiss over here has one bid with Steve McGee, an original Japanese pressing, $65. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. New arrivals from John. There's some sweet stuff in here like Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview, white label, $34.99. There's a barcode on the back, $34.99. So right now, the poster, Craig Thomas has it for $20, and Michael Ruttman has it for $20. So Craig came in first at $20. That's who has the high bid right now. Wow, Chris Isaac, $79.99. Heart-shaped world. A 1989 original SRC pressing, $79.99. And Tim Vigari strikes first on Lou Reed. These are all new arrivals here. First thing, next thing is Jeff Beck Group, Rough and Ready. Jeff Beck Group is $39.99. What kind of pressing is this? Friday Music from 2000. I was about to say, I've never seen that in print too many times. Friday Music from 2015, $39.99. Ace has a new bid. That means somebody was bumped. Steve McGee, you've been bumped, just FYI. Is Kiss on translucent colored vinyl here. The Japanese pressing. Most of these Japanese discs are. I'll check it. I'll check it. Yeah. Yeah, I can see. I'm holding it up to our, like, light bulbs on the ceiling, and I can see the light bulb. Yeah. Yeah, it's translucent brown. Most Japanese pressings are. They're on really high-grade audiophile. So, and I'm not for sure about those markings. I don't know about those. I don't know if I've seen that before. But yeah, and it has one bid, and I'm about to sell it. And that one bid is with Steve McGee. No, maybe Steve was bidding on Kiss. What's Ace at? Ace was at, it was J.D. Conklin, right? Yeah. I may have said the wrong bid. Either way, they're still bidding. Okay, so no, I didn't. That's right. Ace is at 69. Kiss is at 75. Ace 69. El Terrible's out. Now McGee's back in on that. Craig Thomas, you're out on the poster. Michael Ruttman has bid $21. If anybody wants me to show it again, I will. I'll do it either way before I call it sold. Twang, a country song to Wayne Eddy, $9.99. These are all new arrivals. Buy now, best offer. Walter Egan, Not Shy. Walter Egan is $9.99. And the Grassroots, Move Along. The Grassroots is $14.99. ABC Dunhill, The Grassroots. Over here is Emerson, Lake and Palmer, some kind of other reissue, 2016, $34.99. They even reissued the die-cut original cover there, $34.99. Kiss is now at 90 with Steve McGee, and I think we're done on Ace, though. Chad needs a blue juice. I will take a hit of Monster over here. It's my second of the night. I still got one chilling, I think. I was about to say, Craig's probably waiting for me to show it again. Let's open it from the other end. That way maybe we can get a better... It's hard to get it full in frame. I wish we would have had this camera when we were doing posters. There's a look at it from this side here. The piece doesn't, unfortunately, isn't there, so it is completely gone. Let's look at it from this side now. Might get a better look. So there's a size perspective. And I'll show it on the main cam here in a second. Then it's kind of crinkled, which definitely could be flattened. But yeah, it's gonna, if you put a piece of black matte behind it, it would camouflage it a little. A little bit of a tear right there, but the piece is still there. Let's go to the main cam, and I'll fold it in like this so you can see it. There you go. Right there. If you matted it with something behind it, it would show up. But, man, we had it one time. Was this like the 20th copy of this we had? We had some that were mint. I know we sold some for sure that was like $2.75, $3 1/4. I mean, this one's just because it's got the hole in it, but still got nice greens. Tales of Terror. This is at $21 right now. $21 right now. That's the high bid, okay? With Michael Ruttman. If anybody wants in, there it is. This is a buy it now best offer. Kiss 95, Kiss 105. First is Michael Jacob on P, and P was for something. Maybe he was about to ask a question. And Travis Woods on Egan for 7. Let's go ahead and sell that to Travis Woods for 7. Thank you. Okay. Jesse Ed Davis, Ulu. His stuff is great. Probably Clapton plays on this. Mary Clayton is on vocals. I don't see a mention. Clapton plays on one of his. Donald Duck Dunn plays on here. Where was this recorded at? $34.99. His has always been a little bit tougher to get. $34.99. Jesse A. Davis, Ulu. $34.99. Okay, let's go ahead and sell this Ace Frehley. This Ace is sold to J.D. Conklin for $69. The poster here is sold for $21 to Michael Ruttman. And we have Destroyer. This is now at $110 with Steve McGee. John Kaiser goes back to you. Jesse Ed Davis is sold to Rod Bryan for $28. Let's do another Ace Frehley. That way I can keep them distinguished. We still got 2 more over here. Here's Spaceman. Ace Frehley Spaceman is a 2018 OG. It's on violet colored vinyl, I think. Is that what that says? Violet? Yeah, kind of a dark purple. And it has the CD, $25 start on that. This is actually Johnny Cash related. Let me find it here. No, it's not. Wrong movie. Hold on a second. Let's open this poster. Let's open this poster and see what happens then. I don't know what this one is. Oh, it's Chuck Norris. Cue the Chuck Norris jokes. Hero and Terror, $10 start. Hero and Terror, original one sheet. It's got a tear on the seam. I'll show you. If it's flattened, it doesn't matter. It's a seam tear, so it goes vertical with the poster or horizontal, whichever, kind of both, honestly. That's a $10 start for Chuck Norris, Hero and Terror. And over here, I'll show you what I'm talking about on this view right here. So right there. See, that's kind of got a rip there. That's going to go up for a $10 start, okay? Chuck. Kiss is at $125. These are new arrivals, best offer. Gold medal Ralph Emery show with Glenn Campbell. Wow, I've never seen that before. Gold medal, that's an advertisement, yeah. $12.99. That'll be very nostalgic for a lot of people there. Also, we have Little Walter, Hate to See You Go, a 1972 pressing on chess, $39.99. Ace has bids for $25 and $27. Richie Lander, you're out. Looks like Kaiser's got Kiss at $125. Sliced, wow. Sly Stone recorded live in San Francisco, $14.99. Walter Egan already has sold. I actually already sold it to somebody for $7. The Bill Evans Trio, Since We Met, $39.99. Wow, Bill Evans making an appearance out of nowhere. Fantasy, $39.99. Rod Bryan on LW for $28. I'm at $35 on Little Walter, and I'm selling Kiss to John Kaiser for $1.25. So that's sold to John Kaiser. Final call to get a bid on Chuck Norris for $10 before I make that a buy it now. Got a lot of road posters possibly get in tonight at the conclusion of vinyl. The feed tonight's going to end around 1:30. We're probably going to be selling vinyl up until at least 11:30 in the crates. And we're probably going to be selling Kiss albums till at least midnight, just FYI. Ace is still getting bids now. Let's put up that Kiss Alive if anybody wants it. Lothel on Sly Stone for $10. My crate is officially full. So let me swap out crates, but not before I put up another Kiss auction. So I still got Japanese Double Platinum. I still got an OG Rock and Roll Over, an OG Alive 2, another Ace Frehley. And then over here, I've got two more Japanese from the Japanese shipment. And then I have approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more bootlegs, okay? So not too much left, but some of those will get bid on for a long time. Just FYI, okay? Here is Kiss Alive 2. A 1977 U.S. PRC Compton original. This is the original first pressing of Alive 2, and it has the book, the merch, and the tattoos. However, the vinyl is VG. The vinyl was VG. So that's why we're going to start it at just $30. But it is complete. It is OG, $30 on that. Ace 30, Ace 33. Michael Ruttman's going to grab the Chuck Norris poster for $10. And we have a request on that. The start price, Little Walter was marked $39. You offered $28. I said $35. I'm at $35 on that. I will work on Cleveland next. My Maria, B.W. Stevenson, that's $9.99. And Hair, the American Tribal Love Rock Musical, $12.99. $12.99. John Robb, I had a feeling you were going to say that. He was waiting for something near mint pristine. I remember the night I found this, and I really couldn't find a reasonable comp. This is actually a pretty cool item for Disney collectors. This is Walt Disney, The Great Locomotive Chase. This is called a advertisement or campaign book. So they would ship these out. It has information about Disney. There's Mr. Walt himself. It has information about the actors. It has information about the film and how it was made. And then it has where you could have ordered movie posters to promote it. The inserts, the half sheets, the full sheets. And I think this is really cool. It even has an insert where you could have ordered some train sets that match this. Boy, I wish I could still order those. I would say I'll take all of them. I'll take all of them. Give me all the dozens for $8.90. Original Walt Disney trains in box. Wow. It has other stuff. Cheerios boxes. This was a full-fledged campaign. They did comic books. I have that one myself. Dale 4-color. It's like 4-color 1000 and something. Very cool. Stand-ups. Look at these stand-ups. Wow. Just amazing. That is going to go up for a $25 start, mostly because it's going to require oversized shipping. Had Fess Parker in it. Walt Disney, The Great Locomotive Chase, $25 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Let's go back to the top. Next thing was Kiss. Got a bid for... okay, so Ace was at 33 with El Terrible. Kiss got a bid for 33. And then we have A2 for 35. A2 for $35. Chad says A2, $35. Alive 2, okay. Alive 2, $35. George Scher on Little Walter. Let me make sure I haven't missed a claim. Rod, did you want this for 35? If Rod doesn't want that for 35, then it's so to George Scher. Kiss 35. Kiss 38 is Little Walter mono. Little Walter is in stereo. We have RJ66 on B.W. Stevenson for $8. Sell that to RJ66 on YouTube. Kiss 40. Disney 35. Okay. And then we have, I'll take Little Walter at 35. What was the Star Wars? To my knowledge, I have not said the word Star Wars. If I did, it was a misspeak. I said Disney. I did not say Star Wars. I'm at Disney. That's a Disney item that's up for bid back there. It's a campaign book from The Great Locomotive Chase. And we have filled up another crate, and we're about to fill up another one. Okay? I have also lost sound. I am connected. My mic is connected. That must be a YouTube error. All right, so let me make sure everybody knows where we're at on these auctions. Things just got really complicated. Ace Frehley. I was waiting for one other person to bid, and that was Richie Lander. The high bid on this is $33 with El Terrible Torrio. It's all up to Richie Lander, okay? And then we have no Star Wars yet. We have Kiss at 45 with Chad Sauls. And, of course, the Disney item here, Michael Jacob, if he is bidding D for Disney, The Great Locomotive Chase campaign book, $35 on that, okay? That's where we're at. Next thing, we're in a buy it now best offer crate. Bob Dylan, Modern Times, $49.99. 2006, 2LP, $49.99 for Bob Dylan. Jamming with Edward, Nicky Hopkins, Ry Cooder, Mick Jagger, Bill Wyman, Charlie Watts, a.k.a. Three of the Stones with Cooder and Hopkins, $34.99. Ace Frehley has a new bid for $35. El Terrible, you've been outbid. Alive 2 has a new bid for $48. Final call on the Disney item for $35. Next is Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven. Elvin Bishop, $9.99. The Best of Jerry Lee Lewis. That is $9.99. Patrick Lear on Edward for $29. Sold. And I think that was even a German press. It's something. It's not U.S. What is this? Yeah, manufactured in Germany. It's a German press. All right, Kiss is at 50. Ace is at 38. This Disney item is sold for $35. I think that's so cool. Sold for $35 to Michael Jacob. Let's lay that right over there. The last time I had that, I think I was like, I'm going to put this thing on eBay because it's so unique. I don't know what it should be priced. Here I am 2 years later. a year later, and it actually got buried and hadn't been touched since then. So that's what happens. I don't have time for all that. No time whatsoever. Just like the Guess Who song. Here's a Stephen King poster, The Dark Half. This is probably going to be hard to show and screen, but it is an original one-sheet Stephen King, The Dark Half. And the colors are a lot darker purple and green than probably that camera's showing. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Stephen King movie poster, The Dark Half. That's going to go up for a $10 hair start. Okay? They're still bidding on Ace. They're still bidding on Kiss. And now there's another quick movie poster auction. Chuck Jackson, Tribute to Rhythm and Blues, in shrink, $14.99. In shrink, $14.99. The poster already has bids for $11, and now poof, $25. Chic Your Booty by Frank Zappa, a double LP, $39.99 for Frank Zappa. Poco, A Good Feeling to Know. Poco is $9.99. Poco is $9.99. And Ray Charles, Together Again. Ray Charles is $19.99. Lou Reed, Berlin, $34.99. Lou Reed, Berlin, original orange RCA label. Okay, we got Ace Frehley over here. This is sold to El Terrible Torrio for $44. And then the last bid on Kiss was El Terrible Torrio, $54. He gets both of those. Final call on that poster for $25, Michael Jacob. Next auction, let's find that Cleveland Agora. Okay, and let's do that one right here. And I'm also going to put, because I think it's suiting, I don't know why, but we still got Kiss, Laura's Kiss sticker, which I just dropped, but I picked it up. And this is Kiss on tour, Agora Ballroom in Cleveland, 1974. It's live in Cleveland, 1974 Agora Ballroom. It has the original printed inner sleeve, cool cover. And I'm going to put in Snoopy as Peter Criss. I'm going to make the Kiss auction hop sticker part of that deal. And that's going to go up for a $55 start. Okay? I have another Ace Frehley. And the other Ace Frehley is this one right here. As soon as I move these signed CDs. Don't forget, I still got a Rat CD fully signed for $175 if anybody wants it. I would love to sell it. But here is one of the last Ace Frehley. Really cool one here is a picture disc, kind of a cartoon, Space Truckin'. Ace Frehley is a 2020 Record Store Day, limited to 2,100, sealed, $25 start on that. Okay? Lou Reed is OG. Yeah, that's the first label. First label for this. Yep. Orange RCA. $34.99. Super clean copy, Michael. We have Daniel Amos, $19.99. And Alice Cooper, Zipper Catches Skin. Alice Cooper, $29.99. Super clean Warner Brothers. And Jimmy McGriff, Black and Blues. Nice. On Groove Merchant. 1972, a 2 LP. $24.99. Black and Blues. All right. The Stephen King poster sold to Michael Jacob for $25. Thank you on that. Lou Reed is sold to Michael Butler. I think I had that one marked $34. I did. That one's marked $34.99. I'm assuming that you'll just want it for that. Or let me know. And now Ace is at $30 with James Hicks. Okay, this next poster is gigantic. It's a 3-sheet. Oh, no. All right, let me skip that one. Let me go back to these lobby cards. And this was, out of all the movies, these were always been collectible here. Let me see how many different ones I have. There's 6. There's 7. 5, 6, 7. I got 3. 5, 6, 7, 3. I've already got a 5. I've already got a 6. There's 1. I've already got a 3. I've got a 7. I've already got a 3. I've already got a 1. And I've already got a 5. Okay. So here is a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lobby cards from this movie here. Hillbillies in a Haunted House with Ferlin Husky, Lon Chaney, Basil Rathbone, Merle Haggard made an appearance, Don Bowman, Sonny James, some country music stars here. Hillbillies in a haunted house. And I've got 5 different lobby cards. There's you can tell how they're numbered down here at the bottom. We got number 1, number 3, number 5, number 7, and there's number 6. There's 5 there, so a $25 start. $25 start on that. Ace is at 35 with James Hicks, then Michael Hamburger, and the Kiss is at 65. The first thing I'm going to say, though, is J.D. Conklin had Kiss for 60. Michael Butler got Lou Reed Berlin. Scott Margheim got Alice Cooper Zipper Catches Skin. Unbought got Jimmy McGriff for 20 bucks. Ace got a new bid for 33. Kiss 65, Ace 35, Ace 35, Ace 44. And those lobby cards, Hillbillies in a Haunted House, lot of 5, $25 start. Individually and collectively, the Fifth Dimension, $14.99 for the Fifth Dimension. Jimi Hendrix, Jim Morrison, woke up this morning and found myself dead. $34.99 on that. Booker T and the MGs, a white label promo, $19.99. Booker T and the MGs, white label promo. Now Kiss is at 70 with J.D. Conklin. Alice Cooper's at 44. Alice Cooper's at 44. Oh, I found so many magazines. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I bet I have, counting Rolling Stone, Hit Parader, Country Roundup, all the Western stuff. If I was betting and seriously wanted to do an over-under, I bet we have 2,000 magazines. I found tub after tub of Rolling Stones from the 80s, Rolling Stones from the 2010s, Hit Paraders from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. Oh my gosh. And I was just in one corner of the store over here. I'm not even over here into the back where all the true old accumulation of our collections are. I was just cleaning out a recent bin. Holy moly. How My Heart Sings, Bill Evans Trio from 1989. This is $39.99. How My Heart Sings, Bill Evans Trio, $39.99. Van Morrison, Beautiful Vision, $34.99. These are all new arrivals, best offer. Junior Mance, I Believe to My Soul, in shrink, Atlantic Records. That's a cool Atlantic logo on the front. $49.99, two-tone label there. Ace Frehley still getting bids. Kiss is still getting bids. Kiss is at 85. Ace Frehley's at 50. If anybody wants these Hillbillies in a Haunted House, $25. Hillbillies in a Haunted House, $25 for those 5 if anybody wants them. Kiss is still getting bids. I'll put up double platinum as soon as that Kiss auction back there sells. Next thing is Alfred Reed. Wait a second. The songs of blind Alfred Reed. How can a poor man stand such times and live? The songs of blind Alfred Reed. 1972 with booklet. $19.99. Boy, this looks very interesting here. Is this one of those? It's on Rounder Records. These were recorded into a Victor talking machine. Wow. Very cool stuff there. Probably will sound almost eerie. Ace and Kiss is still getting bids. Levon Helm, you may know him from The Band. $14.99, drummer and vocalist. And we have recorded live, Barry Goldberg and Friends, $19.99. We have Alfred Reed. Over here, we got Alfred Reed. We got an offer and a claim. Michael Butler offered, and then Daniel Rosen claimed it. So, Michael, you have dibs if you wanted a sticker. If not, I'll sell it to Daniel Rosen. This is an Ace Frehley picture disc, Space Truckin'. The high bid on Ace right now, the high bid on Ace is El Terrible at $48, James Hicks $50. James Hicks has this at $50. And over here, the Kiss on Tour, Agora Ballroom, the last bid on that was $100, okay? Michael Butler had just beat you out to this. and I made an offer on Twitch, and then you claimed it. Glad to see you on, though. I've seen several people watching earlier or hadn't in a while, probably because I posted and mentioned the words Fred Goodwin collection. Stuff going back up tonight, trying to get liquidate and sell off whatever I can at this point. John Hammond, So Many Roads, 34. It's not like it's bad merchandise. It's just we still got gobs of it. So it's all being sold tonight, at least round one. I'm probably going to do it again tomorrow night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. We have $14.99. ZZ Hill. Kiss is at 100 with J.D. Conklin. Ace is still getting bids, but he's out. We're about to put up another Kiss auction because that one's near the bottom. Bobby Bland is $19.99. What the heck was that? I thought something had flew across the room. It was a statically charged piece of plastic. A dose of Double Dynamite, Mississippi Chicago Blues, an 85 UK, $24.99. And Freddie King, man, there's been like blues after soul after jazz. 89 French copy of Freddie King, Live and Nancy, 1975. All right, Ace Frehley is sold to El Terrible for $54. J.D. Conklin gets Kiss for $100. And then we had a request over here for Double Platinum. Double Platinum, that's a Japanese pressing. We sold a Japanese Obelus one earlier tonight, cheap. Here's one that's actually OG from Japan with insert, OB track list, sticker, missing poster. It looks like the silver foiling is a little off on the Record Platinum Award. And here is like the track listing sticker. A lot of times this was affixed to the shrink wrap. It's just an unused sticker. I guess that's how they packaged it there. It does not have the poster, but the vinyl is near mint minus. And that's going to go up for a $75 star, double platinum. Freddie King is sold to George Scher. And then Michael Butler offered 20 for Double Dynamite, sold. Unbought, Scher already bought Freddie King. And The Rights, a 2003 punk album on blue vinyl. The Rights is $19.99. Siege and Salvation. What does that one look like? Yeah, I was looking for that earlier for you. Siege and Salvation. Let's see. Okay, I gotcha. It looks like from the Revenge era. Maybe. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. It's on deck as soon as Double Platinum sells. Oso Zen, there's The Rights. Also in here, Muddy Waters, Mud in Your Ear, a German press, $19.99. Okay, so no dibs on the Hillbillies in Haunted House. We'll try this here. And yes, I'm willing to let this go because I think out of all the press kits from Fred, I had already kept one of these. This is James Bond, a Sean Connery movie too. Diamonds Are Forever press book. Now, there are some clippings, as you can see out of it, because a lot of times advertisers would clip posters out of here that they wanted to order. For the most part, it's still mostly here. That was the last official Sean Connery movie. Then he did a couple more, even when he was older, unofficially. This is advertising the soundtrack. It does got some clippings out of it. Still very cool, though, for an original Sean Connery James Bond item press kit. $10 start on that. All right. And then over here, we have Louisiana's LaRoe. That's $14.99. Spencer Davis Group with their new face on, $24.99. Nice. Pink Floyd coming out of nowhere. $64.99. John has it marked as OG Terre Haute. And the vinyl for this album is honestly pretty dang nice. Down, 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 down. Shine on, you crazy diamond. Also, Neil Young After the Gold Rush, $34.99. And Ace, No Strings, $12.99. Oso, you're out on Kiss. Steve McGee bid $80 over on Twitch. Sean Connery, $10 start, or I should say 007 or Diamonds Are Forever. That's an advertising campaign book. And let's go ahead and put up, I've almost forgot about our VHS over here. Holy moly, I kind of took a break on them there for a while, and I almost forgot about them over here. We'll have to do even more tomorrow. I was looking for more Friday 13th. I ran out, but here is Friday the 13th. I found another one. Jeff, I hope you're watching. This is part 6, Jason Lives. $10 start on Friday the 13th. John McPatriot picking up the Pink Floyd. J Beach 12078 is in on 007 for 11. I'm about to read what's left in there because there's still some insane stuff. And I'm going to step up front and grab another handful. Hopefully, I know where I've laid all the other 1 sheets and half sheets that I found. Should be plenty right over here. Yeah, here's some other stuff. Magazines, press books, sheet music. We sold a lot of that earlier tonight. Where's that other stack of posters at? I should have like a huge stack somewhere. Posters up here. They're also over there in that booth, I know. There's a stack. Is this a stack? This is a stack. Yeah, Apocalypse Now, press kit. Aha. I actually found some cool autographs too. Here's some more stuff to sell 1 piece at a time. I found some pretty cool autographs too. Of course, they will have to be checked. I'm just talking about raw, just the way I found them. Then I've got a whole stack over here of stuff ready to go through later tonight, like road posters. And you get all these tubs emptied, you'll free up a lot of space, which is what we're trying to do right now before he goes on another buying trip in the future. We got to have some extra space. So we're either going to do, by the way, I didn't really want to say, but we're either going to do a dollar sale this weekend or next weekend. And after chit-chatting with Ed, I think we're just going to go ahead and lock in a $1 sale for next weekend and advertise, hey, you better come get these. If not, I got to find somebody to come get them and get them out of here. So we're going to be having a massive sale here at Coletco probably next weekend. So make sure y'all are here for that if you want to go ahead and be making plans. There are gobs of $5, $7, and $10 records that we just don't have time to process. That will be $1. That will be $1, okay? Now, first thing I have over here is the following. We had Kiss at $81. Ace have how long on it? No, we sold that one earlier tonight already. Kiss is at $85. And then Friday the 13th has a bid for $10. And then Oso's out on Kiss. And then Friday the 13th has a bid for $13, now $14. Can you show the Friday 13th poster again? This is a VHS tape. That's what they're bidding on. Jeff Brindley has it for $15. I was going to do a bundle, but that's the last one left in the box. This is sold for $11 to J Beach 12078 for $11. The diamonds are forever. And since he's done on Kiss, we'll go ahead and sell this to Steve McGee for $85. I'm actually going to put the inserts here in the front. And now let's run that other Kiss item. And let's put up some other stuff, okay? I just went up front and grabbed another handful of posters and other materials. All right, let me see what that is. Midnight Lace. That. Oh, yeah, we got some cool stuff here. Aha. All right, here's what I wanted to find because I know y'all love this stuff. Here's an original insert from Smokey and the Bandit 2. This is an original insert size, really cool. Smokey and the Bandit 2. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Smokey and the Bandit 2. Burt Reynolds, Jackie Gleason, Jerry Reed. Very cool. Nice colors. Folded. No color breaks. No rips or tears. Smokey and the Bandit. $10 start. That is now up for bid. Super clean. That is now up for bid. Okay? There's that. Let's add that Kiss bootleg everybody has been asking about. I think it's highly anticipated. Kiss Siege and Salvation. Limited edition, numbered 36 of 500 on translucent red. This is Kiss live in Sheffield, England, 1992. $55 start on that. So we got Smokey and the Bandit poster, an original insert size, awesome graphics, and Friday the 13th. And Vicky's out. We're going to go ahead and sell Friday the 13th to Jeff Brindley for $20. All right, thank you, Jeff, on that. This is a new arrivals crate that John marked earlier today. Great vintage stuff, pre-owned, all clean sleeved, inspected. It's all been graded EX Plus or better. I'm going to read you these quickly one more time, and then I've got another one to do. Okay, then we're probably going to do some discount crates, and after we knock out a couple discount crates and I fill up my 7th and 8th crate quota, then we'll go from there. Wow, we are on the wrong camera, aren't we? Boy, I forget that every time. Sorry. Okay, so y'all seen that Friday the 13th. Let me show Kiss again. Kiss, Siege, and Salvation. Orange, translucent red vinyl, Sheffield, England. Sorry. But I think they know what they're bidding on. That's not what for bid. This is Kiss, Siege, and Salvation. 2 LP, live in Sheffield, England, 1992. Okay? There's that, and now there's that. Okay. Smokey had a bid for 20 with Kenny Begley, then 21, then 25. Kiss has a bid for 60 with J.D. Conklin. And that's where we're at right now. I have... Wow, I've never seen this before. It's the Black Crows. Who Killed That Bird Out on Your Windowsill, the movie. The Black Crows. Wow. The Black Crows. Interesting. I've never seen that before. Black Crows VHS and Shrink. Nice. $10 start. Okay, here's what's left in here. Van Morrison, St. Dominic's Preview. Chris Isaac, Heart-Shaped World. I'll go ahead and tell you the price on that one. $79.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Smoking the Bandits at $28. Kiss is at $65. Black Crows is a $10 start. Jeff Beck, Rough and Ready. That's a Friday Music remaster. Dwayne Eddy, Twang a Country Song. The Grassroots Move Along. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, also a reissue from 2016. Just about everything in here is either vintage OG or a vintage reissue. Next is Ralph Emery Show with Glenn Campbell. Never seen that before. Bill Evans Trio, Hair. Bob Dylan, Modern Times. That is still available. So is Elvin Bishop and the best of Jerry Lee Lewis and Chuck Jackson and Frank Zappa. Also Poco and Ray Charles, Daniel Amos and the Fifth Dimension. Jimi Hendrix, Woke Up Dead This Morning with Jim Morrison. We have Booker T and the MGs, Bill Evans, Van Morrison, Junior Mance, Levon Helm, Barry Goldberg, John Hammond, ZZ Hill, Bobby Bland, The Rights, which was a punk album, Muddy Waters, Louisiana's The Rose, Spencer Davis, Neil Young, and Ace. Wow. Kiss 70-75. S is at 30. Kenny Begley has Smoking the Bandit at $30. Everybody else is out. Kenny has it for $30. We have Kiss now at 80 with J.D. Conklin. How much was Zappa? Shake Your Booty. Technically, Chic Your Booty. Play on words there. Double LP, $39.99. Oh, Chad's going down. Stretch. I have some very sore back muscles pulling and pushing all these tubs around last night, which, of course, when they're full of books, weigh 3,000 pounds. Which album is Riots? There's Rights, R-I-T-E-S. R-I-T-E-S, that is a 2003 punk album on blue vinyl, $19.99. Sell Scotch Wallow Zappa for $25. Sold. Okay, Black Crows is a no bid. That's a $10 buy it now. And Smoking the Bandit is at 32 of Tim Graham. Kenny's out. The Kiss album is at $85 of Leslie Phillips. Now Kiss is at $90. Okay, so now we know where we're at on that. Let's go through another crate. Best offer. If I drink all my water, oh man, I gotta get another bottle of water. Okay, I'm gonna take these off the table. We have a standing offer. I'll see what John Kaiser says first. I'll see what Mr. Kaiser says first. I got a random buy it now for you. I forgot about this one. Just because it's oversized, it got put on top here. This is an Elvis Presley book. The King Lives. $24.99. Elvis Presley, The King Lives, $24.99. Let's go grab another crate. Let's see where we're at over here on our bids. Muddy Waters. I think it was called Mud in Your Ear. It was $19.99, but if you let me grab it, we'll find out more about it, okay? All right, so Jeremy, you get the rights for $15. The poster is sold for $32 to Tim Graham. And Kenny Begley, I have another one if you want backup, $32. Just like it. Just like it. If not, If he doesn't claim it, whoever's next right now will get dibs if you claim it. Let's find that Muddy Waters right quick, which is right here. Yeah, it's a German press, $32.99. All right, he gets that one. All right, there's that. Where are we at? Leslie Phillips has this at $95, by the way. She's outbid J.D. Conklin. Next movie poster auction, going up right now. This is the one sheet, the full page one sheet of Smokey and the Bandit 2. Top cam, please. The full one sheet. Awesome graphics. Insert was earlier. That was a cool size. There is the full one sheet. Smokey and the Bandit 2. $10 start. Original movie poster. This one's going to be up for bid right now. Just a $10 start. Final call to Leslie for $95. These are all buy it now or best offer. I have the following. Spirit of 76, Randy California, Ed Cassidy, $24.99. The Commodores, $14.99. Has an advertisement for an autographed poster inside. That is long gone. $14.99. Ronnie Wood, New Look, $19.99. I'm going to keep the KISS auctions rolling because we have a lot to get to. Dang it, I forgot to change cameras again. Shoot. I think the feed's hung up on the screen. Really? Uh-oh, I think it is too. All right, KISS is sold to Leslie for $95. Let me just restart. Dang, I always forget to change the camera. Okay, let me refresh. We've had trouble with this lately. I need to ask Jake about that. We probably got to update something. That's usually what happens when we need to update something. Chat, where's my chat button? There it is. All right, let me refresh this. Okay. Generator is plugged up. Thank you. Yeah, two things. I forget. I need to, let me just make a lot of mental notes. Okay, I just made 300 mental notes. Smoking the Bandits at $32. That's now up for bid. Okay. We're in a buy it now best offer crate, and we got to wrap up the KISS stuff tonight. So let's get back to another bootleg. Here's another one. This is KISS for the first time in 17 years. The original members. 3 LPs. Scandinavium in Gothenburg, Sweden. 1996, July 12th. Blue, yellow, and white. LP is supposed to be yellow, but ours is brown. Gotcha. So tricolor vinyl. Supposed to, I think, be the colors somewhat of the Swedish flag. $65 start on KISS. Okay? Leslie's a first-time buyer. Leslie, welcome to CollectCo. Looks like you're on Facebook. So just go over to Messenger, which is here on Facebook. You can click on the CollectCo page. When you click on the CollectCo page, you'll see a message or a button that says send message or something to that degree. Just send us a message with your email address and your mailing address, okay? Kenny Begley has Smokey and the Bandit for $32. That's at $32. Oso just bid $10. It's already at $32. This KISS auction is a $65 start. Here's the status of the KISS auctions. We still got 206 people watching on all platforms. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more advertised KISS auctions, 2 Japanese that were unadvertised, and I got a whole stack of 45s that I'm about to sell in one big lot. I did some of them individually tonight. I didn't finish them. I'm just going to sell the rest in one big lot here in a second. All right. Now, let's restart this crate. Buy now, best offer. Spirit. The Spirit of 76, a double LP, $24.99. KISS has a bid for $65. The Smokey and the Bandit poster's at $33. The Commodores is $14.99. Ronnie Wood, Now Look. Ronnie Wood is $19.99. Taxi, Expose, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99 with Hop Sticker. Ace, Time for Another. Ace is $12.99, Time for Another. And Bodacious, DF, $19.99 on Bodacious DF. Also, Jack Bonus. That's old Jack Bonus there, $19.99. What the heck's going on the cover? Jack Bonus on Grunt. Usually about the only thing on Grunt is this Jack Cassidy under a different name? Usually anything on Grunt is just Jefferson Airplane related. Also, it feels like there's a poster in here. Added extra bonus. I don't think that's how he looks though. Usually anything Grunt is just Jefferson Airplane stuff. This is pretty interesting actually. I guess not though. Unless he's under a different name, but that doesn't look like him, I don't think. 1972 Grunt Records. Interesting. Jack Bonus. All right. Kenny has the poster at 35. And we have Kiss at 65 of JD. Not Jack Cassidy. I didn't think it was. I was like, unless he's totally changed his appearance for that album. J.D. Conklin, $65. But usually anything Grunt is just like Jefferson Starship, Jefferson Airplane related. George Benson, Body Talk, $19.99. And Taxi, TAXXI, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Smoking the Bandit poster sold to Kenny Begley for $35. Okay. All righty. Let's see what this one looks like. Getting into some more here. This one is definitely an older looking poster. This is Cinderella Jones. Joan Leslie, Robert Alda. 19. I don't know. I'm going to guess. It looks like to me, based on hairstyles, dress, I'm going to say 1947. How far am I off? Cinderella Jones. $10 start. $10 start. Okay. I think the screen is still hung up. It is. The feed is still hung up on the screen. On y'all's screen, that is. Yeah. Comments are coming in and y'all still can't. $1946. Wow. Hey, I was close. 1946 movie poster. $10 start, Cinderella Jones. They looked like they were dressed post-World War II, but not late enough for the 50s. So there's that. I think people started to dress differently after World War II. That's what I've always noticed in these old photos. It's just like everything started to change a little bit. All right, there's that. First thing we have is back to this crate. Jerry Garcia, $34.99, Reflections. Jerry Garcia, $34.99, Reflections. We have On the Beach, Neil Young, $39.99. Nice copy, no condition notes, $39.99. Cinderella Jones, 1946, $10 start. We need another Kiss auction. Let's do this here. It's an actual official original. Folks, if you've been holding out for a top copy, OG of Kiss Alive 2, I'm talking OG, shrink wrap, sticker and merch insert, you have found the one you're looking for. It's just a $35 start. It's in shrink with the original price tag, the sticker sheet, the merch insert, beautiful vinyl. EX++ near McMinus. $35 start. There's the sticker sheet. There's the merch. The sticker sheet actually still has pretty good adhesive. A lot of my handle, it looks like they're about to just fall off. Okay? Looks like at any second it could just fall off. Kiss Alive 2s. I think we've already sold all the Kiss Alive 2s. What did I say? Did I call this Kiss Alive 2? Oh, Rock and Roll Over. What did I say? Garcia. J Beach has this for $25. I will say this for $28 if you want it. I'm going to counter you $3. That means I've come down 7. So that means you're still winning. Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. Robert Plant does have some cover stains. $14.99. My bad. That's obviously Kiss Alive 2. If anybody wants Cinderella Jones, can't waste too much time on these. $10 buy it now on Cinderella Jones if anybody wants that one. Kiss is going to get a lot of bids for a while. So there's that for a $10 buy it now if anybody wants it. Let's grab another one over here. And let's see what this one is. I kind of remember this one. Midnight Love, Doris Day. Maybe? No, I thought it said Doris Day written on the back. I thought Fred wrote Doris Day on this. Let's see here. Doris Day, Rex Harrison, Midnight Love. Maybe? Yeah. Where's their name? Oh, right here, yeah. I was going to say, right there, plain and simple. $10 start on this one. Looks like it's got a pretty bad rip over here, right there. It's got kind of like an L-shaped tear. That's now up for bid. 1960 there. 1960 on that one. It was right there in front of me. Doris Day. Okay, that's now up for bid as well. Okay, let's jump over here. Give me 1 second, please. So Kiss, Rock and Roll Over is at $50. I'll get it out of my system here in a minute. J Beach gets a Jerry Garcia for $28. We have the Savage Rose Refugee, $19.99. That looks interesting. Spyro Gyra, Catching the Sun, $9.99. And we have Steven Steele's, $19.99. Steve Steele's, Love the One You're With, $19.99. I know, I'm going to need something. Mondays are always the worst because I stay up so late on Sunday night / Monday mornings. I'm pretty much backwards right now. Jerry Lee Lewis, She Even Woke Me Up to Say Goodbye, $9.99. And Pete Townsend, why does this look different? What is this? It's an interview. It's not the album. It's not Chinese, whatever I thought it was. Some kind of double LP promo music. Never seen it before. $29.99. Who is done on Kiss? It's up to John McPatriot. I think he's finished. Chad Sauls has it for $50. Michael Fairchild gets Stephen Steele's for $15. Sold. Next thing is Douglas James Kershaw. Doug Kershaw. Looks like there's some tape on the spine. Does have promo sticker. And it's a white label promo. Doug Kershaw, $16.99. Willie Nelson and Friends, Longhorn Jamboree, $19.99. George Benson, White Rabbit. That is $19.99. We're not done on Kiss. El Terrible Torrio is in at $54. That means, Chad, you've been outbid. If anybody wants Midnight Love movie poster, it's a buy it now for $10. Let me see if this is a poster or part of a poster. It looks like it's part of a poster, and I think it is. Let me get it open and peek at it. Looks like it's part of a 3-sheet. It is part of a 3-sheet. Some kind of nut. Okay. So we'll skip that for right now. We will skip that one for right now. And I know this is a full one sheet. I can't remember what it is, but it looks familiar. Let's see what's going on with this one. Death on the Nile. Death on the Nile. Let's go to the top cam. $10 start. Death on the Nile, 1978. Probably, if I'm going to use record terms, probably VG. Couple dings. Probably a tough poster to find mint because all the black is going to show little color creases and color breaks. $10 on that. All right. There's that. $10 start. John Durden has it at 10. Okay. Kiss is at 67. I'm working my way as much into the country stuff as I can. I've got some hillbillies, Las Vegas hillbilly lobby cards on deck. Ronnie Lane from the Small Faces, $29.99. Kiss is at 67. JD's done. It's up to Chad, and El Terrible has the high bid at 67. Andrew Gold, what's wrong with this picture? Andrew Gold is $9.99. Mark Allman, $19.99. We have Emergency Ward, Nina Simone. Whoa, look at this one. $29.99. Nina Simone Emergency Ward. The vinyl looks brand new with a promo sticker. That's unusual. $29.99 for Nina Simone. Michael Pender, The Promise, is $9.99. And we have Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. Newspaper cover, $29.99. BB King and Bobby Bland, double LP, $34.99. Chad, are you back in on Kiss? Let me know. John Durden gets the Nile movie poster for 10. That's so to John Durden for 10. And finishing up this crate as fast as possible. I'm ready for some discount stuff to finish up vinyl tonight. The Best of the Grateful Dead. What a long, strange trip it's been. $39.99 for the Grateful Dead. Pink Floyd, a nice pair, no pun intended. 73 Jacksonville. That's actually Pink Floyd's first two albums. Piper, The Gates of Dawn, and Saucer Full of Secrets packaged into one. Test 1-2, is anybody out there? We have Ricky Skaggs, Waiting for the Sun to Shine. Ricky Skaggs is $9.99. And this is, haven't seen this in a while, Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper. It's like one of those records I think I've seen a billion times, and then there it is. Is the chat working? I don't think the chat's working. $29.99, because I didn't hear back from Chad. Nobody is sending any dots. Is the chat hung up again? Test 1-2. Kiss, he's back in at 70. Maybe it's not hung up. Okay, Chad's back in on Kiss at 70. El Terrible Torrio, you've been outbid. Now the Grateful Dead has an offer. And now Pink Floyd price. Craig is sending some slashes. Thank you. Thank you for the dots. We are still connected. Okay, everybody just got really quiet. Everybody's gotten really quiet on me. And I lost him, but he's out. Let's go ahead and sell it because El Terrible says he's done. All right, this is sold. Time for new stuff. First new record is this is sold to Chad Sauls for $70. Mark Price gets the Grateful Dead for $35. How much is Pink Floyd? $39.99. Next thing over here is Ronnie Lane, Michael Butler, $20. Sold for $20. Next thing is this, Bloomfield Hammond, Dr. John, $19.99, and ZZ Hill, The Rhythm and the Blues. ZZ Hill, $19.99. All right, so we're ready for another Kiss auction now. And now, back to the boots. We have Kiss Gold. Take a look at this. Michigan Palace. This is Detroit, Michigan, 1974. 2016, red and black marble vinyl with poster at the Michigan Palace in Detroit, Michigan, 1974. $55 start. That's now up for bid. $55 start. Here's some lobby cards, Las Vegas Hillbillies, okay? Let me see how many different ones I have. That's number 2. I got number 6. I got number 5. I got number 3. And I got even number 2. And I have number 1. 1, 2, 3. That's 2 number 2s, okay? How about 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7? Sonny James, Connie Smith, Dale Reeves, Roy Drusky, and that's how many different ones I have there. Do I have a 5 out there? I have a 1, hold on one second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. No 4, but I do have 5, 6, and 7. Okay? So that is Las Vegas Hillbillies lobby cards. And I'm going to put all those up. The last lot didn't sell when I did them 5 apiece. So how about I just put all these together for a $10 start? I mean, some of these could be sold almost individually. Las Vegas Hillbillies, $10 start for those lobby cards. They're all different, okay? We have Kiss at 55, 55, 55, and 60. Those lobby cards are a $10 start. Starlin Fern Husky and Jane Mansfield. That's one of the big keynotes on this. I think that's who that was right there, right? I think that is this. There's Jane Mansfield. Does any of them have playing instruments? There they are with their go-kart with the Tennessee license plate. There they are with their moonshine steel. There they are in a food fight. There they are in a bar. And we have, there they are with the food fight. And there's the other one. So I do have 2 number 5s up there. Okay. There's that. So, no. Las Vegas, $10 start. Kiss is at 70. Anybody else on anything in here before we do anything else? Okay? So let me lay out the agenda since I am officially done with new vintage stuff. Let me lay out the agenda for you for the next 2 hours because the stream, we're going to be here at least 2 more hours tonight. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to recap anything that has not sold tonight at auction, including posters, any miscellaneous I've shown, including VHS and books. Some were just random buy it nows, some were auctions. We're going to try to go through all that, get some more of it sold. I'm about to start a few vintage discount crates. We're probably going to do at least one, what we call nonsense half off. That's probably really recent stuff I'm going to do at half off. Then we'll probably do at least one more. And then tonight, the big focus tonight is when we're done with all the Kiss auctions, because this is one, and right now we're going to keep them just one at a time. There's about 5 more left. Those are going to be up. When probably those are done, we're probably going to just show all this poster stuff for the rest of the night. I'm only going to be able to do this a few times this week, and hopefully I've gone through it all until another time in the future. So we'll try to go through and spend at least 2 hours or an hour every night until all this is gone through. I did find 1 box of metal CDs. I'm probably going to show those on Thursday night for part 2 after we're done with all of our metal auctions. I mean, it looked awesome, all the metal CDs. I haven't found many more. I was hoping I'd open up some tubs and find some CDs, but not much has been found. Okay? So first thing we're going to say is that John Durden got these lobby cards for $10. Those are all sold to him for $10. Pink Floyd has an offer for $30. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here? ZZ Hill, Bloomfield, Hammond, Dr. John. I think somebody asked the price for Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper. Original Columbia 2i, $29.99. Ricky Skaggs, B.B. King, Bobby Bland, Jethro Tull, Michael Pender, Nina Simone, Mark Allman, Andrew Gold, George Benson, Willie Nelson, James, Doug Kershaw, Pete Townsend, Jerry Lee Lewis, Spyro Gyra, The Savage Rose, Robert Plant, Neil Young, Taxi, George Benson, Jack Bonus, Bodacious, Ace, Taxi, Ron Wood, Commodores, and Spirit. Okay? Kiss is at $80. No Kiss posters tonight. I have dozens, if not hundreds, though. Okay, so We had the Midnight Love poster for $10. We had the Cinderella Jones poster for $10. This was a record somebody asked about but didn't want. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move these LPs over here to my other crate. Don't hesitate to make offers. Somebody offered 30 on Pink Floyd. I said sold immediately. I don't like stuff lingering around. I try to sell it on the first go around. I'm up for fair offers. John had marked 5 crates of vintage tonight. I think when it's all said and done, I bet I can pack everything into 2, which is pretty amazing. That means we've sold a lot of vintage. Here's an empty crate. Michael said he'd give 15 for both posters. Sold to Michael Ruttman. Thank you. I was waiting for somebody to say something like that. Here's one of the most recent one of the most recent no-claim books. Elvis Presley, The King Lives. Huge kind of oversized book, coffee table book. It is $24.99, okay? That's book number 1. Kiss right now is at 80 with Patrick Mathis, and I think he's going to get it because he's out and he's out. That's a final call. One of the first VHS that didn't sell was the Black Crows, Who Killed That Bird on Your Windowsill. Black Crows is $10. And then here's some other lobby cards. Hillbillies in a Haunted House. I'll do these for $10. This is a Lon Chaney, Basil Rathbone film. These are $10. And here's some of the country artists. Merle Haggard, Don Bowman, Ferlin Husky. And that was another set of 5 for just $10. Do what? Yep, $10. Okay, there's those. There's an empty crate. And way back earlier tonight, we have John Durden on Hillbilly for 10. Don't fret, though, Michael Ruttman, because I think I have another set, okay? That was 5. Let me see how many more I can come up with over here. I've got, let's see here. I've got 5, 1, 3, 7, 6, okay? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more there. Go ahead and sell those to Michael Ruttman for 10. And I've got 2 JD, I'll say, because that one has a torn corner. Both of those for 5 if you want them, JD. All right, so they're sold. I better put a sticky note in between these so they know these are sold together. Patrick Mathis, I'm going to stop the bidding on Kiss and go ahead and put another one. So that's sold to Patrick. Just give me a second to put it away and introduce the next one. We got to finish these up. All the Kiss Army hanging around tonight. JD, let me know if you want those last 2 for whatever I just said. 5, I guess. There's only 2 there. And then this is sold to Patrick Mathis for $80, okay? That's sold. And I actually have more Las Vegas if anybody wants them. So here's the rest of the Las Vegas for $10 if anybody wants them. Another 5, a 6, a 2, a 2, and a 6. Those are the numbers at the bottom. More Las Vegas Hillbillies. $10 on those if anybody wants them. Next Kiss bootleg. Guns and Kisses 2. That's in Tokyo, 1988. Guns and Kisses, 1988. That is a 1982. This is Tokyo, Japan, VG Plus, a $35 start. Okay, the back cover, I had to take it off camera. I had to take a peek. Laura says it's adults only. It was adults only. There is some strong nudity on the back of this cover. The only way you're going to get to see it is if you buy it. Guns and Kisses. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Right over here is these. And John, these are actually the same. You already got one of each of all these. So I'll give these to J.D. Conklin. Okay? I'll give these to J.D. Conklin then. So he gets that set. And still got the 2 Hillbillies in a Haunted House for $5 if anybody wants them. $5 for those. Okay, there's that. New Kiss auction. Earlier tonight, here's a couple more books that were shown. I have a Chuck Berry autobiography. That was $9.99. I had a Rufus Thomas. This is one of the few albums tonight that hadn't sold. Sealed Rufus Thomas. That was $15. And this book here, which I couldn't find a lot about it, but it was pricey. Directory of Illustration. And that was a hardback, very interesting book. $24.99. $24.99. Okay. Kiss has opening bids for 35, 35, and 40. Doing a recap of stuff earlier tonight that was shown that didn't sell. Rufus Thomas is sealed. It's just called Rufus Thomas. Gusto GT-0064 is the catalog number. Okay. Well, I have ran a lot of VHS tonight. Most of them have sold except these. You've seen the Black Crows. 4 Doctor Who VHS for $20. I was selling all 4 of those Doctor Who. And then I had Guns N' Roses for 10, Deep Purple for 10, and Star Trek for 10. Star Trek, those are all $10 a piece. Okay, there's that. And the last thing is a stack of books that I went through that are still available before I show another single one and put up any more items for auction. The Number of the Beast, Robert H. Heinlein. Number of the Beast is $14.99. El Terrible wants the Deep Purple for 10. We got an offer on Rufus for 10. I'll see what Jim B says. He's passing. Hellfire, the Jerry Lee Lewis story, $9.99. Elvis and Me, Priscilla Presley, $14.99. If Regina's watching, she will buy that Kiss book and that Elvis book and that Elvis book. The Life and Times of Little Richard, $14.99. This is a biography of Janis Joplin, very cool with the original dust jacket, $14.99. Norm N. Knight, Rock On, the Illustrated Encyclopedia of Rock and Roll, MTV, $14.99. And The Lives of John Lennon, hardback, $14.99. Jeff Brindley gets the GNR for $10. That just leaves Doctor Who and Star Trek. The last bid on Kiss was J.D. Conklin at $50. James Hicks, you're out. It's up to you. And then over here, we have Patrick Mathis out. So, yeah, just the one person. We'll sell Rufus Thomas to Danny Thomason for $10. Thank you. Let's go ahead and put that in a sleeve. The Janis Joplin book is sold to Tracy Songer. Let's pull that out of the stack. What have I done with it? Right here, Buried Alive. There's that. And sold. Okay, now we have, I'm going to lay these on top. That's anything MISC that I showed tonight that didn't sell. Just a few VHS, a few books. That's okay. I've already got them stickered. I'm just going to put them right out in the store for sale if they don't get claimed tonight. And I am about to put up another Kiss auction, but we'll distinguish this one because it's going to be a lot of 45s, okay? So when you bid, you can put 45s. I'm going to take this gigantic, very heavy stack and take it off the table. And now that's everything miscellaneous tonight that's been shown that did not sell. There's 4 stacks over here of stuff that has sold. Fantastical. J.D. Conklin, you're out on Kiss. James Hicks has bid $52. Tonight, I started the show by putting up a lot of different Kiss 45s. And we are going to sell the rest of them off in one lot, okay? We've got New York Groove by Ace Frehley. Heaven's on Fire by Kiss. Kiss, Sure Know Something from Dynasty and Dirty Living. Another New York Groove. Let's actually leave that out of the lot since it's a duplicate. Lick It Up. Calling Dr. Love. And let's put the X and Sex. Now, the reason Dr. Love's on this label is because it was a single from Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. And then here is a blue label, Sweet Pain, and that's the B-side of Shout It Out Loud. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different Kiss singles, $25 start. So make sure you put 45, okay, 45. That means you're bidding on the 45s, and the starting bid is $25. Okay, I'll leave New York Groove for another night, especially if I can find a new Casablanca sleeve for it. Those are up for bid, Scott, in one lot. First thing is Beth. We sold one earlier tonight. You missed it. You were asleep. You were asleep. James Hicks, you've been outbid on Kiss. J.D. Conklin has it for $55. It is time for me to pick out a half-off crate. That's going to be my toughest decision. That's going to be my toughest decision of the night. Let me plug up my other phone here. Scott's in on the 45s at $25. Okay. Let's fill up the rest of these bins of vinyl over here. I'm ready to fill up. Let me move these last Kiss auctions over. I got a nice empty crate here. Here we go. We sold a Shock Me earlier. Yep, somebody ended up grabbing it for the buy it now. Actually, I think they made me an offer for $5. I took it. Here, I'll just make this $5. It's a press photo from Smokey and the Bandit, an original press photo, 1977. That's an actual promo photo from that movie, $5 on that. Random cool item I found. Let's go over here. Alrighty. Darkness Imprisoning Me. John Durden on Smokey for $5. The singles are now at $33. J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid on Kiss. I'm cleaning more up over here to get to these crates that we want to get to. Feel like I'm talking in circles. Feel like I'm walking in circles sometimes. I'm walking on sunshine. Hey, don't you feel good? Oh, beep, pop. Okay. Oh, my back. This feels good to stretch out. I was pulling and pushing on some tubs last night that probably I shouldn't have been pulling and pushing on. Which half-off crate shall we do? Like I said, it's going to be probably something pretty dang recent. Yeah, let's do this one. And they're going to be half off, no more, no less. Whatever's left, we'll either bundle, or this one is so nice and so crazy and so nonsensical that the leftovers might make great content for the discount crate in the morning. Yeah, this is literally just shown like on Saturday night, okay? These were just shown on Saturday night. Okay. So this is we call this a nonsense crate. These should not be half off. Why am I doing this? It's because I have no sense. It's nonsense. That's why we're doing these. The singles have a new bid right now for $40 with Jeff Brinley. The Kiss auction was up to one person, James Hicks. He bid $56. Then J.D. Conklin bid $60. Now it's up to James Hicks again. And now the singles are at $40. Let's do some half off, nonsense, no more, no less. I have one other item over here to do. I don't think it's all here, but it's still pretty cool for such a big movie to at least have some of the contents. Could it have photos? Maybe. This is a press kit for Apocalypse Now. Press information manual. So here is, you could read about this movie for a long time. It's got biographies of Brando, Duvall, Martin Sheen, all the big actors. It tells about their backgrounds as actors. It tells about the movie. There's a lot of literature in here. Sometimes these press kits also have photos, kind of like the Smokey and the Bandit we just showed. So that kind of stuff. Sometimes we open these things up and they're in here. Sometimes they're not. I don't know what all is included. If anything, that's a cool folder, and it has a lot of literature in there with it. $10 start on Apocalypse Now. That is up for bid, okay? That is now up for bid. Here is the half-off crate. Here we go. He's out on Kiss. We're about to put up another Kiss auction. Right off the bat, Elvin Jones Polycurrents. Half off of $79.99. I didn't pull anything out. I told y'all, it's nonsense. Nothing was pulled out. There's going to be stuff in here, and you're like, what are you doing, Chad? And I'm going to be like, I don't know. What are you doing? We have Brian Auger's Oblivion Express, Live Oblivion, Volume 2, double LP, live at the Whiskey in Hollywood, tan RCA labels, $15. Elvin Jones, $40. Brian Auger, $15. Cat Stevens, Boot in the Chocolate Box, $7.50. These are half off, no more, no less. Kiss is sold to J.D. Conklin for $60. The 45s are at $45. The next Kiss auction is going to go up right now, and that is this one right here. This is Kiss live, Long Beach, USA, May 31st, 1975, midnight, an unofficial. It's with photo print of 4 Kiss masks and Obi strip that doubles as alternate cover art. Wow, they went all out on this one. Kiss Long Beach, 1975, a $55 start on that one. This is a half off bin, no more. Apocalypse Now has a bid for 10. Final call. Scott Dwallow on Cat Stevens. Sold. That's the first half off claim out of the bin. Here it is. Lou Donaldson, an 83 French pressing, also a Blue Note album. Now just $25. $25. Half off crate. Nonsensical. This is J.B. Lenore, Natural Man. Chess Blues Masters, just $13.50 on J.B. Lenore. $13.50 on that one. Also, Ike and Tina Turner, that's now $10. Kiss is at $65. He's talking about this. The other bid on the 45s is there terrible. He's out. So these are sold to Jeff Brinley for $45, and the Apocalypse Now is sold to John Durden for $10. Picking up some cool stuff. Next thing is Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love. Marvin Gaye, just $15. Jerry Lee Lewis, just $5. Foghat, just $10. And Barbara's, watch out, Barbara's is $10. Jake Bugg, live at the Silver Platters in Seattle, 2014, $10. Kiss has one bid with Patrick Mathis for $65. Okay, so, man, this poster, I have another poster, but it's literally too big to show on the screen. It's a 3-sheet. Let me step back up front right quick. The rest of tonight's is going to be right around the corner in some tubs, but I still think I got some stuff scattered up here to run and show and auction. Looks like everybody's very much interested in movie posters. I can understand why, but I also have some cool stuff here like sheet music. And, okay, good. There's some movie posters in here maybe. There's a few things. I'm going to wait on that stack. Let me grab these right here. Did I leave anywhere else? I think the rest of them are just kind of scattered over here in these tubs and stuff. Okay, yeah, there's some over here. There's some over there. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All righty. Yeah, let's show some of this stuff. Last few little misc I have before I open up some of these tubs over here. All right. These are country magazines. We're going to do a lot of 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so let's break them down to 2 lots of 3. This one's pretty cool. 1957 with Elvis, Carl Perkins on the cover, Ferlin Husky, Jim Reeves, the Everly Brothers, and this one has a younger Willie there with his clean cut and shaved. That's pre-pot Willie Nelson. I've got 3 country song roundup magazines, 3 of them here. That's going to go up for a $15 start, essentially 5 each. Those are vintage original country song roundup magazines. Very cool. Next is Lou Donaldson Condition. Lou Donaldson Condition, that is right here. And Lou Donaldson has no condition notes. It is clean. What was the question though? Yeah, there's no condition notes on it. I would say it's EX Plus, just to be conservative. John Durden bid first on the magazines, and then Daniel Rosen. And then the Kiss is at 70 with Patrick Mathis. El Terrible Torrio, you've been outbid. Okay, we have Eternal Summers, $7.50. Lou Donaldson sold to David Hoy. I can tell it's getting late because there shouldn't be anything left in the front part of this crate hardly. Foghat does not have Slow Ride, no. Figured by now Marvin Gaye and the J.B. Lenore and definitely the Elvin Jones, but we'll keep going. We have Eternal Summers, a 2010 alternate rock, $7.50 on that. Phil Manzara and Eno, and others, but I always mention them for sure, especially Eno. This is a 76 UK, and that's $15 on that. Daniel Rosen has the 3 magazines at $16, final call. Kiss is now up to one person, Patrick Mathis. I have Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll, and I think we determined this was an OG Canadian pressing. Beautiful vinyl, $17.50. Scott Dwallow on Eternal. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. Eternal was sold. Over here we have the Black Sorrows, Hold On to Me. The Black Sorrows is $10 and Shrink with hop sticker. Jefferson Starship, Modern Times, $7.50 on Jefferson Starship. And Foreigner. Foreigner is $10. This is super clean, super nice, feels like the very first time, $10. And Kylie Minogue. It took us for a while to figure out what this was the other night. Now, just $20. He's out on Kiss. This is sold to El Terrible for $79. And these three magazines here are sold to Daniel Rosen for $16. Guess what I got? I got 3 more Country Roundup magazines, all from 1960 and 1962. We have on the front the Browns. We have Hank Thompson, a young George Jones there, very cool. Why George Jones was called a star among stars. And Don Gibson, the Wilburn Brothers. And this is a $15 start. I'd say those are even in higher grade. Next thing is El Terrible on Foreigner. That is sold to El Terrible Torrio. Jerry Rock on JS for Jefferson Starship. Kylie Minogue sold to Jim B. Goodness gracious, that was a steal. Mags are at $15. David Hoyd next on Kylie Minogue. Let's keep going. Next thing in here is UB40. I've Got Mine, $7.50. Also, James Taylor's Greatest Hits, $17.50. James Taylor, $17.50. All right, this is one of the last Kiss bootlegs. Is it a bootleg? No, this is an official. Here's one of the last Kiss auctions, I should say. Who Wants to Be Lonely? All Night. Heaven's on Fire, live. That's an 86 Japanese repress, no Obi. It's a 12-inch single / EP. It's got 3 tracks on it. It is a $20 start. Kiss, $20 start. 86 Japanese repress. The magazines, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Got George Jones on the cover. Sparked some interest, for sure. Next is Elvis Costello, then the attractions. Get Happy. Elvis Costello is now $12.50. This is a half-off crate. No more, no less. Here is a quick buy it now item. I don't know exactly what this is called. It's like a little informational pamphlet. It's got a lot of notes on the back. I think somebody was making notes of when they were watching the movie. But it's $6.99. It's from True Grit. It was a preview. Capitol Theater, Salt Lake City, 1969. How cool is that? And somebody was making notes during the movie on the back. True Grit. I'll say that's $6.99 if anybody wants it. That was from the preview. The Golden Spike Centennial International preview. James Allen on Elvis Costello. That's sold. John Durden got True Grit for $6.99. Kiss. We're looking for a $20 start on that. I've got 2 more Japanese pressings over here I'm going to try to run. Just FYI after those. So just in case you didn't know. And then let's go over here to Dire Straits. Wow, just $15 on Dire Straits. And Canned Heat 1970 concert, a 1970 German, $17.50. Who has the magazines? Daniel does at $24. Danny Thomason's out. The back of the magazines, it's an ad for how to play. I think that's the Browns, Hank Thompson, Leroy Van Dyke, George Jones, and then the Wilburn Brothers, Don Gibson. I'm not for sure who that is. Why every country girl loves that young boy. I'm not for sure on him. Okay. First thing we had was John McPatriot on Dire Straits. Scott Dwallow second. Magazines 25 and 26 with Daniel. Next is Fair and Young. Okay. There we have it. We have Gary Wright, Spooky Tooth. That was only yesterday. $12.50. Probably the play on words there. What did they say? Why, every country girl loves that young boy, fair and young. There we go, fair and young. So right now it's between Daniel and Danny. We have Joe Walsh got in gum, $10. Dire Straits is already sold. And I think for the first time tonight, we have our first no bid. Kiss is a $20 bot now. That 3-track EP from Japan, one of our first no bids tonight. Also, we got Elvis Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. Elvis is $17.50. Aloha from Hawaii via satellite, $17.50 on that. And Paul McCartney, this is McCartney, and it is $15. Now just $15. Leslie Phillips picks up the Kiss for $20. The magazines are at $28 with Danny Thomason. And now let's try another Japanese pressing. And this time we got Japanese Kiss Rock and Roll Over. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. This is Calling Dr. Love. It's a Japanese pressing Obi gatefold jacket, which is unique to Japan. The U.S. editions would not be gatefolds. $45 start on that. The magazines are $28. It's all up to Mr. Daniel Rosen on that lot. Doing a half off crate, no more, no less. The Best of Savoy Brown, that's a VG, $5. Now, we're about to go through the check condition stuff from the other night. Half off, which I meant to save to go through best offer, because if y'all remember, the last time we went through these, they were sticker price, no more, no less. That's why we're calling this a nonsense bin. The Kiss Rock and Roll Over is a $45 start, just FYI. We have Asia. There's your nightly dose, even though we've had it already 2 or 3 other times tonight. Asia is $5. Daniel Rosen's out on the magazines. These are sold to Danny Thomason for $28. Let's put this right over here. He gets that lot. And we have a patch, a buy it now for $6.99. Camel Pro Series. I know we have a lot of patch collectors on here. $6.99 on that. Let's move Kiss down here for a $45 start. Next thing is Canned Heat Hallelujah. VG Plus $10. And we have the Elvis, no condition notes, so it passed as EX Plus or better, honestly. Yeah, it's really nice. It's on the tan RCA. EX Plus or better on that one. Asia is sold to Jerry Rock. Thank you on that. And let's see what else I have over here. I've got tour books from Wings, tour books from Journey, tour books from Boston and the Police. And then I have some really cool sheet music here. Let's try to bundle some of this together. Okay, let's do first some, and then I got a poster. Okay, that's a 3-sheet. All right, and then here's some older sheet music, or other sheet music. I shouldn't say older. Okay, so let's see, what do I want to put together? Let's see what these look like. Here, we'll do an 80s lot of sheet music. Caribbean Queen, Billy Ocean. Air Supply, Making Love Out of Nothing at All. Chicago, Hard Habit to Break. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. This is all sheet music. Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. And Michael Jackson, I Just Can't Stop Loving You. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pieces of sheet music. A $10 start. $10 start. Okay? We have BK on Elvis. Guy Shard has initiated a flag. Flag. Please charge Asia, Jerry Rock, to my account, included shipping if needed. Guy Shard would like to pay for the Asia record that Jerry Rock just claimed. So send it to Jerry Rock. Guy Shard is paying all expense. Eric Van Leuven gets Marvin Gaye. Sheet music, $10 start. Next, The Hissing of Summer Lawns, Joni Mitchell. VG Condition, $5. The Beatles' first live recordings in Hamburg, Germany, 1962. VG Plus, $7.50. In the Beginning, the Isley Brothers and Jimi Hendrix. VG, $7.50. And Madonna, Borderline, VG Plus, $10. Madonna, 12-inch single. Wow. No bid on Japanese Kiss Rock and Roll Over. A $45 buy it now. I think everybody's just crossing their fingers and holding out for the deals at this point. They're like, come on, Chad, come on, end that. I've got Kiss 45 typed in and ready to go. Come on, end it. End it. El Terrible gets it, $45. Final call on that sheet music for $10. Okay, there's that. Next thing is more Creedence Gold, EX 1150. Rashawn Roland Kirk, VG Plus, $7.50. The Moody Blues, 7th Sojourn, VG Plus, $5. Grand Funk Live Album, VG Plus, $10. John Mayall, Moving On, VG, $6.50. Peter Gabriel Plays Live, VG Plus, $10. And I have another Kiss auction. Kiss, Alive 2, a beautiful Japanese pressing, 2 LP. There's LP number 1, there's the inner sleeve. There's LP number 2, there's the inner sleeve. There's the insert booklet. There's the gatefold jacket. There's the Evolution of Kiss booklet. Nice gatefold, a $35 start, okay? Shakedown on Peter Gabriel, sold. John McPatriot on Grand Funk, sold. Travis next on Peter Gabriel. Greg Beddinger first on the Joni Mitchell for $5. This lot of sheet music is $10 if anybody wants it. $10 for the sheet music, including Michael Jackson. Jay Giles Freeze Frame, VG, $5. Kiss has a bid for $35. Chubby Checker, VG, $5. And Styx is VG Plus, $7.50. Next thing we have over here is 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of sheet music. Maybe even 5. Who's over here? 5 and what does this one go to? That goes to this one, okay? 6, 7, something like that. Check this one out, though. All right. We have the Rolling Stones, Like a Rolling Stone. That's actually from the 90s, I think is when they did that. 1993, yeah. The Rolling Stones, the Eagles, Lion Eyes, James Dean, Every Breath You Take, Abracadabra, Steve Miller Band, and Jamaica, Led Zeppelin. Wow, that one's pretty cool. And it's signed by all 4 original members. I'm joking. That is now up for bid, a $10 start. Next is this, Eric Clapton Slow Hand, VG Plus, $12.50. $12 for Clapton. Wow. Jimi Hendrix. Wow. $12.50. Wow. Leon Russell. EX, $9. Genesis, Abacab. EX, $9. Louis Jordan. EX, $10. And Chartbusters Volume 3 comp, VG Plus, $6.50. And Madonna True Blue, VG Plus, $8.50. Chad Schneider, the only bidder on Kiss at $35. John Durden has the sheet music for $10. Boy, wouldn't that be nice if there was a scribble right there? John Paul Jones, Jimmy Page, John Bonham, Robert Plant. Whew. Travis Woods on Genesis, so did Travis Wood. Mega Blast on Chartbusters. That is sold to Mega Blast. Chad Schneider on G for Genesis. You were next. Preston Rose on Louis Jordan. Thank you. Jerry Rock on Madonna. Thank you, Jerry Rock. Okay. I don't know if many signed Led Zeppelin photos. Of course, an album's rare enough, but that would be that if all 4 of these guys had signed this, it would be around $15K maybe for something like this. Probably around $15K if you're lucky. I don't know if anything like that really exists, though. Chad Schneider on Alive for $35. All right. And I have an announcement. Every Kiss auction is gone. They're all sold. There is nothing left. They have all sold. If you're here for Kiss, they've officially all been retired. There are no Kiss auctions left. This sheet music lot is sold to John Durden for $10. And I got to find an empty sleeve. Actually, that was my last album, and I have no sleeves left. So let me find an empty sleeve. They keep them over here somewhere. There we are. There's a brand new box. I'm going to have to get that here in a minute. All right. So here's what we're about to do. I'm going to recap all these. I got more auctions to put up over here, miscellaneous. There will be no more vinyl auctions tonight. I'm going to read through these because I know some more of these need to sell. No more vinyl auctions tonight, but I do have more stuff like I just put up. This one's worthy of an auction by itself, probably. Here, I'll do some for a buy it now. Let's just do these for a buy it now at $10 a piece. Well, that one, let's see here. Okay, we'll do this. This one's $10 of John Wayne, 1952 picture show, The Quiet Man with John Wayne. $10 on that. I'll say $7 for Billy Ray Cyrus, but that's just something I don't see too often. And then we'll do 2 Christmas ones for $10. Very cool. That's Gene Autry. Here Comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane, as featured in Christmas Vacation. And then I thought this was interesting. Superman, the new musical comedy, Superman. And this is from when? The 40s? No. Wait a minute. This is 1966, a little bit later than I thought. It looks like 40 Superman on the front. That one's $10. So John Wayne, we'll say 7 on Billy Ray, and then 10 for the old Christmas ones, and Superman, $10 as well. All right, so let's recap these right quick, and then we're about to do nothing but strictly me showing posters. I have no idea what they are. You won't have any idea what they are. If you're interested, you can ask, and I'll slap a price on it, okay? And the rest of them will just be straight priced, and we got to get them all sold. We're probably going to do some flat ones and hopefully get rolled ones. And when we get rolled ones started, I don't really want to stop them for the rest of the week because we can combine them and get them all sold. The other Madonna was Borderline, VG Plus, $10. VG Plus, it's another single. VG cover, quite a bit of wear, VG Plus vinyl. So here's what's left. Elvin Jones Polycurrents for $40. We had Brian Auger's A Believing Express for $15. JB Lenore was $13.50. Icontina was $10. Jerry Lee Lewis, $5. Foghat was $10. Barbara's was $10. Jake Bug Live, $10. 801 Live with Eno and Phil Manzera, $15. Joan Jett, $17.50. The Black Sorrows is $10. Hold On to Me. UB40, I've Got Mine, $7.50. James Taylor, $17.50. Canned Heat 70 is $17.50. Live in Europe, a German press. Gary Wright and Spooky Tooth, $12.50. Joe Walsh Got Any Gum was $10. McCartney by McCartney is $15. Best of Savoy Brown, VG 5. Canned Heat was VG plus 10. The Beatles is VG plus 17. El Terrible, these are always half off, no more, no less. So these prices I'm saying are the final call. Nobody on John Wayne, Billy Joe, Christmas, and Superman. I'll put these over here of all the other sheet music. And we have Chad Madonna is $10. These are always half off, no more, no less. The price I'm telling you has already been discounted by a measure of 50%. And if they don't get claimed now, they're going to be going in a video that will be posted in the morning and a whole lot of records. And I can promise you one thing, they're going to get sold there for sure. There's no leftovers hardly ever in those. But that's totally up to you. I have a copy of Elvis Presley's Wheel. Don't ask me how I got this, but it's legitimately Elvis Presley's Wheel. And it just fell and got out of order, but I have it in order now. Okay. El Terrible says he'll take Joan Jett. That is sold. And then Chad Schneider sold on Madonna for 10. There's that. I'm going to lay that over here for right now. Next is The Beginning. That was Jimi Hendrix and the Isley Brothers, $750. More Credence Gold was EX, $1150. Rashawn Roland Kirk, that was VG plus $750. The Moody Blues, VG plus $5. John Mayall, VG plus $650. We have VG $5. VG $5. Styx is VG plus $750. Clapton, VG plus $1250. Hendrix, VG plus $1250. And Leon Russell, EX $9. Can I pay more for the record I claim from this bin? No. No, you can't. These are half off, no more, no less. So even if you got a record for $5 and you want to give me $200, I will not accept it. Okay, first thing I have here is some interesting bits and pieces. Let me see what I can do with these first. Let me lay all these over here. There's those. I'm going to lay those over there for right now. All right. We have Jay Giles sold to El Terrible Torio. All right. That's sold to him for $5. Now, quick auction. These are Eric Clapton guitar picks, 50th anniversary tour. We'll say $7 start. Clapton, $7 start. And El Terrible got Jay Giles, unless I just pulled that out. Did I already pull that out? I did. Sorry. I'm going in reverse here. There's that. $7 on the Eric Clapton deal thingies. Okay. All right. There's all those. This is Garth Brooks, Entertainer of the Year, the music. Some sort of Garth Brooks promotional CD. Comes with a disc, 2 CDs. Kind of like one of those Entertainer of the Year. Over 50 million sold. Some kind of press kit. And it was shipped to Fred from Liberty Records. Garth Brooks, $10. How many more weeks of Kiss stuff do we have? We have probably, I'll be a lord, but I bet we can do this for another month on Monday nights. This is the 10th week in a row. Because I remember when we bought that collection, it was like, what did we say? A couple thousand Kiss records? No. It's like 1,000. And there was like 800 Kiss records. Yeah. And then there was about 200 other bootlegs. Pearl Jam, we've done all the Iron Maiden, Zeppelin, Pink Floyd. We've already sold all those. So, and we just bought a lot more too. Paul just bought some on this trip. So if we do 800 Kiss albums at 50 a week, that's 16 weeks. And we've added more to it. And we've done more than that. Laura says there's 9 to 12 crates. I think there was closer to 1,000 Kiss records in this collection. Because if you divide that by 50, okay, that would be 20 weeks. So yeah, we're probably halfway through this collection. And we've done it 10 straight weeks. That's insane, right? 10, and it'll end up taking 20 weeks. Yeah, I bet we'll have stuff going on for 20 weeks. If you just run the numbers, that was we paid a lot for that collection. When we bought it, Paul was like, this is an expensive collection. He said, but we got to get it. I mean, if you just do the math, golly, that's one of the more valuable collections we've ever bought. I mean, imagine having a collection and like every record is worth 100 plus. Everything you have. Not just a few, but everything this guy had was like probably 100 plus. It's crazy. So, yeah, we're talking stuff into the fall football season, Kiss. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I am going to say I'm about to start showing nothing but posters for the last hour, okay? I am saying if anybody else wants anything else in there, they're there. I'm going to start new piles. The Eric Clapton picks are at $15. Garth Brooks is a $10 start. Y'all probably want to watch. I'm about to show nothing but just random stuff and posters for the last hour here. Tomorrow, there'll be more new vinyl show up. We'll have a whole new slew of auctions, which Laura has already sent me the pictures of. We have filled up 7 full crates. I've already filled up a whole table of miscellaneous. Tonight has been awesome, but we're not done. But if you have no interest in posters, which I hope you change your mentality, because you'll see some cool stuff whether you're interested in buying or not. We're about to put some of that up. So let me go ahead and start a fresh pile over here. I'm going to put these right here on this table. I've been piling all that stuff up. We even sold some Iron Maiden coins tonight. Oso bought one. Some people bought one. We've sold a lot of stuff. At least one crate when it takes some stuff to price. Yeah, he's pretty picky, though. I'd honestly rather have you work on them. I double-check all of Seth's work. I don't have to double-check Laura. Seth, I have to double-check his work, which takes my time. Laura, I don't have to worry about it. She, I think, but about everybody that works here, they could price 10,000 records, and they might make 1 or 2 mistakes out of, like, and I hardly ever see any. So, Seth, I'm like, dude, what have you done here? Any new Maiden? Did you see the one from the first part of the show? Stranger in a Strange Land. I got Stranger in a Strange Land, if you hadn't seen that. And then also came in tonight was The Trooper, Power Slave, and Captain Fantastic by Elton John. Jim B, do you want back in on the guitar picks? Guy Shard has them for $15. If anybody wants this Garth Brooks item, Entertainer of the Year, Garth Brooks is $10. And don't worry about Fred Goodwin's address. 1, he's passed away. And 2, I have so much stuff with his name and address. He's passed away, and they don't use that address anymore. They've sold that house, so that's all gone. $10 on the Garth Brooks. Final call on the guitar picks. And let's start showing some posters. Everything in that crate right there in front of you, you might see again in the morning. Maybe even more, maybe even less. These are $10 a piece. They're really cool. They're Elvis Presley, Love Me Tender, original sheet music, Love Me Tender from 1956. So if you hadn't got any sheet music yet, those are pretty cool. $10 and $10. That's Elvis, Love Me Tender. John Durden wants one, and I have one more left if anybody else wants one. Okay, Guy Shard on the Clapton guitar picks. Those are sold to Guy Shard for $15. Thank you, Guy. 2 things. I found a whole handful of guitar picks in one of these tubs. Okay? I'm going to take those and the Tom Petty's and try to show them tomorrow night. Okay? What has happened to my phone? Whoops. You can't lay 2 iPhones on top of each other if they're connected to the same iCloud account. Weird things start happening. They try to like sync and mirrorize, if that's a word. Guy Shard gets the other Elvis Presley, Love Me Tender. Very cool. Okay, so that's sold, that's sold, that's sold. Still got some stuff here behind me we're working on. All right, and we might try to run some auctions. Boy, this is a fragile poster. I'm going to attempt to open this, but it looks like it is very brittle. Yes, this is extremely brittle. All right. This is a Fighting Mustang, quite a bit of wear. See these holes right here? There, really torn down here, but this is an original movie poster, $10. It's Sunset Carson, $10, mostly just because of the condition. This has got to be 40s. What year? No date, not dated, but it's got to be a 40s poster. $10. $10. Fred Goodwin, over the course of the last 2 years, we've sold probably 20,000 movie posters. What you're going to see tonight is a small sample that's already made its way through the Colectco doors. That's sold to Daniel Rosen for $10. Some of these are going to be priced to sell. 1948. My bad. I could have just looked at Fred's notes. Fred already had it notated. $10. Made in Italy. No, that was an original American release there. That was an original 1948, probably Republic. Okay. Power Slave. Oh, yes, Power Slave. Right here. Power Slave and the Trooper. Danny Thomason wants a Power Slave puzzle. You got it. You said it was fried. Oh, I thought you was talking about because it was a Western, like a spaghetti Western from Italy. No. Danny, you got Power Slave. I got one more. Kenny Begley has a lot of them, yeah. All right, here's some more sheet music. Good Thing by Paul Revere, $5. And this one's really cool, Cinderella. $10 on Cinderella, 1949. Sheet music Cinderella, $10 on that. Yeah, Fragile. That's from Christmas Story. All right, I'm going to leave one auction rolling in the back. This is an original tour book from the Police. 1983 tour book from the Police, $15 start. That's an original tour book from the Synchronicity tour. Synchronicity. Yeah, Synchronicity, 1983. $15 start. Cinderella, sold to Kenny Begley for $10. All right, there's that. And let's start with some of these road posters, which, by the way, these road posters are a hassle. So I'll try my best to show them. And the last time I was doing this, I had a much different camera set up. I kind of got cameras in my way and lights in my way. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to take all this off the table for a second. Let me stack all this over here. All right, and we'll be using this top cam a lot. Okay. This is Iron Maze. $10. Jeff Fahey, Bridget Fonda, Iron Maze, $10. Let me get a pile started of ones I've shown. Right there's ones I've shown. I'll have to get some empty crates here in a second. Don't forget about the Police tour book. Let's see what's this one. I know there's one in here that's pretty cool. It's, well, you'll see it when it comes up. There'll be a lot of interest. I'm definitely going to have to research it. I didn't know, honestly, we had one. So I'll have to definitely do some comps. Some of these may require comps. If not, they're probably going to be 10, 20, 30, 10, 15, 20, 30, somewhere like that. If it throws a red flag up with me, I'll try to look it up quickly. But we're going to try to sell a lot tonight. All right, we still on the top cam? We are still on the top cam. Good. Class of 1999. Class of 1999. We'll say $10. Okay, if anybody wants this Police tour book, $15. It'd be a great price on that. $15. Kenny Begley on Iron Maze. He gets that for $10. Class of 99. That was pretty interesting looking. Let me get these a little bit closer to me. I think there's even some sports and maybe music-related stuff in this road. A lot of this stuff came from Fred's garage. I remember the day I loaded all this up. Kenny Begley gets the Police for $15. And Class of 99 is $10 if anybody wants that. This is Larry Bird. And there's something else rolled up with it. This is a gigantic Larry Bird poster. Let me see what this is here. This is, I mean, y'all can get a size idea because, I mean, this table is 12, 24, probably 36 long. It does have some wear and tear on the corners. Kind of crinkled. It needs to be flattened and kind of redone. $15 on Larry Bird. Now, these will come shipped separate. Just so you know, I try to keep up with who has and hasn't bought a poster, because these will come shipped to you rolled in a tube. So we have to ship them separately, pack them separately, etc., etc. Larry Bird. It's kind of crinkled and wrinkled right here. It's vintage. It's definitely something with some age on it. All right, and then who was this? This was the Washington Redskins. $10. Washington Redskins. Grade VG minus. All right. I'm about to go get this tub over here, but first let's bring out a few more here. The Prince of Tides. Barbara Streisand. The Prince of Tides. $10. $10. Barbara Streisand. I think this is the one I was talking about earlier. Yeah, take a look at this. Creepshow 2. Good to the last gasp. It needs to really be flattened. It's got one rip up here at the top. It's got one rip up there at the top. Now, by the way, another way I do this is, if you want to know a price, ask the price, or you know, you can say the title, like Kenny just did, and then I'll give you a price, okay? I'm going to say $25 on this one, Kenny. That's a pretty good one. $25. And so we've always done it that way, so you can take it or pass. And if somebody else gets in line, then it goes to that next person. Okay? Whatever this is, we got a bunch of them. Whatever this is, we got a bunch of them. The Divine Garland. I think this is some kind of store. This is some kind of store movie poster, like where they were selling Judy Garland films. Maybe. No, Greta Gabor. I'm not for sure. Not for sure what that is, honestly. Kenny says 20 on Creepshow. Sell that to Kenny Begley for $20. You got it. All right, they'll get all these rolled and put tape on them, painter's tape, so they can easily be folded up or etc. All right. I want to go get to that tub where I seen those Caddyshack lobby cards. Here's one for here's one for the ladies. The American West. There you go. Where's Angela Lewis at? Let me go get this tub I was talking about. I think it's over here. Hopefully they hadn't moved much. Good, they hadn't. Looks like Paul has put a few concert posters over here. And let me go grab a big handful out of here. I think this one has some pretty high-end stuff that people passed on. I think. Yeah. Here we go. There for the longest, I kept a pile of high-end stuff that people passed on. I didn't want them to get mixed up in tubs. And what happened? I think we put them back in a tub, not with much other, and then, you know, and everything. All right, here we go. Some of these I had already priced, okay? So there's extra shipping charge for posters. No. No. What I do is I usually try to keep up with it. I knew Kenny was probably going to already buy a couple. So if you're buying a one rolled poster, the price might be a little bit higher the first time. I might ask you if that's your first poster. But with these, I'm probably just going to say the price is good to go. So here are some that I've already priced at one point, okay? So I'm just going to say these are $30 or best offer, okay? And you can go ahead and claim them, or we can move on to the next one. This is Pit Stop. And honestly, some of these I remember, some of these I don't know. Pit Stop was $30. Let's see what Pit Stop looks like. Nice. Very much a car-related poster. Pit Stop is 30 bucks, 1969. It's got a guy with an axe and a woman, and they're racing, and Pit Stop is 30 bucks. Of course, 30 bucks or best offer. Pit Stop. That's a cool car poster. And then Red Line 7000. This was priced for, I think this is another car movie. This was priced for $55. Red Line 7000. Sounds like a car film, doesn't it? Yep. Wow, look at the colors and graphics on that one. That's why it was $55. 1965. Red Line 5000. I wonder if my camera will zoom out anymore. Let me play with this camera a little bit. I bet I can zoom this thing out where we can get maybe even a fuller frame. Nope, maybe we're zoomed out. We are zoomed out all the way. Okay. But we can zoom in. But we can't zoom any further out. That's it. Maybe tilt it a little bit more. Nope, that's about it. It gets just about enough in there. Cool car poster, though. This is the kind of stuff I need to photograph and then post in our group. We'd sell a bunch of them that way. So I think we're in a better tier of posters here. 55 on that one. All right. And then let's see what this one was. This was 10 bucks, whatever it was. So not bad off the bat. It was this one. Heart Like a Wheel. $10 offer for Bird and Redskins. Okay, now, this is sold to John Durden for $10. What did I price that for? 15 and 10, 25. Now, here's the problem, Jim B. That price, I'm going to have to ship those in a tube. So if I sell those to you for 10 and you don't buy any other road posters, I'm going to net negative $20. So what I'll say is if you want them, they're $25. And then if you buy another poster later, we don't have to worry about any extra shipping. Make sense? Here is a caddy lobby card. Dean Martin and Jerry Lee Lewis. Dean Martin and Jerry Lee Lewis in the caddy. 1953. I had that marked for $25. I sold one of these earlier at auction. So don't hesitate to make an offer. That's pretty cool, though. That's an original lobby card. Red line is sold to John Durden for $35. You got it. Sold for $35. Because I'm going to have to ship those in a tube. The tube costs about $2 or $3. And the postage is going to be about $7 or $8. And there's that. It's mostly a shipping problem. That's why the road posters are the most difficult. Okay, I had these priced at $325. $325. I think this is a complete set of Caddyshack lobby cards. And let me make sure. I think this was a whole set, though. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is. Minus number 8. There should be 8. I remember these. Now, I've been looking everywhere for these because I think we sold the poster. It was expensive. Here is the next best thing, the lobby cards. These are original lobby cards. There's number 7, number 6, number 5, 4, 3, number 2, that one's cool, and number 1. What is this, the Night of the Living Dead? Some people just don't belong. So that is 7 out of the 8 lobby cards. And I remember that night when I comped them off Heritage. Like a set of 8, I think it sold for $500 plus. And these are in beautiful condition. Those would have been made to be displayed in the lobby of a theater. So that's about the closest of a Caddyshack original item I have. The poster's quite a bit more money. Those are pretty cool. And you can pick up, you probably can find number 8 somewhere. And that way you'll have a whole set. Yes, I thought about that. When I found those last night, I'd be, man, get Chevy to sign those like down there. Even if he's not on the photo, get him to sign down there. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Makes me want to rewatch that movie. I hadn't watched it from beginning to end. It's one of those you've watched so many times. It's okay. This one was marked $20. It's a one-sheet. Madam X, Lana Turner. This is $20. This is an original movie poster from 1966. Madam X. $20 on Madam X. There's that. Think about the the Caddyshacks. I know a lot of people ask me for that. Caddyshack. I'm like, it's kind of like getting asked for some of these movies. I'm like, man, y'all don't know that poster. It's like getting asked for Back to the Future. I'm like, yeah, I wish, but also I'll tell people, yeah, I can get one, but it's like $1,500, and they're like, do what? Here's a $10 poster. It's called Last Stop on the Night Rail. A coach seat to hell. Some kind of thriller here. Last Stop on the Night Train. Rated R. $10 on that. Yep, $10 on that. Okay, this lobby cards was $250. Take a look at this. And it's the reissues. The originals are really expensive. These are reissues from 1956. Song of the South. I've got 3 of them. Number 2, number 3, and number 6. These are from 1956. Of course, that film is when? From the third? When does that come out? When was the original? Man, it's 40. It's out there. But that's 3 reissues from 56. Those are $250. One thing when I'm doing these poster sales, I'm always on Wikipedia. Song of the South, 1946. Yeah, I think I said 36 the first time. So these are reissues from 10 years later, probably like a 10-year anniversary reissue. And those 3 are $250. Now, keep that in perspective. I think the original lobby card set of this sells for probably a couple thousand or more, probably more than that. And the posters are really expensive, like thousands. All right. Look at this one. Mitchum, Thunder Road. I had that one stickered at $25. That's an original lobby car. Look at the graphics on that one. It's like a little mini movie poster. Mitchum roars down the hottest highway on earth. This was marked $25. This is a Marty Robbins movie. Hell on Wheels. All three of these for $25. Really cool scene there. And then a crash scene. And a really cool shot there with Marty Robbins. Those are $25 for those three. Hell on Wheels. $25 for those. And then, I don't have a price on this one. I'll wait for that. It looks like it could be really good. This one was marked $95. Let's take a look at it. This is Moon Over Montana. I bet this looks really cool. Sounds like a Western. $95. Yeah. Awesome. I've got all these out to sell them tonight. Very cool graphics on that one. Moon Over Montana. 46, I think. Yeah, 1946. Probably a lot of y'all having to turn your heads like I am. Sorry, I don't have a way to rotate it. I don't think I can. I'll ask Jake. I need to ask Jake. Jake, is there a way I can go to top cam and then rotate it? I don't think I can, though. I can reverse it. I think I can flip it. Yeah, I can flip it, but I can't rotate it, I don't think. Do. All right, and then we've got, let's see what we got here. Tiny Lund, whoop, wrong, let's go to this camera. Tiny Lund hard charger. Tiny Lund hard charger. Thunder in Carolina. I'll say any of these are $10 a piece. Red Hot Wheels. Tiny Lund hard charger. Red Hot Wheels and Red Hot Wheels. Any of those, $10 a piece. Okay, what's in this next stack? Lots of miscellaneous here. Let me lay those right there. No, Joe, thank you for everything you've done. That's trash. Okay, here's some Western cowboy stuff. Let's flip through these. We might even find some autographs. We got Jamboree lobby card, a Republic picture. And on the back of that is Hollywood Barn Dance with Ernest Tubb. These are all $10 a piece. How much GG or Elvis? What is GG and what Elvis item? So Hollywood Barn Dance, Jamboree, Hollywood Barn Dance, and Hollywood Barn Dance. Wearing some Ernest Tubb. I've had these before. At one time, we even had one signed by George Jones. That's Country Music on Broadway. That's a cool item there. 1964. These are all $10 a piece. Everybody's Dancing. That's the original title card for that one. Spade Cooley. That is really cool. $10. Country Music sold to John Durden, the one with George Jones. Randolph Scott, Comanche Station. Everybody's Dancing. That's pretty cool. home in San Antonio. Keep in mind, these are original items. This is 1949 here of Roy Acuff and the Smoky Mountain Boys. There's another one with George Jones. And I still have this one signed by Earl Scruggs. So there's another George Jones. This one's Flatt and Scruggs. Flatt and Scruggs. There is the Nashville Rebel movie with Waylon Jennings. And that is Fair and Young. There's Porter Wagner. There's the Country Boy movie with Grandpa Jones. And there's the title card for the Jamboree movie with Ernest Tubb. Pretty cool stuff there. Let me pause there. I'll offer $10 on the 3 of the 8 of Marty Robbins lobby cards. The ones from the movie, the race movie, I have marked 25. Let's do 5 a piece. I'll sell them to you for 15. Just one time. A one-time deal. Antone for Daniel Rosen. He's talking about this right here. And he's talking about George Jones for $10. And still got the Flatt and Scruggs, Nashville Rebel, blah, 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 blah. I'm getting very sleepy. Hollywood Barn Dance, Ernest Tubb. Hollywood Barn Dance, Ernest Tubb. Hollywood Barn Dance, Hollywood Barn Dance. There's another home in San Antonio, 1949. There is Country Music. Marty Robbins on that one. That's Barbara Mandrell. And there's another one, number 8. That's 1972. Really cool shot there of his car on those. $10 a piece. Okay, that's poster. That's about some of the best country lobby cards I'm going to have. I have a ton of probably old Western posters here. Looks like really old ones. Maybe better titles. Or just really cool graphics on most of them. Here's some more here. We have Border Saddle Mates. West of Texas. These are all $10 a piece. Texas to Bataan. John King Drusty. Charles Start and Texas Stampede. Rhythm Roundup. Blazing the Western Trail. Russell Hayden, the Vigilantes Ride. The Texas Kid. Streets of Laredo. This is signed by Slim Andrews, if anybody wants that one. And Texas Masquerade with William Boyd, Hopalong Cassidy. That was pretty cool. Okay, so first thing is, let's go back. These are all $10 a piece. Every one of these. And then Daniel says if he does 3 jamborees, he'll do 15. All right, let me go back and find those. There's this, and this, and this, this. I'd love to sell all these to somebody. Golly. Do y'all realize how many lobby cards I have? Oh my gosh. I'm trying to sell these things in like bulk packages. Cheap. We've got thousands of lobby cards. There's tubs back there just like lined. You open up a tub and they're just stacked and lined up in there. All right, Jamboree. There's one Jamboree. That's a good one. I'll give you that one. Did I pass up the other ones? I guess they're back here, aren't they? They got to be back here. What happened to them? Okay, there's the other one. All right. There's 2. Let me go back through them. There's 2 to Daniel. Put those in at 5 apiece. I must have passed up the other one. Nashville Rebel. I have 2 different ones with Porter Wagner and Fair and Young there. And then, what happened to the other Jamborees at? Crazy. Well, I could only find 2, Daniel. I know I said Jamboree more than twice, didn't I? I had to have. All right, what if I put in, here, I'll put in Hollywood Barn Dance. There you go. Now he's got 3 at 15. All right, and then Danny's got a pending offer, the 3 Marty Robbins for 15. That's my best price on those, Danny, if you want them. And then Danny had asked about these. Very cool. Original items here. I mean, Fred would make prints. I mean, his business, he would make prints of these, and sometimes he would sell the prints, you know, for like $11.99. That's another thing we've got tubs full of. I've got thousands where he made copies of these, and he would sell them to wholesale to antique stores. Okay? The Grandpa Jones is your third. This one here. I can reluctantly. That's so to Daniel. Okay, there's his 3. They have Waylon on it right here. He's on all of them. He's playing a guitar to this chick who's taking off her clothes. He brought out his guitar, he starts playing it, and she starts undressing. And then he's fighting her, and then he's throwing her out of a car. So that's how his night went. But no, these are just featuring Porter and Farron. I probably have more somewhere. Man, how many of these have I gone through? Hundreds of them, probably. I bet at one time I had 100 movie posters and probably 100 lobby cards from Nashville Rebel. Somewhere I probably have the posters, but I just don't know where anymore. They'll come back around in a few months, I guess, or next year. Here is Heavenly Days. Fiber McGee and Molly. Heavenly Days, Heavenly Days. 1944, Heavenly Days, Heavenly Days. Heavenly Days, Heavenly Days, Heavenly Days. Look Who's Laughing. That's Lucille Ball. Anything Lucille Ball gets a bit more expensive. Is Lucille Ball on some of these? Let's see. She's not on that one. Could she be on this one? I don't think so. She's in that movie, though. Okay. 5 more? Sure. What if we do that one, this one, and that one? Any Pink Floyd? You just missed them all. Okay, first thing we have is this. A 1952 Waco poster, Wild Bill Elliott. Let's take a look at this. Waco, Wild Bill Elliott. I bet this got some sweet graphics. With Pamela Blake, Stanford Jolly, Rand Brooks, 1952. I'll do that for $35. Waco. Filmed in glorious sepia tone. Waco, $35. Fred had it marked at one time. 1952 Wild Bill Elliott, $300. If you're collecting Western stuff from the 40s and 50s in 2025, you can get it much more affordable than you can around 1995. Around 1995, this probably was a $300 poster. Probably could have been an easy sale for Fred. But your lucky day is if you're collecting some of this stuff right now in 2025. The generation of Fred that bought a lot of this, it's like this stuff is like what it was, what metal albums are 20 years ago. He wants the Porter Wagner instead from this one. Okay. Those are sold to Daniel Rosen for $15. Those 3 there. All right. Some of the stuff has really obtained its value, retained, like John Wayne stuff and Clint Eastwood. Some of it's a lot cheaper than it used to be. Some of it's a lot more. Here's another movie poster. Governor Jimmy Davis. We had some of his albums the other night. And look, he signed it. He actually signed this too. You remember all those signed Jimmy Davis, governor of Louisiana we had? There it is. Governor Jimmy Davis. And look, he signed it. We sold, like 20 of his signed albums the other night? That's a crossover item. You get a movie star and a political item. Governor Jimmy Davis, signed half sheet, I'm going to say $35. Now, Danny Thomason's from Louisiana. If he doesn't buy this for $35, then he's probably not a true Louisiana. He's probably not a true Louisianian. I'm really calling out Danny Thomason right now. Anybody else watching from Louisiana right now? That's a pretty cool piece. It's got your state's name plastered across the top. It's got your former governor, and he signed it. How cool of an item. If this said Tennessee, Andrew Jackson, and Andrew Jackson has signed it, I'd be all over it. Gosh, do you know what signed Andrew Jackson stuff sells for? Oh my gosh. I'll sell this to you for $30, John Durden. I'll sell it to you for $30. Waco sold to Daniel Rosen for $30. You got it. John asked first. I'll sell it to him for $30. There might be something else over here of Jimmy Davis I've hit. You just never know. And like I said, going through these items of Fred's, no telling what's going to show up signed. That's why I have to open all the posters. Any one of these posters at any given time could have somebody's signature. You could open it up and poof, there's Waylon Jennings. I've got some more over here I forgot about. The JSA's already authenticated that Waylon signed. And I was like, where did these even come from? I don't even remember them even authenticating these. And somewhere Dan just said, what? Signed Waylon Jennings posters. Wow, look at this poster. Here's another sweet one. Johnny Mac Brown, gentleman from Texas. Look at the graphics on this one. Top camera, please. Johnny Mac Brown, gentleman from Texas. Johnny Mac Brown. 19, I don't know. $35. $35. Jim B's heading to bed. Yeah, right. That's funny. Good. Now I can bring out all the Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan posters. Daniel Rosen gets gentleman for $30. You got it. These are being priced and sold to move. Rare. That's what Fred wrote. Rare Monty Walsh, 1970, $350. Let's take a look at it. Let's see how rare it is. Let's see how nice it is. And let's see how bad somebody wants it, maybe for a lot less than that. This is... I wonder if Kenny Begley's watching, I'll try to knock out some more road posters because he'll buy about one in every 3. Yeah, that's a pretty good poster. $35. Lee Marvin, Monty Walsh. Monty Walsh is what the West is all about. Okay. There you go. Kenny's still watching. I wish I had a live meter. I know there's 136 people watching right now, but sometimes I wish I could see actually who was watching. That would be so ideal for me because sometimes that helps me change the direction of where I want to go for the show. And there were some people I was hoping would be watching tonight, and I hadn't seen their name when I said I'd bring out posters. And that's very unfortunate. I should have DM'd some of them, because some of these guys, they'll buy just about all of these, and a couple of them's not watching tonight. I hadn't seen a few names I was hoping would pop up. They might have not seen my post. This is Buffalo Bill and the Indians, or Sitting Bull's history lesson. $35. Paul Newman. Paul Newman. $35. Buffalo Bill and the Indians. By the way, we've got about, 20 minutes? Let me refresh my timer. I'll try to do a speed run here. I hit the bottom of this pile, which was all these higher end posters, or not higher end, just really good ones that are 35, 30. And there's another Buffalo Bill, so I've got 2 of those. And, all right, let me try to unroll some road ones. Maybe I'm good at picking them and I can just pick them out quicker. Mega Blast 30 on Buffalo. You got it. I actually got 2 of them if anybody else wants one. Fred had these marked. Buffalo Bill and the Indians, Paul Newman, $250. We're going to sell one to John for $30, and I've got another one here. I've got another one if anybody wants it as well for $30. All right, let's do a few road posters. We've sold 2, and I think both to Kenny. And let's grab this one right here. This is Mel Gibson, Jodie Foster, and James Gardner in Maverick. I've got 2 of them, $10 a piece. Maverick. Not Top Gun. I wish. I need one of those signed by Tom Cruise if anybody's got a cool $3,000 to loan me. Maverick is sold to Kenny Begley. ×1, right? And then Michael Ruttman on Maverick. Sold to Michael Ruttman, $10. Gone and gone. Now I need to sell Michael at least one other more poster to make his tube worthwhile. Right, Jim B? Still waiting for Jim B to pull the trigger and say, Chad, I'll just go ahead and take them all sight unseen, $10 a piece. I'm going to flip them on eBay for 30, 35 bucks a piece. Here's a Disney movie, yeah. The Rescuers Down Under. Disney film, rolled, $10. Rescuers Down Under, $10. Rescuers Down Under, $10. See if I can go through all these crates of rolled over here. Rescuers sold it to Kenny Begley for $10. Kenny's bought about 5,000 posters from us. That's probably not an exaggeration. Ooh, look at this one. What the heck is this one? Oh, that's not an original. I don't think. That's pretty sweet, though. Let me get a comp on this. I think that's a reissue. I think the originals of those are, let's see here. Let me do a comp on this. This is Jet Pilot, John Wayne. That came out 57. Yeah, this is a 1979 reissue. Really cool, though. Yeah, I was about to say, we had a half sheet of this one time. I think we sold it that night for what, like $475, $375? I remember having one. This is a 79 reissue. John Wayne, Jet Pilot, Howard Hughes film. $15 start. $15 start. This is the exact size of a one sheet, but it's the correct size. It's an official 79 reissue. Jet Pilot, $15. John Wayne movie. There's that. Babe Ruth, John Goodman, $10. Babe Ruth, or excuse me, The Babe, John Goodman, $10. Memphis Belle, $10. Oh man, here's a good one. Let's see which one it is. Holy moly. That's a good one. Let me get a comp on that one. All right, let me check on a few things. This could be pretty good here. Let me pull up Heritage for this one. Signed moving pictures. Not inside this building, maybe at another location I'm not willing to disclose. Let me confirm on this one. Let me also refresh my timer, because there's a couple y'all watching on Facebook, and this thing could end, and then y'all be like, what the heck happened? The Facebook feed, just FYI, is going to expire in 11 minutes. Let me try to find a comp on this. And let me confirm it's good. It's the right size, and of course it came from Fred, so good thing about getting all this stuff from Fred is most of it we don't even have to question, because we know it came from Fred. All right, so here is Terminator 2, one sheet and an advance. Let me zoom down in here. I think this is good. I think we've had this one before. Should have a number printed in USA. Okay, that's an advance though. Okay, that's why that one's a lot cheaper too. That says coming this summer. Let me keep scrolling here. Terminator 2 rolled. That's also an advance. Does this one say coming this summer? No, this is the theatrical. All right, let me turn on a filter here. I hadn't done this in a long time. Movie posters, there we go. So I'm comping off heritageauctions.com, which they probably sell 3,000 movie posters a week, and probably get, if you want to pay absolutely top dollar, that'd be the place to go. They always get more. They just literally sold the most expensive. They just sold the most expensive sports card ever over the weekend for $12 million. So if you want to pay, they have the most expensive stuff on earth. Yeah, this is an original. I was about to say there's a number in the corner, NS99170. Yeah. All right, so this is, okay, so here's where that one was folded. The good thing about this thing is it's rolled. That's an advance, rolled, advance. Man, where's a rolled standard? They hadn't sold one in, there we go. Nope, that's an advance. Okay, I'm going to say Terminator 2, I'm going to throw something out there. There we go. $104, rolled, 1991. There it is. Okay, $75. This is an original theatrical release, Terminator, 75. Let me figure out who was first. First of all, Mega Blast got Memphis Belle for $10. I need to go ahead and tag him for that one. He got that for $10. Okay. Michael was second. Kenny, you're first on Terminator if you want it for $75, and then Michael Ruttman, okay? So that's the order on that one. Sorry for the hang up, but man, these where there's 4 or 5 rolled in together, you just never know. And that was the last poster in the roll, so that's why it's in the best condition. It was rolled up in the bottom. So 75 on Terminator. Kenny says he'll take it. Terminator sold to Kenny for $75. All right, moving right along, back to the top cam. This is, I think, Geronimo. Robert Duvall, Gene Hackman, Geronimo. $10. I've got 2 of them. Geronimo, $10. Duvall, Hackman. Big names. Cool movie poster. $10. Kenny on a Geronimo for 10 bucks. Sold. I got one more left if anybody wants it. 10 bucks. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. 10 bucks. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. 10 bucks. Now what I'm going to try to do is keep up in my head who all has bought a road poster. That way come invoicing time. I'm going to try to, if you buy one, try to get you set up with two. That basically, the second one I'm going to be shipping to you free, but it will help pay for your postage if that makes sense. So if you've bought one road poster by the end of the night, maybe like, let me know. We'll try to get you maybe one other. Buffy is sold to John Durden for 10, then Kenny, then Michael. Otherwise, if you've just had one poster, road poster by the end of the week, oh my gosh, it's going to cost $12 to ship it to you. So that's why I always said just maybe let me know. Maybe we can get you one other road item. I've got hundreds by the end of the week, so maybe you can try to watch every night this week. And if you watch every night this week, you probably end up with 2 or 3, and that's okay with me. We'll probably be shipping at least 1 or 2 for free, but the goal is to sell you at least a few to make it worthwhile. They hate me when I start doing this. The shipping department, this is a lot of labor trying to figure out what these things are because they're all rolled. Serafina, The Sound of Freedom. Whoopi Goldberg. 10 bucks on that. Let's see what this is. Another You. Pryor and Gene Wilder. It's not that shocking. Not that shocking of a movie poster, but it's Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder. 10 bucks a piece. I got a bunch of them. I got probably 20 of them. No, wait a minute. I've only got a couple maybe. Then there's some other stuff in here. Let me unroll all these. So we'll say 10 bucks a piece. I have at least one here. Are they all the same? No, there's some other stuff in here. Okay. There's at least one. Let's get one out for Kenny. These look so much better after you get them framed. It's crazy. After you get a movie poster framed, you probably can get some people watching to verify this. How amazing it, after you get it in a nice frame where it's all flattened and you can see it all, how cool it looks. Nice. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. How many of those do I have? I'll do those for $10 a piece. I've got Bill and Ted. I've got 2 of them. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. All right, so there's one Richard Pryor, Gene Wilder left. Looks like I've got 2 Bill and Ted's. One for Kenny, one for Michael. Give me a second. There's like 20 posters rolled up in this entire thing here. So let me try to get all these out and together. All right, so this is sold, and this is sold. What's underneath it? Nice. Naked Gun 2.5. We'll do that one for $10. Naked Gun 2.5. Man, Bill and Ted. I'm telling y'all right now, if I would have brought out a Bill and Ted movie poster during prime time with record buyers on, this thing could have sold at auction probably for $75 to $100, I bet. Because we had that soundtrack the other night, and I think it sold for a couple $100. It was a picture disc. So we got a Bill and Ted to Michael for 10 and Kenny Begley for 10. Great price on those. That movie has like a cult following. They follow it like a cult. All right. And then we've already sold Naked Gun. It looks like it was an advance. Underneath it is Suburban Commando. Cool Naked Gun poster, though. That's sold to Michael. It looks like underneath it was Suburban Commando. I don't know that one. Is that Hulk? Oh, man. That's Hulk. Cool. $10 if anybody wants it. Underneath it is John Candy is Delirious. $10 on John Candy poster. Suburban Commando is sold to Kenny Begley for $10. Cool one there of Hulk. I'm also making sure none of these things are signed. And then underneath that is Sweet Talker. I don't know who that is, though. Brian Brown. And then Kenny also got John Candy Delirious for $10. All right. By the way, Kenny and Michael, I think Facebook's about to end. Do y'all have YouTube? I'll try to finish up a couple of these crates. It'll just be a few minutes over. There's Sweet Talk for $10. Because I don't want y'all to get hung up and miss something. If you can jump over there, I'll try to finish this crate at least. If not, we'll be doing this again tomorrow. I'm not going to go much longer, though. Heartbreak Hotel. Heartbreak Hotel. Yeah, I'm going to do, so Daniel, I'm going to have a, I'm going to be doing this every night this week. It's going to start Central Time around 11 to midnight is when we'll get started. It depends on what time I start the show. If I start my show at 5:30, we'll be on here till 1:30. If I start around 6, we'll be here till 2. Heartbreak Hotel sold to Michael Ruttman for $10. Kenny Begley second. What is this here? This is, whatever it is, we got a bunch of them. It's an advertisement. Once again, this is Betty Davis. This is like a film store advertisement for Betty Davis. Advertising where her movies were available on VHS. Got a bunch of them. Got a bunch of them. So yeah, check back in for sure on tomorrow. I'll be doing more Western. I got plenty of Fred stuff. This is Fred stuff here too, but it's more pop 80s, 90s stuff that I know other people are looking for. I've got about 5 or 10 more here I'm going to do to get a stopping point. This is the Dallas Cowboys, very similar to that Washington Redskins poster we had earlier. Dallas is $10. And let's grab this one here. We had this one earlier. Kenny's already bought one. John Durden gets the Dallas Cowboys. There's that Disney movies, The Rescuers Down Under. Yeah, I've got hundreds of rolled and a lot of Western flat stuff to do. Yeah, y'all have already seen this once. It's that Disney movie, where are you? Yeah, The Rescuers Down Under. I think I got it flipped. Yeah, some of these are double-sided because this era of posters are double-sided because they were made to be put in those light boxes. You know, when you go to the theater, if you ever went to the theater and really looked at the movie posters in those boxes, they look amazing because they're double-sided and they have light coming through them. And you can actually buy those boxes. I don't know if any of y'all have got them. I've thought about it because I have a lot of these modern Bond posters in my collection. And I've always wanted to get them in those light boxes because, man, they look amazing where they're double-sided. This looks interesting here. This looks like something. This looks like more like a store poster than a movie poster. What do we have here? This is somebody playing a steel guitar. Who is that? Pete Drake? What do we got going on here? He's playing a dobro. It's from the Grand Ole Opry because there's WSM. Let me see if there's anything on the bottom. There is nothing written on this poster. Just some kind of Grand Ole Opry dobro player. I don't know if anybody could ID him without me doing a Google search. Let's see. Let's knock out. What is this little deal here? What is this deal? Brother Oswald. There you go. Here is Casablanca, an original. No, I'm joking. This is where they were advertising it on VHS for $29.95. Casablanca. It's an original French Ford 4-sheet, 6-sheet. That's like a $500,000 poster, by the way. Anybody got one? Brother Oswald, we sold some of his signed albums the other night. We had a few signed. Somebody bought them watching. I know they did. Those signed Brother Oswald albums. Okay, how many more is left in this crate? We're going to do about 3 or 4 more. And that way I can say I finished this one whole crate. I can put the leftovers in there. Wow, this is a pretty popular movie. When Harry Met Sally. When Harry Met Sally. $10 on that. And do you believe in magic? All right, whatever this is, we got about 30 of them. Maybe it'll be Superman, or maybe it'll be Star Wars original one-sheets. Golly, could you imagine? That'd really flood the market, though. This is an odd size. It's Nothing to Lose with Martin Lawrence and Tim Robbins. Even though they put Tim Robbins' name over Martin Lawrence. And they put Martin Lawrence's name over Tim Robbins. That's an odd size. Nothing to Lose. $10 on those. I got a bunch of those. Goodness. Let me go ahead and just put that back. All right. And then there's 2 kind of crinkled ones. That doesn't look fun. And there's a gigantic vinyl banner, which I know some of y'all have liked those. I might just wait on that because it'll take me 30 minutes to open it up and see what it is. And Hollywood. Jimmy Hollywood. And the last one looks like John Wayne. It's kind of crinkled. John Wayne and Ghost Town Renegades. That's it. Anybody have any last requests? John Piranhas is watching the delayed feed. He's watching the replay, so he thinks he's watching live right now. What was the question here? I still never found that Toy Story banner I got. Did we ship it to you and you never did find it, or did we never find it and ship it to you? No, Mac Davis, no. That's a great stopping point. We have sold 7 crates full of vinyl tonight, a whole crate of road posters, and almost a whole table of miscellaneous stuff. Books, magazines, VHS, coins, lobby cards, 45 sheet music posters, inserts, photographs. Pretty amazing. And that's where we're going to stop. Tomorrow, a good 6-7 hours of nothing but vinyl. Laura's already sent me pictures. I think she's still here even working on stuff. I am about to, what do I have to eat? I think I've got a Lunchable. I'm eating light before the gym, and then I'm going to eat my shish kebabs. Shish kebabs. Yep, so I better get started. Thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'll be back tomorrow. We'll all be back here tomorrow, except Paul. He's off on Tuesdays. I was hoping he was going to work tomorrow because he's doing the sales Fridays and Saturdays, but there's that. All right. And next thing is, I was invoiced whenever we got it. We talked about it live, and you said you thought to keep out, but I didn't sweat it though. Okay, I remember saying that a second time though. If you need to get a refund, let me know. We'll send you a refund on it. But yeah, it was something that big. I was feeling like it would pop up. And the location of that is, where is the location of that? Or I know there's some stuff around the corner. Also this week, I got to go through all the non-payments. There is so much stuff over here that we canceled that time. There's a ton of stuff we canceled. Yeah, there's a whole tub over here of canceled stuff from that one lady who, she bought so much and she just, I don't know, she got out of control and then we had to cancel it all. So please don't get out of control. I know most of y'all have the cash to pay for this stuff come Monday. So I know it was a huge item, wasn't it, Kenny? I remember that. It was Toy Story 2. It was big enough where it probably didn't get keyed in. The big stuff always gets forgot about because it's not in our normal routine. Then it probably got rolled up, and Tanner probably thought it didn't sell, and it probably just got stashed away because he thought it didn't sell, and now it's MIA. Now it's MIA, so that happens. I probably left it unrolled, and he thought it didn't sell. Then it got put away. So, okay. I'm eating the feed. I'm very hungry. Hopefully I can find even more food up here. All right. Thanks, everybody. Good night. And I'll be back tomorrow hopefully about the same time I did tonight, 5:30.